the sound of wheels on rails, the autumn landscape outside the window, and the sun is setting. The setting is perfect for my first independent trip. Train rides are a common thing for most people, but I'm a different story. In 18 years of my life, I have never been able to get out of the second capital of our small country. The reason lies, as it usually happens, in the family. Family is a complicated topic, and mine is no exception. You can talk for a long time about aspects of life that don't suit me, but in the end, one day decided everything for me. Yes, and what a one, 10th birthday, the first conscious anniversary. They celebrated on a grand scale. My father called all the cream of society, at least the ones I could reach. I arranged a luxurious feast in an expensive restaurant. When the sea of food and alcohol on the long tables had noticeably decreased, my father went to the center of the banquet hall and tapped on a glass, attracting everyone's attention. Gentlemen, my son turned 10 years old today. What a great date. Very soon he will become a man and the rightful heir of the clan. As a father, I am proud of my boy. And on this day, I want to announce great news. You all know how friendly our family is with Wulfric's family. After much thought, we decided to strengthen our ties not only with friendship, but also with blood. In 8 years, Wulfric's daughter and my son will get married. He pronounced it pathetically, with his usual importance. It was very important to my father that everyone in the audience understood how influential he had become. Successful, since he achieved a marriage for his son with representatives of one of the ancient aristocratic families. There was applause, toasts, and flattering words of congratulations from all sides. I didn't attach any importance to this, because the last thing that interests at that age is intrigue. At that moment, a handsome man in an expensive suit joined his father. Behind him was a red-faced girl about my age, who couldn't take her eyes off the floor. I hope that this decision will bring prosperity to both our houses. Mark, he stared straight at me, waiting for the 10-year-old to understand the importance of the moment. When you and my daughter Eliza grow up, she will become your wife. You should be glad. Boy, I'm glad, Uncle Wulfric, I said, still not fully understanding what all the fuss was about. The man grinned and patted his father on the shoulder. The holiday did not end in any way. The nobility managed to get drunk to the point where every seedy aristo tried to show others how much money he had and how easily he could throw it away, which could not but please his father. You see, 10 years in our clan is not just a beautiful date, but also a turning point in the life of the birthday boy. When he learns his strength class, there are quite a few of them, and each to some extent determines the further vector of human development for the rest of his life, bestowing bonuses to one type of characteristics and imposing penalties on others. In order to find out the child's class, he needs to be awakened with the help of a special stone, an expensive artifact available only in very wealthy homes. For the rest of society, awakening was something like an incredible stroke of luck, like having a genius child or winning the lottery. Rare and incredible. But my father wouldn't be my father if he hadn't figured out how to make money, even on such an important moment in his son's life as awakening. Like a real bookmaker, he cruised between tables with drunk people and took bets on which class I would get. Of course, he himself was aware of my outstanding abilities, given my age, and could safely assume which class I would get. Therefore, he very carefully accepted bets on this class, making sure that the coefficient remained playing into his hands. Having milked his guests to a penny, the father returned to the center of the banquet hall with a smile. Gentlemen, here it is, the culmination of tonight. Now we will find out exactly how Mark will serve his clan, and we will ruin your pockets a little. The room exploded with drunken laughter, and the eyes of the crowd shifted to me. Bring in the awakening stone. The servants opened the huge doors, and 4 warriors of our clan brought in a transparent case on a stand with a small, palm-sized stone. The bright red rune in the very center of the stone is well imprinted in my memory. For a moment, the rune made the viewer forget about the whole world around him, leaving only the desire to touch it. My father opened the case with trepidation and just stood there for a while, looking at the stone. After that, as if knocking off drowsiness, he shook his head and hesitated, smiled. Come here, Mark. This is a very important point. I got off my chair and hobbled to the briefcase, under the oppressive gazes of the hushed crowd of guests. When I reached the stone, I looked at my father questioningly. Come on, be brave. I timidly touched the stone, and at the same moment, consciousness seemed to be thrown out of my body. Colors, sounds, and sensations, all mixed up in my head, creating an extravaganza of emotions and feelings. But it ended as quickly as it began. I stumbled back, and my father grabbed my arms. The crowd was spellbound and silent. waiting to find out what grade I had received. When I could stand up straight, my father went to the stone and looked at it. There was no text, no symbols, no drawings. But it seemed that my father saw something there that was inaccessible to others. The awakening, he suddenly exclaimed. A mage class has been obtained. There was a note of surprise in his voice. Specialization support, an attribute. He stopped abruptly and then continued quietly, Ouroboros. I looked around and noticed the confusion on the faces of the guests. At that time, I still didn't understand what exactly was wrong with me, and no one understood at that moment what kind of attribute I had, except for my father, of course. Only he saw all the details of both the awakening and the gift he received. The rest found out a little later when they read it on the internet. The magician's class is very good, and support is also not the last specialization. Perhaps it is impossible to compete with warriors, berserkers, and other one-on-one combat classes, but for the heir of the clan, who has more than 100 people under his command, the ability to help an army during a battle is more useful than breaking skulls yourself. It is not for nothing that they say that during the entire Great War, the Emperor, also a support magician, never drew his sword from its scabbard. Up to this point, not a single magician had been born in our family. My ancestors on my father's side were all famous swordsmen, rushing into battle in the front ranks, which created some expectations about me. However, an explanation could also be found for my class. Firstly, one of the main attributes of my family was the aura of healing, which helps allies fight much longer and fiercer than enemies. Well, secondly, my mother. She got the Kayako class. Its bearers specialize in inflicting various kinds of curses and massively weakening opponents, which, paired with the aura of healing of the father, created a powerful combination that could change the course of battle in our direction, even with the numerical superiority of the enemy. My mother gave me the opportunity to curse. Yes, I could move mountains by healing allies and cursing enemies. He could have become one of the legendary warlords like the Emperor. However, fate turned out to have a shitty sense of humor. It's all about the attribute Ouroboros. The name is nowhere more precise. It is impossible to count how many times I cursed fate for this poor attribute, for every plus of which there was a more significant minus. The bottom line is that I, as a self-devouring snake, can heal and curse only myself, with double effect, but also with double mana expenditure. I can't be cursed, but I can't be cured either. Even the strongest cursed artifact won't work on me. But even in my hands, even the greatest sacred sword will turn into an ordinary iron stick. Not to mention the fact that Ouroboros practically did not improve physically in any way. According to the basic parameters, I am a simple person. No matter how much I strengthen myself, even with double deficiency, I will never be compared to a full-fledged fighter. I will never have a single skill available to other full-fledged classes. I'm practically useless. At that moment, my life collapsed. Unlike my father's bets, no one bet on such an outcome. The disappointment in his eyes was firmly etched in his memory. From that moment on, it sometimes seemed that he didn't look at me any other way. Technically, I remained the heir, but it was rare to hear that this fact was not talked about with a laugh. I think if it hadn't been for the marriage my father arranged with Wulfric, I would have been excluded from the line of inheritance in favor of cousins long ago. Yes, for some unknown reason, the marriage was not dissolved. Perhaps it was beneficial for my father's entourage. Perhaps Wulfric had set up nets for many years to come, and now he just didn't want to ruin his plans. I don't know. No one informed me. Only one thing was clear: Eliza would be my wife. Technically speaking, life was not so gentle with me that I believed that we would love each other and live happily together. Rather, on the contrary, she will keep me by her side simply as a living testimony to the legality of her rights and manage all the affairs of the family on my behalf. Perhaps even by having children with some other man and passing them off as mine. I am not satisfied with this arrangement. The last thing I want is to become a soft-bodied litter in the hands of some schemers. That's why a couple of days ago, a week before my 18th birthday, I decided to make the craziest and most arbitrary decision in my life. I'm going to break off my engagement with Eliza, against my father's will. This is entirely my initiative, an attempt to take advantage of the last chance to change my life, to get a little bit out of the way of a nightmare. I thought it would be much more difficult to escape. For the past 8 years, I have been protected like some kind of indoor flower. But no one noticed that I bought tickets for a cheap night train, in which there were practically no occupied seats. Dad's vaunted secret services overlooked everything. I don't underestimate them. They can find me safely. But until that happens, until they realize that I wasn't kidnapped, and that I left myself, and they decide to break through the bases to buy tickets on my behalf. It will take a lot of time. In the worst case, I will already be halfway to my destination. It's funny, but I've never used public transport, and I've never left the city. And now I'm sitting and looking out the window of a train heading to the capital. Even when they come to their senses, I think that the security service will be the last to come up with a list of sold train tickets. And even when they find out about the final destination, they won't be able to do anything to stop me in time. Besides, who would think that I was going to Wolfric's for exactly that purpose? No one in their right mind would want to break off an engagement with the heiress of the second most important family in our country. Rather, they will decide that the guy was just imagining romance for himself and wants to see the bride. If she burns with a bright flame before the wedding, in their eyes, I am a weak, naive boy who always does as he is told and is guided by the letters from the bride, obviously written by the hands of dad's servants. Speaking of these letters, it's such a circus in general. Words cannot convey it. Do they think I'm a complete moron? They write to me on her behalf from a hastily created fake page. Do they think I won't understand that I'm communicating with a fake when there is exactly the same profile, a real one? With live subscribers, likes, and real activity. Seriously. All these conversations with a fake, changing into a simpleton who does not suspect anything, and into a teenager in love with a correspondence. It cost me much more effort than this trip. If I ever become the head of the clan, I'll fire everyone. I hate them too much. I had to lie every day, share my feelings with someone who doesn't really exist, communicate closely with those who perceive this communication as a simple job that they did listen to this whiner and forgot. And then I go on the internet, see the real page of that girl, and realize that she doesn't really know about you, and she doesn't give a damn about you. Although it was this communication that gave me the necessary advantage. After all, they believed in everything that I fed to their real page. No wonder they say, if you want to cheat, tell 90% of the truth and hide 10% of the lies behind it. I had to force myself to write something that I didn't want to talk about myself, about what I think about the people around me, my father, mother, and even the damn special services. I had to talk about real dreams and plans, fantasize about a joint future with the bride. And this was the most difficult, because in order for fantasies to seem real, you have to force yourself to believe a lie, and then return to reality. Ugh, it's disgusting to even remember. So yes, I'm sure if they find out where I am, then no one will stop the train. They will just try to find me at the station and bring me back, before popularly explaining that it is very rude to harass a girl. But I have a plan for that, too. I'll just get off early for a couple of stops, and then I'll buy a train ticket. Documents are not needed for this, by the way, and after 2 transfers, I'll get off on the outskirts of the capital, and then I take a taxi and hope for luck. Or rather, the lack of bad luck. I will arrive in the capital later than the train. Therefore, the services will already be nervous and fumbling at this time. They will begin to doubt my original motives, which they invented, and will begin to work out alternatives. And the reputation of a simple guy gained over the years will not give them versions that can get in my way. At this stage, they will not publicly announce the loss of the heir, and for several more hours, they will comb the capital on their own, which is only to my advantage. All that remains for me is not to accidentally stumble upon their people and safely drive to the residence of the bride's family. Well, next, I will announce the breakup of the engagement, which will pretty much infuriate absolutely everyone, and even add gray hair to some. It is also important that the statement be public. Then no one will be able to win back anything. People will no longer be silenced, nor will they be able to laugh it off, referring to my youthful maximalism and stupidity. Most likely, I will get a specific flight. I can't even imagine what will happen to me for this. Maybe they'll expel me from my family or force me to marry some daughter of dad's petty partner in order to squeeze at least a little profit out of my existence. Any outcome seems more favorable than the life of a naive cuckold. But I will deal with all this later. The train was tapping steadily, setting a soothing rhythm. I sat with my chin propped on my hand and enjoyed the view from the window, the fields rushing by and the sparse trees. The sun had already reached the horizon, and it was getting darker by the minute. The world was plunging into darkness. At some point, the landscape outside the window changed. Endless fields, Dotted villages on the horizon and forests similar to each other like two drops of water were replaced by fences. Some huge industrial complexes, the entire territory of which was clogged with all sorts of workshops and rusty pipes that surrounded factories like a spider web. After some time, the industrial zone was left behind, and we drove into the suburbs. Leaning buildings, wild vegetation growing where otherwise it would have been disposed of long ago, and darkness in the windows despite the fact that the sun has almost set. All this indicated that no one had lived in this city for a long time. Before we entered it, the conductor walked around the car and closed all the windows. I wonder, by the way, why? It is a pity that I did not find out about the specific route of the train in advance. But if they say it is necessary, then it is necessary. I regretfully took one last look out the window and closed the curtains. The train matched the ticket prices. It was very cheap and did not provide much comfort. A sitting car with shabby seats that were placed opposite each other, creating improvised square sections of 4 seats each, made a loud noise and bounced noticeably on the rails. Apart from a couple of old men who were sitting nearby, there were no other people in the carriage. Apparently, this route really wasn't wildly popular. It was terribly boring. I wanted to pull back the curtain a little and look out the window, and I was about to touch its edge with my hand, but stopped at the last moment. I see you're on the train for the first time, right? It sounded in my ear. Is it that noticeable? I was surprised. Turning around, the old man riding next to him just got up from his seat with an empty cup in his hands. Apparently, I went to get water or tea at the beginning of the car, but on the way I saw what I wanted to do. He chuckled. Well, everyone wants to look in the window for the first time. There is nothing interesting there. You will only spoil your mood. I shrugged my shoulders. It's unlikely. Well, maybe you'll earn yourself a couple more nights of nightmares. Do you need it? Believe me, what you're going to see is not worth it. This intrigued me even more. What can I see there? The old man looked at the seat opposite, abruptly wiped it with his palm, and sat down on it. A dead city. What else? Well, what's in it? You'll see something. You won't understand what, but you won't be able to tell anyone. And then it will come to you in a dream for a long time. In the morning, you won't even be able to remember what was standing over your bed. Only fear will remain a reminder. If there is someone nearby, then maybe he will tell me. But my wife, grandfather pointed to his companion, who was frowning at the old man, refuses to talk about it at all. The same woman, in turn, sighed heavily, apparently refreshing her memories. So the city we're passing through is dangerous? I asked. Well, to some extent, we can say that it is so. Grandfather grimaced a little. But then why do trains run through this city anyway? So when did this city become like this? 10 years ago. Grandfather muttered, twirling an empty metal cup in his hands. Who cares about roads and ordinary people? Here, in order to lay a new railway, you need to bypass the city, and not for 12 routes. And why? If the old road will be quite usable for a long time. Here I did not quite understand what he meant. It's easier to run trains along the old route, he continued. We will pass 2 more such places. I sat and listened, because before that I didn't know anything about ghost towns at all, except, of course, that they exist. There was nothing specific about them in the textbooks, and even my teachers tried to avoid this topic. Just forget about it, and don't get carried away by curiosity. You won't quench it, even if you look at the city for an hour. Yeah, I nodded, squinting at the curtains. They swayed a little, and it seemed that I was about to see something through the gap that had opened between them and the window frame. So, where are you going anyway? What is it? He asked me, apparently to distract me from my obsessive curiosity. Although yes, it is clear that to the capital. Home, to visit, or to study. You can say that on business, I replied dryly, inadvertently drawing the old woman's attention to myself. She was smiling. What are you doing at your age? Grandfather laughed, distracting me from contemplating the curtains again. Or don't you want to talk? So I don't need it. On the contrary, I want to help you. Maybe I'll give you some advice. Yes, he's going to the girl. You old fool, grumbled Grandma, moving away from her window closer to the aisle so that it would be more convenient to talk to us. Is it difficult to guess? I shrugged my shoulders. Oh, you old. If it were a girl, she would go to him, and not he to her. The grandfather muttered. After all, she should enter her husband's family. It is her right and duty to follow her future husband, wherever he is. In response, the old lady rolled her eyes and shook her head, realizing how old-fashioned Grandpa's views must sound. I looked at the old people. They looked to be in their 70s. People are apparently simple and not rich, since they are traveling with me on this train. In addition, they are of a very old school and order, from the time of perestroika after the World War. I draw this conclusion based on the words of the old man that the girl should enter the family. Now such rules remain except for the old aristocracy, those whose families originate even before the formation of the emperor. For the new one, to which my family belongs, everything is simpler. You're an old stump. The old woman did not skimp on words. And you're a fool if you don't understand anything. I don't understand anything? Why would I? At all times, people have been, are, and will be the same. And the relationship between people too. Everything is based on the precepts of the ancestors. In general, your wife is right. With a sigh, I decided to stop their argument. That you're an old stump. I wanted to make a joke, but decided not to be rude to the elders. I'm really going to a girl. But there is no smell of romance here. I probably won't even see her after that. I think it's okay if I tell them a little truth. They're just ordinary people anyway, and we'll never meet again. The old man looked at me strangely, shook his head, and then got up and went to the conductor's room. I was left alone with his wife. We looked at each other, but neither of us dared to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, I was thinking about a little joke. Why don't I add pepper and knock on my fiance's real account? Right, I'm coming to you. I'll be there soon. Course, there is a chance that she won't even see my message or take it lightly. After all, my profile has some pathetic 100 subscribers, and she has over 10,000. But there is a chance. My phone could catch a mobile network even in the ocean, because technically it is possible to do this while on the road, where the usual network does not catch. Well, thought about it, done. I retyped the message twice, but eventually sent it, and he immediately threw the phone out the slightly open window of the train. At the same time, I saw what was outside. A sparse forest, some kind of silo, and that's it. I drew the curtain as if nothing had happened. In general, throwing out the phone is a bit radical, I agree, but I don't want to accidentally see a message in response. If there is such a thing, then I can't resist writing something else. Besides, I needed to get rid of the phone anyway. The spiders, which is what I called my father's pack of henchmen, weaving their nets around our clan in general and me in particular, can easily track me by GPS. Otherwise, I'll confuse them a little more, and look, they'll think that I stayed in a dead city. They'll spend some of their energy searching for me. Although damn me, throwing the phone out the window without second thought, of course, is an act worthy of some cheap TV series. But I could just take out the battery, or vice versa. A working GPS sensor could be a trump card up my sleeve. So simply giving the spiders the false confidence that they always know where I am, I could just as easily have taken it away at the right moment, leaving my phone on some bus, and let them wonder why the heir of the clan liked to travel from the end to the end so much. However, what's done is done. It's a pity that all the best options come to mind only after you've already done something stupid. And again my gaze went to that damn curtain. I was tempted to push it back a little and take another look at what was outside the window. But he still couldn't make up his mind. He continued to sit and look at her until I got a tap on the shoulder. I'm telling you, there's nothing there. My grandfather was standing behind me with a cup of tea in his hand. Take your mind off her and tell me what you're doing. Are you studying? I grimaced. I didn't want to lie. I couldn't tell the truth. We'll have to get out of it. Yes, I am studying at home now due to personal circumstances. But in a year my father plans to send me to the Metropolitan Academy. Phew. Grandfather grimaced and even rolled his eyes. Couldn't he have come up with something more banal? What do you want yourself? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't want anything. I don't have a choice anyway. It's my father's final decision. And I can't stay at home all my life. The old man shook his head. Respect for parents is, of course, a good thing. But I, as a parent, tell you, think with your own head and decide your own fate. Because if you go on about it for a long time, then it's an uneven hour to get used to it, and it never ends well. He instantly became sad, as if he was fishing out something from his personal experience from his memory. I nodded. That's why I'm heading to the capital now. This grandfather's wife has already perked up, apparently having understood something from my words. So, do your parents know about your trip? I shook my head. No. Upon hearing my answer, the woman looked warmly at her elderly husband, just like you did when you were young. To be honest, I was a little confused at that moment, so I decided to quickly change the subject. And when will we leave this city at all? And what exactly happened in him that he became like this? The answer I got was not what I expected at all. What are you doing with this city? Grandfather suddenly flared up, slapping his legs. What are you doing with him? Just get him out of your head, and don't get yourself into trouble. I looked at his wife in a puzzled way, but she just shook her head. The conversation temporarily stopped there. I stared at the ceiling, and the old man continued to grumble to himself for a while, until finally he got up and went to take the almost empty mug to the conductor. It's just a sore subject. taking advantage of the old man's absence. His wife said, "We lived here once." The old woman smiled sadly. And after they left, it got worse. I looked at the wrinkled face of the old woman in surprise. "And we are not going to the capital, but to this city. There will be a stop soon." I swallowed. "A stop? What's the stop? Does anyone live here?" And then I looked in the direction the old man had gone. He was standing at the end of the train, clenching his fists and looking out the window. He looked at it for a long time, intently. The curtains were open. He pulled away and went straight to the stopcock. The door to the vestibule was open. I saw him pull off the fuse and lower the handle. The train began to stop with a wild screech, and I sat there, dumbfounded, and still couldn't figure out exactly what had happened. It was only when the train finally stood up that I managed to get out of my stupor and look at the old woman. She smiled guiltily at me, got up from her seat, picked up her bag, and looked into my eyes. "Well, here's our stop." Without saying goodbye, she went to her husband, who was waiting for her at the very exit. He smiled at me too, and then they left. I continued to furrow my brows, looking towards the exit where the elderly couple had disappeared. It seemed like my head was completely empty. Couldn't figure out what had just happened. Everything went not according to plan at all, and it completely knocked me out of my rut. The carriage was left without a single soul. I began to look around absurdly, waiting for the train staff or at least someone. However, even 5 minutes after the stop, no one hurried to me. I was completely alone. After another minute, maybe 2, I finally came to my senses and was able to force my body to stand up. The stupor gradually went away. Panic came in its place, which I immediately tried to shove far away. Nothing like that happened, right? The train staff must be somewhere nearby. I went to the exit where the old man had disappeared and stood in front of the door, closing the room with the conductor. Knocked. No one answered my knock. After standing a little longer and not waiting for the result, he pulled the handle and the door slid away. What I saw there made me immediately slam it back shut. One would think that, as the heir, I am simply obliged to keep poker face and cynically shrug my shoulders when I see a dead person. Like, he's dead, people are dying. But no, I've never seen real corpses, and I've never been trained for this. That's why I barely restrained the urge to spit out my stomach when I saw the body of the conductor with a pool of blood under it. This time, it turned out to be much more difficult to contain a panic attack. For this, I went to the farthest part of the car, away from the corpse, sat down in an empty seat, and just began to breathe. It turned out to set yourself up for a productive course, but not to calm down. My hands were still shaking periodically. My legs felt like cotton wool, and there was a ringing in my ears that made it impossible to concentrate. Okay, use your brain. Mark, how and when could this have happened? When was the last time you saw the guide alive? About 10 minutes ago, just before the old man went to get tea. It's not hard to guess who did it, especially considering that there was no one else in the car. Did the old man kill the guide so that he wouldn't interfere with him? He didn't stun or tie me up, although he could have done it. Namely, he killed me. But the main thought that crossed my mind was how lucky I was after all. I do not know who this grandfather really is, but when he went for tea, I did not hear a single sound or rustle. I did not feel anything suspicious. Nothing that I thought you could feel when a person dies next to you. The old man was able to kill the conductor silently, just casually, and then go back and not even change your face. As if a moment ago you didn't take a person's life, but just, I went to get some tea. Well, yes, that's exactly what he was doing. Which is scarier, a corpse in a carriage or a stop in this damn city? I don't even know, but I hope we'll leave soon and only the corpse will be left of the problems. After all, it was just a stopcock, a little inspection, and the driver would start the train again. I just need to wait a bit, and if he doesn't touch it, it flashed through my mind, and a decision followed. Then I'll have to walk down the train to the head car, find the driver, and find out the circumstances. To report what happened. It's nothing complicated. Which way is the head of the train there? Yeah, in the same room as the corpse. Class. I flew past the conductor's room like a bullet and found myself in the vestibule, where an old man and an old woman came out. The fact that I was not alone in this carriage at all was now evidenced only by a small crack in the door, from which a strong draft was blowing. I tried to pull the handle, it was locked. Apparently, Grandpa took the keys from the conductor, or what is it, and worried about locking it behind him. Thanks to him, What can I say? But I don't have the keys, and that's a problem. I don't know how it is in other countries, but all exits and entrances are locked during the trip, so that some fool doesn't decide to jump out at full speed and polish the ground with his face. Only the doors between the carriages themselves are left open, which means that all the exits in the opposite part of my carriage are closed, since it is the last one from the end. There is only one way left, which I actually need to the head of the train through adjacent carriages. I was standing right in front of the door I needed, and without hesitation pulled the handle. Time is short, an hour is not even, and father's people will appear. I found myself in the vestibule of the next car. In front of me are the next doors leading to the passenger compartment. Voices are heard, human. Thank God, the young ones. They speak quite calmly, especially considering the situation we find ourselves in. I opened the next door and saw a much more pleasant interior of the luxury car than mine. There weren't many people. 2 girls next to 3 young guys, a little older than me, who crowded almost at the opposite end of the car, a mature woman, and an old man with no leg, sitting in his seat in the middle of the carriage. He frowned right at me. I walked slowly towards them. The man was still glaring at me, examining me from head to toe. The woman was in the clouds. The others were too engrossed in the conversation. So, before I get there, I still need to decide how to introduce myself as a civilian. If anything, I'm dressed casually. When I left home, I tried to pick up the simplest and most inexpensive clothes available to me, a gray hoodie, simple jeans and workout sneakers, so I have to look like an ordinary guy. I'm not going to talk about my origins, or tell anyone about what happened in my carriage, or about the crazy grandfather and grandmother who broke free and are now wandering around somewhere nearby, or about the horrors of this city that I heard from those two, although I'm not sure if I can even believe the words those lunatics. In general, why create a panic jam? On the one hand, my background obliges me to take over the leadership. I formally have even more rights than the head of the train. But on the other hand, why do I need it? But I'll have to tell the train staff who I am. After all, I have a corpse in the carriage, and the old people are gone. Suspicion will immediately fall on me. So it's decided. I have minimal contact with civilians. Ideally, I avoid conversations altogether and go straight to the staff. And I wanted to put my plan into practice, walking past people in the cold. But, alas. Hey, kid. One of the 3 guys noticed me when I managed to quietly pass them and went to the door to the next car. The others turned sharply and stared at me. You can't go in there. Why? I asked, stopping, and immediately noticed that the side door to the street was open. The guide told me to stay here. The same one answered me. The shaven-headed man, who looks barely in his 20s, is dressed, like his friends, in special branded clothes. This can only be worn by members of certain unofficial groups, the so-called right, and is forbidden to be worn by ordinary people, the rich, and even members of clans, especially the clan members. After all, it is they who are opposed by these groups. If a person who does not belong to their party is seen in such clothes on the street, they will definitely ask on what basis he is wearing it. And if you're not one of them, they'll strip you right there on the street. Such satellites are still a problem. I'm definitely not allowed to reveal my identity now. If these 3 are really members of the movement I'm thinking of, then they don't think the best of the rich sons of powerful clans, and therefore conflict cannot be avoided. The pause, during which I frowned at the bizarre appearance of the guys, was noticeably prolonged. Now, in order not to give them a reason to come up with a claim against me, I need to squeeze out all possible friendliness. Do you think we will stand for a long time? I said with a polite smile. The same shaven-headed man looked at me with a slight contempt in his eyes and Rosette, folding his arms at his chest, lazily replied, "Do we look like a fucking reference book to you?" Wait. He shook his head irritably and turned to his less talkative comrades, who, having nothing better to do, decided to smoke right there. The girls burst out laughing. More like an information booth, said the first thing that came to mind. I didn't want to be rude to them, but such a hit and run didn't please me either. And you're funny at moms, aren't you? By the face of the main one of the trio, well, who else could this skinhead be? It was noticeable how much he was annoyed that I was constantly interrupting them from talking to girls. He exhaled pointedly and looked me straight in the eye. And why is the door to the street open? I continued to ask questions, trying to pretend that I hadn't noticed how annoying I was. The skinhead sucked in a deep breath and, making a smile in the spirit of, "When you finally leave, asshole," decided that it would be easier to answer me quickly than to wait until I leave myself. The conductor wanted to go through the cars, but the door wouldn't open for some reason, so he went out across the street and asked us to guard her. He paused for a second, looked at me very impressively, and said clearly, "Did you ask everything?" "Yeah," I nodded, smiling, and leaned back against the wall. Like, I decided to wait like everyone else. What can I say? I just brilliantly ingratiated myself into their confidence. At least they didn't ask me and turned their attention back to the girls. Judging by the way the guys looked at the latter, they were interested not so much in the communication itself as in their bodies, especially the blonde ones. She had it like it was on the cover of a magazine. As for the other passengers, I took another sideways glance at the carriage. The older woman looked the most terrified. She fiddled with a pendant around her neck with trembling fingers and looked around nervously. The one-legged old man, on the other hand, was as calm as a boa constrictor. He even had a peaceful smile on his face, and he kept wiping his crutches with a napkin, apparently out of boredom. At the same time, the guys returned to the conversation with the girls. The shaven-headed man comfortably sprawled in the seat and gave out questionable jokes, each of which, nevertheless, hit the target, forcing the girls to cover their mouths with their palms from laughing. It was obvious that he was not used to going out of his way to get a little female attention. Everything went like clockwork and without much effort. The same cannot be said about his friends. The first one, a short man, randomly picked up topics for conversation in attempts to pull the blanket over himself and made awkward compliments to the ladies, from which even I felt ashamed. And the second one, long and thin, was more silent, occasionally nodding to the shaven-headed one. "Well, have you forgotten about me? Is there a gap in the guy's defense because of these treacherous girls? How typical. That's what we'll use." I quickly turned around and headed for the door to the vestibule. Where are you going?" One of them, the least dangerous-looking little man, started up. Apparently, he never got any female attention and interest, since he bothered to be so attentive. Or, he decided to show off and raise his reputation in front of the ladies at my expense. Damn. "To the bathroom." I tried to sound as convincing as possible. "The conductor said not to come out." "What's not clear to you?" In just 2 steps, he was next to me. "He's definitely showing off in front of the girls." I cursed inwardly. No one told me anything. "Fuck off." I glanced at the girls behind him. "Don't embarrass yourself. Watch the bazaar." Damn it. His face twisted. At that moment, the shaven-headed leader also stood up and opened his mouth to insert some kind of remark. But it already became obvious to me that the conflict had reached the stage where they were about to punch in the face. My original plan failed. "We're leaving quickly." I silently reached for the door handle and opened it. "Are you stupid or what?" He grabbed my left arm. I punched him in the eye from a U-turn. He clearly did not expect this and loosened his grip. I easily broke free and cast a sidelong glance at the position of the remaining guys. The 2 right-handers were already halfway to me, ready to get into a fight. The girls were squeaking something, but it was like a mouse squeaking against the background of a siren. A woman in the middle of the car suddenly gave us a sonic boom, screeching so that the windows were about to crack. This scared not only me, but also the 2 righties rushing towards me. They braked and looked back. "I'll kill you," Shorty shouted, the only one of us who didn't lose his temper at that moment. He came at me with all his weight and tried to knock me to the floor. And, what can I say? He did it. He managed to knock me down, and we fell out into the vestibule together. I hit my back and the back of my head, and he ended up on top of me. The situation couldn't be worse. We're in a narrow space in the vestibule. I'm on the floor. They'll just kick me when the remaining right ones arrive, which, of course, I cannot allow. I punch the little man in the jaw. He goes into a slight prostration, which I use and throw him off. I kick with my feet, at the same time crawling backwards towards the open exit. At some point, there is no metal floor at hand. I'm flying down the stairs. A blow, another blow of the temple to the ground, and, finally, the night sky in front of my eyes. Well, technically I got off the train. The sharp pain of landing on the rubble still echoed in my head. My heart was beating an insane rhythm, which is not surprising, given the amount of adrenaline in my blood. I must admit, it was the first real fight in my life, and it happened because of my impulsiveness. I sat up and looked at the door I had just flown out of. No one could be seen through it. The little man, apparently, had not yet come to his senses, but according to my calculations, if not him, then someone else from the right was about to fly out, or even all of them together. Although, wait, judging by the screams of that woman that were coming from the train right now, the skinhead may not be up to me a little. Perhaps the only threat is a short man, to whom I have knocked a decent heel in the face. Of course, I won't wait for him to come to his senses. As one of my respected people said, if your retreat contributes to the achievement of the goal more than the escalation of the conflict, retreat. I got up, looked around, and did not notice anything worthy of attention, except for the ravine behind the embankment and the leaning pillars along the railway tracks. We stopped in the middle of a forest plantation. I couldn't see the city through the trees, but I felt in my gut that it was somewhere out there, behind the crooked, dirty rows of trees. The cool air hit my nose, knocking the haze out of my head. I glanced at the ground and examined the trampled holes in the rubble, judged that these must be the tracks of the conductor, and jogged along the wagons, occasionally glancing back. After passing 3 or 4 carriages, I made sure that no one had followed me from the train, neither the little man nor the whole pack of right-wingers. I changed my running to a step. I think we can relax now. If we wanted to catch up, we would have gone right away. Apparently, they considered the broken muzzle of the 6. I can say with confidence that the shorty clearly does not enjoy authority among them. Not a sufficient reason to leave the society of girls. Or maybe the guys were just afraid to go outside. Or maybe the screaming woman has become a more relevant topic than me. Spit. I stared at the train for a few seconds, trying to spot something unusual. The train looked quite standard. It had about 6 twin cars of gray color. The one I came out of looked slightly newer than the others. All the doors, as well as numerous windows, were closed. Either the conductors closed them in the same way after the stopcock was triggered, or they were already closed initially. While boarding the train, my head was full of completely different things, so I didn't pay attention to such a small thing. At some point, the pain in my head became too annoying. Although there was no blood, there was a large lump on his temple with his fingers. On the one hand, as an awakened one, such a minor injury should not really bother me. On the other hand, I'm not much of an awakened person, due to the Ouroboros attribute. Auras had a double effect, but required twice as much mana. My reserve was enough to maintain only 1 aura at a time, alas. And now it would be nice to activate 2 auras: small regeneration and pain neglect. One will accelerate the natural regeneration of the body, and the other will relieve pain and dull emotions. Therefore, I am faced with a dilemma: to recover as soon as possible, so that it will be easier later, or to remove the pain pressing on the back of my head, in order to soberly perceive what is happening now. I was very tempted by the opportunity to turn on the neglect, but I realized that so far nothing had happened that I couldn't stand. So, exhaling irritably and realizing that I would have to go through with a buzzing head for some time, I activated regeneration. The process of applying an aura to the awakened was something almost instinctive. Of course, we have much more control over auras than over heartbeat or breathing, but sometimes it's hard to tell where the idea that it would be nice to activate such and such an aura now ends, and where its activation itself begins. A slight tingling sensation spread through my body. I rolled up the sleeves of my hoodie and made sure everything was working. Drawings of a medicinal plant that resembled vines, glowing green, wrapped around his wrists. Each aura had its own style in terms of these very patterns, but the specific patterns on each medium were unique, like fingerprints. Their number, size, shape, and location varied from a variety of factors, such as the wearer's strength, proficiency, age, and even mood. I've always loved watching the colors begin to spread over my body, like some kind of living tattoo. It's a pity that it was impossible to show them to anyone other than members of my clan, because this is the easiest way to understand that you are facing an awakened one, and what kind of power he has. The glow faded, only the drawings remained, which indicated that the use of the skill had ended, and now it passively accelerates the regeneration process. Shaking down the sleeves of my jacket, I moved on. It looks like I've already reached the head of the train. The locomotive looked rather strange. The massive cylindrical base smoothly turned into a sharp, gigantic nose painted with red paint. The whole thing looked pretty impressive, especially up close. It's a strange decision, I thought, as if he was unhooked from some ancient train from the beginning of the last century and placed to carry. Maybe not the newest, but certainly not corresponding to the retro style of the first carriage. Grabbing the handrail with my hand, I pulled myself up onto the coal-colored platform and began to peer inside. The dusty windows made it difficult to see anything properly. Only the vague outlines of some switches and countless knobs were visible. When I went to the door to the cabin, I tried for some time to somehow form in my head what I wanted to say to the staff. But in the end, I realized that, no matter how you put the words, you won't be able to soften what happened. I clenched my hand into a fist and knocked loudly on the door. Nothing happened. I knocked again, but again there was no answer. Some kind of déjà vu. I turned the knob, mentally preparing for the worst. But I hope it's just paranoia. It was pretty dark inside. I couldn't see anything from the entrance, so I ducked and headed deeper into the cabin. It was flooded with the vile, almost amber light of an emergency lamp, which, coupled with the musty air, made me unwilling to stay here longer than I needed to. But I didn't have to, because the cabin was completely empty. In the semi-darkness, it was hard to find any clues that would help me determine the driver's location, except that the door of a small rusting locker with hooks for outerwear was wide open and creaked unpleasantly. It was empty inside. I went to the front window and stared at the rails gradually disappearing in the distance and began to think. Perhaps the driver went to inspect the wagons for damage. However, neither on the way here, nor before that, did I see or hear anything that indicated the presence of anyone outside the train. There are no signs of a struggle in the cabin either, as well as the conductor who went here to get the driver. This means that the conductor could still get here and, taking the driver with him, go somewhere. But where to? As far as I can tell, there is nothing around to help in any way to get the train moving. There's probably a good reason why we haven't moved on yet. On the other hand, the driver could have disappeared even before the meeting with the conductor. It doesn't make any sense. I hope that old man isn't involved again. You never know, maybe he has a grudge against the entire staff of the train and cuts everyone out quietly. I looked up from the view from the cockpit and noticed that the pain in the back of my head had subsided. It's good. Most likely, you will have to return to the carriage with the people. It's bad. To be honest, I didn't really want to see these people again. In the short time that I communicated with them, I managed to spoil the relationship with them. However, what are my options? Sit in the cockpit and wait for the staff to return. A dubious prospect. And besides, do not forget that there is a corpse in my carriage, and therefore it would be better for me to be nearby and control the situation so that no one particularly curious decides to get into the carriage and does not jump to conclusions about the identity of the killer. Definitely need to go back. I got out of the cab and took a deep breath. And how do they stay in it all day? I've only been here for a few minutes, and I've already managed to feel like a canned sprat in a jar. I took a few steps along the locomotive platform and looked up at the sky. A gray-beige mess of clouds. The sun is not visible. For some reason, it seemed to me that the sky itself is now much lower than usual, which, of course, is absurd, but it fits the tone of the surrounding environment. I grinned, because as a child, clouds always seemed to me like beautiful clumps of white cotton wool, in which I really wanted to bury my head. I couldn't even imagine that they could push so hard. I shook my head, knocking out unnecessary thoughts, and carefully jumped down to the ground. Just in case, I decided to go around the head of the train and see what was happening on the other side of the train. Rounding the red nose of the locomotive, I found that nothing was happening. The same forest, the same rubble, the same lack of answers to at least one of the questions that worried me. With a disappointed sigh, I set off back, now following in my own footsteps. As I got closer to the right vestibule, the dead silence in the other cars began to confuse me more and more. Is this really such an unpopular route that there are a dozen people on the whole train, not counting the staff? And if there were people in the other cars after all, then why is no one trying to get out? No one trying to lift the curtains, just emptiness. I can't go inside and check either, since all the entrances are closed, and trying to open the door blocked by an airlock is still nonsense. Before I got a couple of meters to the right car, I heard the familiar screams of a hysterical woman and was surprised that she still hadn't been calmed down. "We need to lock all the doors urgently," she screamed. "Now, close the others, too. I say, how long has it been?" And she's still screaming. She's at least hysterical, maybe panicking. But why? Someone answered her in a boyish voice, apparently a shorty. Is it still so quiet? Besides, the guide is about to return, along with that scum. Oh, he's talking about me. Well, of course, scum. Maybe you just shouldn't grab strangers by the hands, without having any reason or authority to do so that you don't get into the tambourine. Smart guy. Grabbing the handrail with my hand, I jumped onto the steps and went into the vestibule. The door to the carriage was closed. I pulled the handle several times and knocked loudly on the door, but it seems that no one noticed my knock on the door because of the woman's screams. I'll have to shout too. It's me, and I have bad news. Open up. The screams outside the door abruptly stopped, but only for a split second. He's here. Don't you dare let him in. Something hit the door. I think the woman put all her weight on her, despite the fact that the lock was already closed. It's okay. Calm down. I just went to the toilet, and at the same time looked into the cab to the driver. There is no need to shout to no avail. I tried to reason with the woman. I do not know who or what you are, but you can't fool me. Go away." Her speeches began to repeat themselves. It seemed to me that she herself did not understand what all this circus was about. Okay, just think about it. I went out on the street, became something not like that. I want to devour everyone here. Judging by your words, in general, I became a monster, right? Don't mess with me, you bitch. The woman shouted to me with shortness of breath. First of all, what kind of monsters knock on doors before making a bloody mess? And secondly, if I were really a monster, you would be the first to be devoured. Hey, someone let me in at last. She hesitated. At that moment, loud footsteps sounded outside the door. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who was fed up with her tantrums. What kind of monster is this schmuck? Mother, get away from the door. I recognized the little man's voice right away. It's funny that he was the one who took my side first. The hysterical woman tried to insert a few more lines, but the little man somehow managed to move her from her place and open the lock on the door. The door opened, but the woman immediately blocked my way. There was a clear dissonance on her face. I understand she expected me to return with a pair of accessories in the form of horns and hooves, well, or a burning trident of some kind. But alas, I had nothing to please her with. Well, do you see? Not a monster. I grinned and looked at the little man. And why did he decide to let me in? To be honest, on the way here, I was somewhat puzzled as to how I could get into the car like that and not get hit in the face right away. However, it seems that by this point, the guy's ardor had cooled down. I'm sick of being stuck here, the little man blurted out quickly, as if making excuses for helping me. And when they shout in your ear, it gets even more nauseating. I noticed that both girls were sitting next to Skinhead again. Probably if it hadn't been for my intrusion, they would have continued to laugh at his simple jokes, simultaneously ignoring the attempts of the shorty to establish contact. It seems that the skirmish in the vestibule today was not the only fight in which the guy failed to gain the upper hand. The woman wanted to say something to me again, but not finding a suitable shout in her, no doubt, large arsenal, she just glared at me. The rest of the passengers watched in disbelief. The blonde was sitting with her phone held up and filming the woman on camera, probably to then throw it into some local news public in one of the messengers, or just send it to one of your friends. Realizing that nothing would be solved by itself, the shaven-headed, and, it seems to me, the main one among the guys reluctantly got up from his seat next to the brunette and came up to us. After a somewhat lazy glance at me and the woman, he exhaled. You've already got everyone here. Let him in and stop yelling, by God. Yes, after all, he is the unspoken leader of the Trinity of the Right, who pursued only his own interests. He was definitely interested in girls. He paid attention to the rest reluctantly. He looked arrogant and self-confident, but his confidence was clearly not as strained as that of the little man who made the most noise. He rather resembled a seasoned Rishala. The woman tried to object again, but with such a hysterical presentation, it would be difficult to reach people. No one listened to all the warnings of this woman anymore. Fuck. I'm sick of this circus, the leader growled. Get the fuck out of here, guys. Get her away from the door. He is the only one of the trio who has allowed himself to address her like that. The shaven-headed man forcibly pushed the hysterical woman away from the door. The short man was quickly joined by his silent friend, with whom the two of them grabbed the woman by the arms and began to drag her into the opposite vestibule. Not to say that the task was easy, since she was constantly screaming, trying to escape, or at least scratching the face of a short man with an already black eye after our skirmish. It is not for nothing that they say that the strength of the mentally ill grows in proportion to insanity. When the woman and her, or had noticeably left, the shaven-headed man grinned and motioned me inside. How's your head, traveler? I was confused by his good mood, considering what happened. That's great. But we have a problem, I said quickly and went into the carriage, as if under the spotlight, only under the eyes of the frightened passengers and one half-witted grandfather. I began to explain to everyone what had happened. I was in the cabin. There was no one there. The guide was also gone. There is silence in the other carriages. I feel like we're stuck here. Something has to be done. I was trying to sound convincing enough to fix my reputation as a source of problems a little bit. The leader listened to me carefully, without interrupting, and finally nodded. He even opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted. I mean, are you stuck? The blonde's indignation broke out, which made both me and the leader grimace. I'm already late. I need to call somewhere. I have a photo shoot today. What nonsense. The blonde was so indignant, as if she alone had some business in the capital for the whole train, and we were creating problems, not trying to solve them. Are you completely stupid? The leader is noticeably tired of listening to the screams of all sorts of ladies. Why are you throwing these presents to us? Or do you think that we can influence something here? Or at least know what the stop is about? And the guy preferred healthy nerve cells to flirting with a blonde. I almost choked with surprise. However, she was right about something. It's time to call someone here. I patted my pockets with a familiar movement in search of my phone, but of course, it wasn't there. I knew I'd regret throwing it away, but I didn't think it would be so soon. So, we need the help of the audience, so call me. Why whine? I turned to the blonde, who was holding an expensive phone of the latest model. She stared at me stupidly for a few seconds, and then she unlocked the screen with a gesture and dialed 3 digits. I don't have a network. Having said that, she poked the screen right in my face. Smart guy. Is that the case with everyone? Ignoring her lunge, I glanced at the shaven-headed man and the black-haired model's friend. There is no network, the girl said softly. The same bullshit. Concluded the right. That's probably to be expected, given everything I know about the city. It could be assumed that after what happened here, whatever it was, the phone towers went out of order and are no longer serviced, and no one tried to restore them, and probably it was no longer necessary. We need to do something. We don't seem to be getting out of here ourselves, and in general, all this is already starting to look like some kind of stupid prank. The brunette was visibly annoyed. Well, where are we going to go without a connection? And if this one here, the leader pointed at me with his finger, is telling the truth, then we don't even have a driver anymore. What about the other passengers? The brunette looked at me questioningly. Yes, precisely. You went outside. What's in the other carriages? A friend joined her. Well, I remembered the suspiciously quiet rows of windows and looked at those present. They're quiet. It took me a moment to realize how ridiculous that sounded. What do you mean? Quiet? Where do you think we are now? Huh? The skinhead asked me, raising an eyebrow. I have no idea what's going on there, but everything is closed, and there is no one on the street. I felt like I was making excuses, even though I was telling the truth. I didn't know what else to add and looked at the door between the carriages. The door's closed, you know, the right one said. But surely there must be something going on there? The brunette asked. I thought for a second and walked into the vestibule. I thought about trying to get into other cars across the street, but quickly discarded this option. All the exterior doors of the cars were closed, and the locomotive was so bearded that it did not have a continuous passage to other cars. The brunette was right. People couldn't just sit there and be silent, right? Why didn't anyone try to get out? Why didn't anyone try to knock on our carriage? Entering the vestibule, I sat down, put my ear to the door that leads to the next car, and began to listen. The train was relatively new, so the distance between the cars was minimal, which was a little encouraging. At first, I was greeted only by silence. I didn't know if this was a good sign or a bad one, but I decided to listen a little more. I could literally feel the passengers of my carriage burning their eyes at my back in anticipation of the news. But so far I could not please them with anything. Deciding that the idea was disastrous, I started to get up from my knee, but suddenly, there was a sound, a barely discernible scuffling on the metal surface, apparently from the far side of the car. There is someone there, it seems. I turned my head and informed my fellow travelers about what I had heard. At that moment, the blonde took off and pushed the skinhead, and then almost knocking me down, began banging on the door. Hey, you're there. Call someone. The blows on the iron door echoed through the carriage, reminding me of the headache that had not completely passed after the fall. I got up and gently pushed the girl aside. Be quiet. Get your hands off me, asshole. She pointedly took a couple of steps back from me and the door, as if I were some kind of pervert. The sounds outside the door disappeared again, and I put my finger to my lips, motioning everyone to shut up. The blonde's friend and the skinhead exchanged glances, and it dawned on the model that something was wrong here. And then there was a loud bang from the back of the door. There was probably a rather comical grimace of fright on my face, but at that moment I didn't care. Everyone watching me jerked in surprise. The impact was followed by an incomprehensible soft sound, vaguely resembling a whisper. But if there are people there, why didn't anyone answer us? Imagination began to play to the fullest, and the blonde and I exchanged glances and backed back into the carriage in fear. What the fuck was that? The girl said in a trembling, squeaky voice, grabbing me by the shoulder. How do I know? Perhaps a little undeservedly, but I yelled at her, and freed my shoulder. There is no connection. There is no staff. There is a devil knows what outside the door. I began to think feverishly about what to do next. Why, yes, what is there at all? The brunette clutched the back of the seat with her hands and looked at me in confusion. Then at the right one. It's all right. They can't just leave us here. Although, the skinhead stammered, I don't like all this either. Ah ha ha ha. Well, young people. The one-legged man came out of his hibernation and laughed fervently at what was happening, as if at some old joke. What's funny? I said irritably, running back and forth, shouting, "Ha!" And the stars have already decided everything for you. Ha! I turned towards the old man and almost unleashed a torrent of abuse on him, because the last thing I wanted to hear in such a situation was senile insanity. But, stars. I hit my forehead with my palm. I have a satellite phone. I said it as if I had discovered some new chemical element. Great. Well, why haven't you called anywhere from it yet? The brunette got up from her seat and looked at me reproachfully. Well, there is one problem. He fell out of the window. What? How? She kept pushing me. I wanted to take a photo of the city. I put it out the window and, well, I couldn't hold it and it fell out. I still didn't want to talk about the corpse and the crazy couple of old men from my carriage. I kept my fingers crossed so that no one would remember and ask about the carriage I came from. I began to think and came to the conclusion that the silo, near which I dropped my phone, could not be that far away. It took at most 5 minutes from the moment I threw my cell phone out the window until the old man pulled the stopcock. The train was not moving very fast. I figured that the phone was somewhere 6-7 kilometers from the damn place where we were stuck. After a little thought, I said, I think I know about where the phone is lying, but I won't go there alone. Not only is it fast, but it can take hours to find a phone. So if you want to get out of here, someone has to come with me. I'm not going anywhere, the blonde exclaimed. And I didn't count on you. I threw at her and turned to the skinhead. I'm offering this to the guys. Firstly, because with the right ones, at least I will have a chance to fight off someone, if anything. And secondly, I would not trust this blonde, even with the laces on my sneakers, let alone my back. By the way, what's your name? I asked the skinhead. After all, we are talking about the case, and it is inconvenient to address each other somehow with, hey you, and that jerk. Max, what do you suggest? The leader replied to me. I'm Mark. We're almost namesakes, I replied, smiling tightly. I need one of you to come with me. Do you want to leave us here alone? A sonic boom flew into my ear, the indignant squeal of a blonde. I grimaced. No, someone will come with me. Someone will stay. I do not know. Maybe there is a volunteer. Max looked at the guys, figured something out, and finally answered. Take him. He pointed to the little man at the end of the car, where they were still calming the hysterical woman. Well, it is quite logical that the leader decided to stay. After all, there are his long-legged interests that he will protect and earn giving points. He'll probably keep one for himself. Let the silent one get to the second one. But he decided to deprive the short one. Apparently, he is quite a sixth, a so-so ally. I tried to reassure myself that if this area is more than just a devastated city, then the feature of my class that prevents me from being cursed will help a lot. And, of course, I was bluffing about not going anywhere alone. Even if no one had agreed to join me in the phone hunt, I would have had no other options left to get out of here. Anyway, I'll have to go back to the tower, but it will be much safer for me to do it in the company of someone. Max put his fingers to his mouth and whistled loudly. Guys, where the hell are you? It took about a minute, and a tortured little man and his silent friend barged into us. Next time, you're dealing with crazy women, the little man concluded wearily and strode towards us, while his friend sat down in an empty seat to catch his breath. The woman herself remained standing in the vestibule and was barely audible yelling something through the door. Is this devil looking for trouble again? Max's short friend looked at me from under his eyebrows. You could say that. He says he has a fancy mobile phone, even though he can get through to the Lord God. But that's bad luck. He dropped it out the window, not far from here. Imagine. He asks someone to go with him. Max retold my words in a rather sarcastic tone, which did not help in any way to win over candidates for a sortie to some unknown place. I have already chosen which of you will go, but maybe one of you will volunteer yourself. Surprisingly, but at this moment, the hysterical woman at the far end of the car somehow managed to open the door and began to scream as usual. The guys and I exchanged glances. In this context, the offer to go outside began to look more like a rescue than a dangerous mission. The little man looked at me, then at Max, exhaled, and said something that surprised me. I'm sick of this already. I'd rather go with you. Damn it, then stay here and continue to listen to the screams of a hysterical woman and the whining of this fool. He gestured with his head at the blonde. That's good, Max laughed, squinting at the way the blonde began to stupidly clap her mouth. Because I would have gone anyway. And what? Where's the mobile phone, you say? Near the silo that we were passing. I dropped it literally 5 minutes before the stop. It's only an hour's walk, but I'm not sure I can make it alone. And even more so, I'm unlikely to be able to find a phone alone. The little man touched his black eye and grinned. Okay, let's say I fit into this venture. Perhaps this was how he tried to save his face, saying that it was not the leader who forced him to go, but he decided on his own. I'm not sure I want this man to cover my rear, but I didn't have to choose. We fell out of the car about 5 minutes later, during which the little man explained his decision to go with me to get the phone to friends, which looked pretty pathetic. And for the most part, I was just wondering if I had made a mistake in calculating the time and place where I threw the phone out of the window. Having more or less convinced myself that if I was wrong, then in no way more than a couple of kilometers, perhaps even in a smaller direction, which is not so scary. Finally, I went out into the vestibule and began to wait for my sudden companion. He appeared at the door and, without saying a word to me, went downstairs. I shrugged and followed him. There was, for lack of a better word, nothing on the street, neither cold nor hot. In other circumstances, I would have been happy with such weather. However, now it seemed strange to me, as if nature in all its manifestations had died along with the surroundings. Everything seemed faded. After walking for about a kilometer on the rubble under my feet and the gray dead trees around, I began to be confused by our mutual silence. It's all funny, I sniffed and smiled ironically. And, what? The guy turned his head sharply in my direction. He clearly did not expect me to speak first and was thinking about something of his own. All my life I wanted to leave my city, and when I finally decided, I still have to go in his direction. And even with the one who beat my face 5 minutes ago. You shouldn't have asked for it, Shorty concluded wisely. Well, if it wasn't for me, we'd still be sitting there waiting for a miracle, you know? I had to somehow justify the fact that I got into a tambourine just to go to the locomotive and come back with nothing. Let's say so. But we haven't found your mobile phone yet, so that you can pretend to be a savior. We'll find it soon. Don't worry, I said, more to myself than to Shorty. Whatever you say. And we should have taken the train to the exit. I looked at the little man with an uncomprehending look. Hot tickets to a luxury carriage. He says, we will go like kings. Right now, of course. Hot tickets. I didn't fully understand what he meant. Well, there are usually no luxury cars on this train, but they hooked it up here. Maybe they should have overtaken it. I know there. And tickets began to be sold on the cheap, literally 3 hours before departure. Of course, the boys and I were late, but not so much. But here, you see, the chatter wanted chic. The aesthete is lousy. Damn it. Now 2 things have become clear at once. Where did these goperi get the money for a carriage of this class? And what is the name of the silent guy? His nickname was Chatterbox. Haha, I can't say that I expected anything more from these people. The longer we walked, the more my doubts about the phone gnawed at me. First of all, he could easily have crashed in the fall. Of course, I had a reliable satellite phone in a mountain shockproof case. However, the speed of the train could easily defeat the bold statements of the advertisers of the case. Secondly, we may simply not find it, because my landmark next to the silo clearly could not boast of accuracy. Of course, the same case was a poisonous orange color, the purpose of which I had not thought about exactly until this moment. But, apparently, I'm not the first one who is looking for my phone among a pile of gray landscape. And this color is most appropriate for the user to have at least a minimal chance to notice it among a pile of stones. Reassuring myself once again, I walked a little faster, and then the little man started a conversation. It's quiet here. I don't like this. It's like everything is frozen in time, I agreed. When I was a child, they often scared me. Nikita, if you don't obey, we'll take you to the Gray City, and you'll be there all alone. The little man, whose name turned out to be Nikita, grinned strangely. Well, I guess I should have listened. For some reason, it seemed funny to me, and I laughed under my breath. The little man looked at me and started laughing in response, much louder and longer than the joke was worth. After a while, he still fell silent and walked on almost without looking in my direction, as if he wasn't laughing at all. For a moment, I even felt a little creepy. Shorty, or, as I found out, Nikita, was dressed roughly like his friends. Narrowed trousers with large side pockets, colorful sneakers on a conspicuous high platform, which means he is even lower than he seems, a short black jacket with a pair of bright patches, very similar to each other, all depicted a fist on a red background in different variations, and a silver chain going somewhere under the t-shirt around the neck. At some point, I calmed down, realizing that he did not seem to pose a threat to me, and just walked forward, warming myself with thoughts of how I would get to my future father-in-law and lay all the cards on his table. Stopping the train certainly helped me take my mind off the nervousness I felt during the trip. But despite the many events that had happened, somewhere deep down I was still worried about the whole plan with the collapse of the upcoming wedding. Okay, I don't care. For now, we need to stomp behind the phone, and then we'll figure it out. We had been walking for about an hour when the trees on the horizon began to thin out. The end of the plantation appeared in the distance. We may even see the city. Look, the little man suddenly pulled me back, pointing somewhere ahead. Is this your landmark? I peered into the distance. No, I answered him gloomily. It's just a tree. Oak. How the hell does it look like a silo? The little man was silent for a while. Too short a time. Then maybe it is. This time he was pointing at the rusted transformer box. Honestly, I wanted to hit him. I repeat to you once again, the landmark is the silo tower near the entrance to this forest, or what we were walking through just now. What is unclear? It began to seem to me that the little man was becoming more and more unbearable by the minute. It was as if he was deliberately annoying me by playing the idiot. Just look at him, and there is pure and sincere surprise on his face, mixed with misunderstanding. Maybe he's just bored, I suggested. But who would fight boredom in this way by asking dumb questions? And then it dawned on me. He just doesn't know what a silo is, and I guess my pride doesn't allow me to ask. Or he's really a fool. Please, pull yourself together. I turned to him. You've stopped being friends with your head for the last 5 minutes. The little man looked at me sharply, thinking. Then I thought I heard a click, and he shook his head. So, really, what am I doing? He looked more serious for a moment. I just can't concentrate. Collect thoughts in a bunch and all that. Do you understand? I understand, I replied. Forgetfulness attacked. Then, absent-mindedness. This is something familiar. Don't you have that? He asked me. I shook my head. No, and I think I can guess why. The fact that I think soberly is easily explained by my beautiful attribute. No debuffs will fall on me until I apply them myself, which means that the negative radiation of the city, or whatever it is, bounces off me like peas from a wall. After another off-topic question, I still couldn't stand it. Let's just go. In silence, no questions asked. I'll tell you when we get to a similar place. By yourself, okay? The little man seemed to agree, but his silence lasted exactly 5 minutes. It's like he's forgotten what I just told him. However, I found one plus. Walking at night, even in moonlight, through the industrial zone of a dead city is scary. But if you go with an idiot, at least you know who will be killed first. It's cynical, but somehow my soul feels a little calmer. So where are you from? He suddenly asked an awkward question, which, of course, I was not going to answer. But he didn't expect an answer either. And I'm from the capital. Although, the capital can be different. Everyone comes, takes 100 photos near the monument to the emperor, walks through fashion boutiques, and leaves to brag that they have touched the heart of our motherland. That's all bullshit. The capital is in the slums. I raised an eyebrow questioningly, where the boys and I grew up, and where even the army is afraid to go for no particular reason. I just chuckled to myself, where the gangs themselves set curfews, so that no one interferes with their dirty work. So metropolitan life blooms in them, and everyone wants to break out. Well, who knows how, Shorty exhaled sadly and kicked the rubble under his feet. Here you were babbling something about my stripes on the train, and if it wasn't for Max and all our movement, then we would either be lying dead in a ditch or playing cards in prison, like half of our yard, and it's not clear which is worse. He got us out, Max. He and the boys raided a pharmacy, where the doctor's prescription was replaced by a stack of thicker papers, and then, well, we decided to work part-time because there was no money at all. Bread for breakfast, water for lunch, and for dinner dreams of suddenly being awakened. And we're 16, and all our lives we've seen these gang scum driving around the neighborhood in cool sneakers and expensive cars. They wanted the same thing, so they got a job as guards for the dealer there anyway. We didn't see any other ways in this life then. And their brother doesn't care who's how old. Can you kick junkies whining for a dose with a bat? Well, then, the interview was successful when the boys broke in to destroy the pharmacy. On the first day of the part-time job, we dropped the bats with the chatter and just huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. We were completely green. That's why they didn't kill us on the spot, like a kind uncle pharmacist. Then Max noticed us and decided to explain what was what. He beat up the crap, showed us new roads. The little man fell silent and walked for a while, staring at his feet, clearly refreshing his memory of his past. I didn't know what to say to this tirade and decided to keep silent. Of course, I have not been 10 years old for a long time. It is clear that problems are known in comparison, but I have never really thought about the fact that life has not treated me unfairly. And the difference between us is that I experienced my failures in a luxurious palace, and not in a cramped room in the middle of an improvised ghetto. The little man was saying something else, but I wasn't listening to him, looking for a landmark with my eyes. Wait. I abruptly raised my hand. I think we've come. My phone is lying there somewhere, and with it, a ticket out of this hole. But something tells me that I underestimated the extent of the territory in which this miracle of technology could potentially lie. Already from afar, numerous bushes and mounds of sand could be seen surrounding a gray tower with a leaky purple roof. Well, we are in for a very difficult search. Oh, that's exactly it, Nikita cried out joyfully. It doesn't look too much like an oak tree, does it? I looked at him reproachfully. Leave off with your oak tree. He waved his hand at me. We covered the rest of the way very quickly. In the end, when you see a goal in front of your eyes, your legs seem to carry you to it. As I got closer, I looked at this gloomy building the size of a 2-story house. Apparently, agriculture in this area died even earlier than the rest of the city. Offhand, I would say that no storage silo has been loaded here for 20 years. The stairs and steps leading up were hopelessly rusted, and the boards, which in fact made up the round base of the tower, were rotten to black in some places. Under a thick layer of faded grass, one could still see what used to be a road leading to the fields, and, presumably, to the city. But no one had used it since about the same time as the storage of all sorts of stumps and livestock feed. The fact that time did not stop in this place was evidenced only by tasteless and already discolored tags painted with a spray can. Sometimes it seems to me that disgusting-looking graffiti on all sorts of abandoned buildings begin to appear on their own, even without the participation of people. Otherwise, I cannot explain their presence absolutely anywhere in the world. Hell, if we found some unfinished house at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, in a day it would have the proud name of an unrecognized street artist on it. Well, to hell with it. I need to find a phone. I turned to the little man. Nikita, I won't tell you the exact location, but the phone should be somewhere nearby. It has a bright orange case on it, so I advise you to keep your eyes open. We'll find it now. He winked at me and accelerated a little, actively examining the soil near the tower. He could have fallen in between the camp. The guy was no longer listening to me, but only like a turkey walking back and forth half hunched over. Shorty's mood was spinning like a weather vane in the wind, and I could only hope that his roof wouldn't start leaking even more under the influence of the city. In this case, something will have to be done. I just wish I knew what it was. However, I decided that I had enough to chill out, and also took the turkey pose in order to find this stupid mobile phone as soon as possible. After an hour of fruitless searching, my hands began to drop, and Nikita and I sat down on the first step of the stairs leading to the top of the tower. The ambush. There was no trace of the energetic little man who an hour ago began to turn over every boulder near this tower. And now he was just lazily picking at the ground with his foot, occasionally glancing around. He should be here. I remember exactly, although Nikita did not accuse me of anything. I said it as if justifying myself. In an hour, we seemed to have searched through everything we could. Every bush, every suspicious pile of sand or rubble was closely examined for a phone. But we found nothing except rare food wrappers, steers and other junk that people threw out of the windows of passing trains and commuter trains. Well, couldn't the phone just disappear? I almost opened my mouth to suggest that Shorty abandon our search or try his luck a little further down the road, when suddenly something amazing happened. A familiar melody rang out, an instrumental version of the screensaver for an old TV series, which has been on my phone for several years. I literally jumped up from my seat in an attempt to figure out where the sound was coming from. It looks like from the side of the railway tracks. As I approached the tracks, the sound grew louder. Having roughly understood exactly where its source was, I fell to my knees and began to rake the rubble with my hands. After digging for about 10 seconds, I was confused, as the phone was obviously ringing right in front of me, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I quickly looked around and noticed that the rail closest to me was slightly bent. I raked the stones and saw a hollow formed under it. Apparently, due to the tremor of the train, the phone rolled under the rail along with the stones. Instantly thrusting my hand into it, I felt an object with familiar shapes and hurried to pull it out. The phone was almost not damaged. The screen broke no more than from a normal fall from a table to the floor, and only numerous scratches and abrasions on the orange case indicated that a few hours ago, the mobile phone flew out of the window of a train moving at full speed. I looked at the screen. The number is hidden. To be honest, I was wildly curious who could call me at such a moment, and anonymously. Father's people, come on. They probably wouldn't hide the number. It took only a few seconds of reflection, which turned out to be enough to end the call time. He fought back like he wasn't accepted. I managed to feel only a slight annoyance before the phone rang again. It's the same on the screen. The number is hidden, so this one is persistent. To recapture or take, curiosity is my enemy. I ran my finger over the green call button. Hello? I said doubtfully. Hi. There was a voice on the other end. A girl. Who is this? I started up in surprise, guessing who it might be. Eliza. She said it cautiously, as if I might not remember my own fiancé. Although considering that the last time we saw each other was 8 years ago, it would not be surprising. You texted me today. I wrote it. For some reason, I couldn't get anything intelligible out of myself. You wrote that you were going. Where are you going? And why? At that moment it dawned on me. Probably nowhere. And why did you write to me? I don't understand. I had neither the time nor the desire to talk to her right now. Okay, I admit, I just didn't know what to say to her. I was too nervous, so I hung up the phone, looked at the screen, in the corner of which there was an icon of a satellite distributing communications. Well, of course, I gritted my teeth and sat down on the ground under the puzzled gaze of the little man. The fact is that when my phone was in satellite mode, it was linked directly to the satellite network of our clan. In this case, all calls to emergency numbers will be forwarded to the father's security service, standard practice among large clans. This allows me to always be a priority, no matter what happens to me, and I can get the help I need much faster than using general security services. But at the same time, it meant that my father's people would come for me, not ordinary rescuers, and I would not be able to continue my journey to the capital. They'll pack me up and bring me home right away. Even if I leave the phone to people and try to escape again, I will fail almost 100%. After all, it's one thing when there is a head start, but it's completely another when you are deliberately searched for. Yes, damn, it's even funny to imagine. I'm wandering to the capital on my own too, and my father's people are on my heels, combing everything up and down. And then I proudly arrive in the capital, dirty and unwashed, overgrown, and having eaten nothing for 3 days like a homeless man from a doorway. And I'm breaking off the engagement. Yes, my father will just tell everyone that I'm just crazy and, in principle, it won't be far from the truth if I really decide to do this. I didn't want it to end this way halfway to the goal, but I didn't see any other alternative. Neither I nor the passengers, who have been sitting absolutely alone for hours and without any news, will be able to get out of here without outside help. Can you call somewhere at last? The little man hovered over me, not understanding why I still don't talk to the rescuers. Yes, of course, I replied distantly. My fingers typed in the right numbers. Just one call to the right people can save us all. But not calling just because I don't want to get married is bestiality towards those people who are stuck on the train. I pressed the call button and heard only one beep. The call was received so quickly. The head of the wedge guard, I heard a familiar bass voice. Friedrich Klinov was a very straightforward, but far from stupid man. One of the few who did not constantly try to butter up to me or my father. He looked after me from childhood and taught me quite a lot. Perhaps at some point even replaced the father figure. However, at the same time, his loyalty to our clan was not in doubt, and in any case he would have tried to stop me if I had informed him of my intentions. It's me. The little man is standing next to me, so I'll have to filter what I'm going to say out loud. I'm in trouble. We've already guessed it. Mark, your geolocation has not changed for more than an hour. The squad should already be at the entrance to the city. Of course. How else? Where are you now? Are you in danger? There is no visible threat, but it is so far, and I am not sure. I am now on the railway tracks, next to the silo. The train is an hour's walk away, heading towards the capital. I'm going back to him. I tried to give succinct information. Wait for us. Friedrich breathed a sigh of relief. My father is worried. He can't. I wanted to say everything I thought about my father and his care, but I stopped. Don't let him worry. I hung up the phone and returned the smartphone to my pocket with a practiced movement. That's it. Are you sure? He looked at me suspiciously. Because you were talking strangely. Who did you call? I hesitated. You can say that I have friends in the authorities. I called them directly. We'll get help much faster through them than if we called the rescue service directly, I wriggled out. Oh, the little man was delighted with my words. I wish I had such connections. When we get back, I'll tell the boys that a very important person was traveling with us. But I wouldn't like that. I frowned at the little man. That's fine. But the rest of us don't have to know. Connections should be used, not bragged about. He nodded understandingly. To be honest, I was not sure that he would keep his mouth shut from the word completely. Don't worry, he seemed to notice my doubt. I'll just hint to the guys that you're not an easy person, and that's it. I won't say anything specific. I smiled. Why would he even want to tell anyone about it? In fact, over the last few hours of our time together, his way of thinking began to seem more and more childish to me. It was very easy to get his attention so much that he didn't think about anything other than the idea or the subject that distracted him. Perhaps this is not the effect of a dead city at all, but simply character. So now, are we going back? Nikita looked at me questioningly, sadly lowering my head down and staring at the tips of my sneakers. I sighed and began to get up from the ground on which I had been sitting all this time. Let's go back. I imagined how I would have to sit on a half-empty train and wait for my father's people, who would soon come and take me back to him. And then I will once again have to listen to what a bad son I am, and how disappointed he is in me. However, what is more frightening, it is unlikely that I will be able to escape a second time, which means, listen, the little man muttered mysteriously, interrupting my stream of thoughts. Do you have the internet? I nodded, not understanding what he was getting at. And we are in a unique place where no one in their right mind would go. What are you getting at? I tilted my head slightly, squinting in anticipation of another idiotic offer from Shorty. Let's post a video and a couple of photos on the social network. He blurted out enthusiastically. Nonsense, I said. No. Well, listen, it's so cool. I just now thought, we can hype. Let's not do this. His idea seemed to me at least inappropriate. Please, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he begged. This kind of nonsense is not for me. I can't say that I was some kind of internet ascetic who couldn't be tracked on the web. I just never managed, and I didn't want to, engage in social media at any kind of constant pace. Of course, I used a poster, an application for sharing photos and videos with social network elements, which is popular mainly among people who are more sociable than me. But I used it mainly to buy something. Well, or to spy on the real profile of my betrothed, which is a sin to conceal. Sometimes I posted photos and stories. Sometimes someone subscribed to me, but it wasn't serious, since for the most part my profile consisted of selfies taken on the fuck off, and a couple of depressing landscapes that did not stand out in any special way, but for some reason sunk into my soul. So we can say that I did not have much weight in the internet space. It was impossible to even find out about my origin from my page. I took out my phone and looked at the slightly cracked screen again. The internet in this place is weak, but it should be enough to stream low-quality videos. But I still had my doubts. The little man thought for a moment, choosing his words. Hear you like some girl, huh? Nikita's eyes were burning. Let's say. He didn't even realize how ironic that sounded in my situation. Imagine her reaction when she finds out where you've been, huh? When she sees the video, you will immediately rise to a higher level in her eyes. Not everyone will come here. The dead city, that's it. Although, stupidity. In fact, I've been walking for so long and it's nothing. But she doesn't know about it. Haha. But when I heard this argument, I even got a little hung up. In simple terms, the shorty suggests that I fuck off. I remembered the moment when I broke off the connection with Eliza, or rather, after what words? Probably nowhere anymore. I wonder how she'll react if she sees the video. Okay, I sighed. I've talked you into it. Great. The little man smiled broadly. You won't regret it. I'm going to present everything in such a way that everyone's jaws drop off. The little man fussed and began to run back and forth, looking at the surroundings and, by eye, picking up angles. Ready? I asked him impatiently. Yes, the guy said confidently, and I started filming. Hello everyone. I am Nikita Sanchez, a fairly well-known person in his circles. I immediately doubted such an introduction. He took a stupid pose for a moment, as if for a graduation photo, and then pointed his finger in my direction. My new friend Mark is filming me. He's an awesome guy. If anything, the black eye under my eye is his merit. The guy pointed at his eye and laughed stupidly. I adjusted the phone in my hand and continued filming, once again thinking about how idiotic this idea was. By the way, we are in a dead city. Yeah, in one of those. The little man turned around and looked around, then lowered his shoulders for a second, apparently only now realizing that the rails and rubble behind him are not only in the dead city. Well, maybe the city itself is not visible here. He started up and suddenly cheered up. But believe me, we are on its territory. We'll even put a geotag. Mark, show me that stuff. I slowly turned the camera towards the tower, trying to capture it in its entirety, but I couldn't do it in any way. Because in the end, either the horizon fell in, or I missed some piece of the roof, which made the actual size of the structure seem smaller than it actually was. However, Shorty did not appreciate the seriousness with which I decided to treat my camera work, and without letting me capture the perfect angle, he just brazenly got into the frame. We were on our way to the capital when our train stopped for unexplained reasons. I chuckled. How inexplicable. Tell this to the corpse in my carriage. The train staff mysteriously disappeared. People began to go crazy, and Mark and I went in search of it. He paused very well, I thought, until I followed the little man's gaze. He stared at the bushes next door. They were moving, and it seemed that someone was there. Cut it out. I gestured to him, quickly waving my hand at my throat. The guy's face changed, and he shook his head, not understanding what had happened. And we heard another crunching of branches from behind the bushes. Nikita turned around and became as if he was not himself. His eyes lit up, and he even began to look with some malice in the direction from which the sound came. I peered into the darkness, feverishly remembering which of the auras would be able to help me. If anything, the noise from behind the bushes was getting louder and was about to overtake us. I squeezed my eyes shut and took a deep breath. What are you doing here, young people? Suddenly the bushes started talking. Is it really a piano? What are you doing here, young people? I was relieved to realize that I had heard simple human speech. I don't know what I expected. Logic suggested that animals could well be found near the forest, and a banal fox could run through the bushes. However, it was only now that I realized that in our entire walk, we had not seen any living creatures. There was no birdsong, no crunching of branches, no shuffling of any small animals. Until that moment we were surrounded by complete silence. Therefore, the fuss in the foliage was perceived as something completely abnormal, and the brain began to generate terrible scenarios, one crazier than the other. In any case, meeting people here was not as scary as some kind of paranormal devilry, but it was no less strange. Swiftly pushing the branches in front of him with his hands, two figures came out from behind the bushes. I just looked at what was happening in surprise, thinking about the possible personalities of the bushes. But the little man nervously looked at me, then at them, actively turning his head. With each passing second, his expression became more combative. He clenched his fists and planted his left foot on the ground, creating a foothold for himself. The guy looked like a chained dog, who was separated from tearing out throats by only one command: face. And unfortunately, he got it. At the moment when people in dark clothes began to appear from the bushes next to the god-forsaken tower in the dead city, when I froze trying to realize what was happening, and the short man, already with a modified consciousness, was pushed to the limit. My phone burst into a melody. Someone called me. I can guess who. The sweet melody worked for Nikita like a red rag for a bull. The next thing I saw was Nikita flying into the bushes with a quite laconic cry of, "I'll kill you." It happened so fast that I stood still for a few more seconds and tried to get into the situation, and only then ran to pull the shorty back out. He knocked down all the bushes and a figure in dark clothes to the ground, trying to beat the sudden guest with his fists, while the victim's traveler shouted something in an attempt to push Nikita off his friend. The fact that he didn't try to harm me in return convinced me that they weren't enemies. I tried to grab the little man by the shoulders, thereby knocking him to the ground, but he turned out to be faster than I expected. The guy's elbow flew right in front of my eyebrow. I could barely deflect. Grabbing his hand, I was surprised to realize that the guy was not as weak as it might seem from the outside. In order to subdue him alone, there were problems. Another second, and he would have switched to me in his fit of madness. I jerked him sharply towards me and put my foot forward, thereby forcing him to fall. Once at the bottom, he tried to get up, but I leaned on his back with my knee and dipped his muzzle into the ground. He kicked for a while longer, to which I wrung my hand harder. That's it. Enough. Finally, he shouted, giving up. When I let him go, Nikita propped himself up on his elbows and looked around in confusion, as if he did not understand where he was. I exhaled wearily. It's the second time in a day I've had to fight this guy. He's completely without brakes, okay. The first time we had a fight, and now it's turned out to be completely stupid. He could have set us both up. Have you been eating? A man lying on the ground with a bruised face screamed. The second stranger rushed to help Tom up. I looked them over. The black clothes turned out to be the dark blue uniforms of the train staff. They were a little different from each other, and I decided that in front of me must be the conductor and the driver. Almost all the white buttons from the jacket of the man lying below were torn off and scattered around, and on the gold badge in the form of a train surrounded by wings, there was a neat strip of blood. This is the driver. I gave the little man my hand and helped him up. He got up and somewhat confusedly began to put his rumpled clothes in order. The driver, beaten by Nikita, was also already on his feet and wiping bruises from his face with the sleeve of his jacket, while the conductor helped him shake himself off and periodically looked at us with a certain mixture of contempt and misunderstanding. After finishing preening, the driver adjusted a plastic badge with a photo under which the inscription Train Chief Schmidt was emblazoned, folded his arms and looked at us. So, he's not a machinist, as I thought at first. Who the fuck are you? His tone was not very friendly, but it was understandable. We are passengers. I exhaled wearily. You are scumbags, not passengers. Schmidt. He just wouldn't let up. I really wanted to apologize to them properly, explain clearly what we had forgotten here, listen to the story of how the men themselves ended up here. But, in the end, there was no time for all these tenderness. I realized that Schmidt was too busy with indignation and lamentation right now. So I looked into the eyes of the conductor. He was a thin man in his 30s, with a small brown mustache under his nose, and his uniform, although old, looked well-groomed, even though he apparently had to make his way through the forest here. Apparently, he realized that we no longer pose any danger after he saw the clearing in the eyes of the little man, and stood at attention next to the train master, as if we were still sitting in the carriage, and he came to ask if we would like a cup of tea. And who in general in such a place is yelling something from behind the bushes? Is thinking with your head not an option? Shorty began to justify himself with the help of arrow translation tactics. Oh, so it's my fault that you jumped on me, you idiot. We came here to look for a contact point. And what did you forget here? I looked at the guide and decided to tell it like it is. There's a corpse in my carriage. Everyone turned to me. I exhaled and continued. The train stopped because the old man who was sitting with me in the carriage pulled the stopcock. And before that, as far as I can tell, he killed the conductor. I looked at the little man whose eyes had become almost square. I didn't tell anyone about this, so as not to sow panic. I wanted to inform the train staff about everything, but when I got to the cabin, you were gone. So that's why you were so eager to get out. Nikita muttered softly, but the men were confused by my explanations. Not finding you, Nikita and I pointed to the little man, went to look for the phone, which I dropped while trying to take pictures of the city. I have a satellite phone. I have already called the rescuers here, but I'm afraid we all the more need to get to the point of communication. The conductor interrupted me, looking at the driver. The same man turned pale for the second time in a minute. Why, you don't mean to say? He sounded tense. Yes, the train stopped in the zone of influence. If the corpse is still on the train, it means that it is already wandering. We need to call for help. You know what kind? The first thing I tried to remember at that moment was whether I had closed the doors to the room with the body so that the lock clicked. Or did he just cover her up? The corpse that you left in the carriage may not be a corpse at all now. Apparently, we missed each other when you went to look for us. We inspected the wagons, and then went with Mr. Schmidt to the communication point, of which there are many, specially equipped in such places to call for help in case of anything. So, we noticed you. We decided to figure out what's what. We figured it out. As you can see, the guide finished his explanation, as if it were exhaustive, and looked at us somewhat coldly. However, there were still a lot of things that didn't fit in my head. But how did we not cross paths on the train? Well, we must have crossed paths. Wasn't it you who were banging on the closed door where Mr. Schmidt and I were examining the coupling between the cars? I remembered how the blonde demanded salvation from the piece of iron flailing her hands. Huh? I dropped the instrument on the floor, and you howl in chorus. Some scared kids went. The head of the train sniffed and joined in the dialogue. But why didn't you answer us? Yes, right now. I will be in such a place in front of some schoolboys to crucify myself. We've had enough work without you. You didn't need to be 7 strands in your forehead to understand how grumpy this Mr. Schmidt was. On the other hand, it was noticeable that the man was very worried. He constantly clenched and unclenched his fists and kept looking at the guide, urging him on with his gaze. He's obviously not telling me something. I opened my mouth to ask why the carriages were initially closed, but when the conductor noticed this, he interrupted me. Young people, you don't quite understand the current situation. We're wasting time now. The little man who had been staring stupidly at us the whole conversation scratched his head. So, I'm not catching up. Are the guys in danger? And we've already volunteered for help. Is that right? He looked at me. I nodded. We need to help them, even if you have already called for your help. What are you offering us? Will he rush back to the train together and not call for our help? Although in any case, it's impossible. We are obliged to act according to the regulations designed for such cases. The little man blinked, and I suggest you not to be a hero, but to come with us. I suppose it's much safer, Schmidt suggested out of politeness and glanced at the conductor. He nodded, frowning. At that moment, the gears in Nikita's head began to come together. Do you want me to leave the boys there? We don't do that. They wouldn't have left me. Shut up. I stopped the little man who started spraying again. Something still bothered me. What other point of contact? Even I have a phone. But you don't have one walkie-talkie for the whole train. Are you serious? The conductor hesitated. But Schmidt replied, communications are jammed all over the city. Hence the question. What kind of phone do you have that works despite the jammers? No, it's not like that. Where did you get it? I frowned at him, not going to answer this, and after a short pause, finally said, a spent stopcock is not a problem, because of which it is impossible to continue moving, and you need to go to some. Kid, you forget yourself. Schmidt interrupted me, and waste time. For the last time, will you come with us? I ground my teeth. Some kind of devilry. What's there to decide? The little man snorted and immediately set off at a brisk pace on the way back. It's clear that we won't leave our own. Yes, Mark? He turned around and looked at me as if he was waiting for a definite answer. We were speeding towards the train at full speed. The rush did its job, and the return trip took much less time than it should have. I couldn't refuse him, nor could he afford not to call his father's services. You can call me a fool. I understand that myself, but I just couldn't do anything else. Even if all the people on the train are already dead, Nikita is not. To agree to Schmidt's proposal and leave the little man alone is, consider it, to condemn him, if not to death, then to a long and dubious wait for the arrival of rescuers. I had the idea to give him the phone so that my father's people would go to rescue Nikita, hoping to meet me. But in the context of communication jammers, I'm not sure that GPS will accurately show my location. Most likely, the squad will scour the entire railway track, so it won't do me any good in the end. When the train appeared in the distance, I subconsciously began to look for at least some signs that something terrible had already happened here. If you think about it, it's not entirely clear what I expected to see, especially at such a long distance. In any case, there was no bloodbath around the train, but that didn't mean we wouldn't find her inside. After exchanging glances, Shorty and I hurried to the carriage. Nikita's condition is so-so. He is exhausted both physically and mentally. It was obvious that it was difficult for the guy to keep my running pace all this time. I had to slow down every now and then. By the end of the journey, he was running after me purely mechanically, not quite realizing where he was and what he was doing. However, he was still conscious and, most importantly, silent all the way. Before reaching the right car a dozen meters away, I gestured to the guy, quiet. Nikita immediately crouched in heavy shortness of breath, and I began to creep towards the entrance, thinking through various options for what might happen next. If we made it and people are still alive, then I need to quickly and most importantly quietly get them out of the car, which will be a difficult task, given the presence of one hysterical woman who will clearly be against leaving. In case we were late and there were only corpses left of people, then I make a 180 turn, grab Nikita by the collar, and drag him back to the silo to wait for rescuers. The door to the vestibule was still open. I carefully looked inside and exhaled, finding nothing there. I was about to get up when I heard a heavy snuffling behind me. I turned around abruptly, and there was a short guy, a jerk, trudging after me. I hissed at him, stand there and don't climb. I'll check it myself. He seemed to understand, so I went up the stairs as quietly as the metal surface would allow. He grabbed the door handle with his hand and turned it slowly. She made a nasty squeak, and I opened the door leading to the passenger compartment, expecting the worst. All the passengers on the train, whom we said goodbye to as we went to get the phone, stared at me in full force, sitting on all fours and pretending to be some kind of ninja. The main right-hand man was still sitting with the girls, chattering a little further away and, until he noticed my intrusion, was staring intently out the window. The hysterical woman returned to her seat and muttered something to herself, staring at the floor. The one-legged old man was still smiling maliciously, stroking his crotch and looking me straight in the eye. Fortunately, I immediately realized that it was better not to pay attention to him. I would be very interested to know what I looked like at that moment. Perhaps all the predictions of the hysterical woman were true and outside I really came back a different person, but not a demon and not a monster, but a very ordinary idiot. There was an awkward pause, during which we looked at each other for a long time, until I finally got up and dusted myself off. Ahem. In general, we found the phone, and at the same time the driver and the conductor. I cleared my throat and began to explain what had happened to the passengers of the train, taking turns looking from one to the other. The main thing now is not to accidentally sow panic and convince everyone to leave the room. Are we finally going to be pulled out of this hole? The blonde interrupted me reproachfully. Yes, but now it's better for all of us to just get out of the car. It seemed to me that since nothing terrible has happened so far, a delicate approach would be quite appropriate. Why is that? The main rightist got up from his seat. And where is Nikitos? He's downstairs now. I wanted to assure everyone that I would go down now and bring him here, but there was no need for this, as the panting little man flew into the carriage at the same moment, slammed the door loudly, and, pushing me away from the middle of the aisle, he began to broadcast. Mark and I went for the phone. The guy theatrically waved his hands and, peering into people's faces, continued to explain the situation in a peculiar way, and we met. Both assholes at once who were steering this tin can. That's all the delicacy for you. Max furrowed his brows and looked incredulously at the little man, who radiated formidable determination with his whole appearance. I kept wanting to interrupt him and explain what was going on normally, but the guy still wouldn't let up. And the funny thing is, can you imagine? We were hanging out with the corpse all the time, and now he's not even a corpse, but some unknown heir Naya. I slapped my face with the palm of my hand. The incomprehension on the faces of the passengers was replaced by surprise. They looked at me suspiciously. The frightened look of the hysterical woman literally screamed. I knew it. No. I immediately waved my hands. He's not talking about me. As another great man said, when there is an idiot in the team, do not make plans. He will destroy them anyway. I don't understand anything. But what is the matter with your friend anyway? The blonde looked at me strangely with a main right. I can't say that Shorty came close to the title of my friend, but in his mind reality played with completely different colors. Perhaps he already perceived me as a friend with whom he had gone through fire and water. Actually, I glanced at Nikita, who was waving his arms. He was a little overly nervous, but on the whole he was right. We should all go out and wait for help outside. What? You found the phone, right? The blonde asked, while the hysterical woman behind her had already risen from her seat and was preparing to engage in battle, to convince everyone that help was really on the way, and I was telling the truth. I took my phone out of my pocket. I unlocked it and held it up, showing the screen. Here, you see, the net is catching. I've already called for help. Yeah, the little man picked up. Mark turned out to be an important dick and called the authorities directly. I slapped my forehead once again, noticing Max's interested face, and then we washed down the stream. Alas, the little man's sly grimace passed me by, and I did not notice how he abruptly reached for his cell phone. As a result, the guy snatched the mobile phone out of my hands and walked briskly deeper into the car, which stunned me for a second. Hey, stop it. Give me the pipe, I shouted to Nikita, following him. Calm down, Mark. I came up with a brilliant idea, he answered me enthusiastically. For this brilliant idea, I was ready to decorate his second eye. Max, who had been silently watching me all this time, got up from his seat and also went after Nikita. He kept moving away. Nikita, fuck it. What the fuck are you doing? Sit down. The skinhead was almost screaming. Oh, wait a minute. Mark and I have come up with a theme here. Do you know how much bloggers earn now? And now I have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to hype. I'm going to be a blogger. You're a fucker, not a blogger. Max answered him through his teeth. You can't fucking become a blogger. I swore. Why is he provoking him even more? Nikita, this is not a joke. Stop. I ran after him, already guessing what he wanted to do. But this jerk also accelerated, simultaneously poking his fingers on the screen of my smartphone. The hysterical woman was just at the end of the carriage. I looked at her hopefully. Stop him, I shouted to the woman, but she just grabbed her pendant and nervously mumbled to herself. Fuck, how not to let me in is so easy. And when it's necessary to stop the little guy. So please, just trust me, okay? Nikita stood his ground. You will thank me later. Having said that, he had already reached the door at the end of the car, pressed the screen a couple of times, and raised the phone slightly above himself, obviously turning on the camera. Hello, it's me again. And again from the dead city. I think it would be weak for you to stick your head in here, huh? I watched in horror as the little man reached for the door handle, turned it, opened the door, and stepped outside the vestibule. Would you believe me if I told you that a real undead is sitting behind this door right now, or the next one? Max and I looked at each other and understood each other. Without a single word, the two of us were already rushing through the whole car. However, the girls also carefully hurried after us. Shorty was already in the vestibule and was opening the door connecting the carriages. A second later, he's already there. Stop it, I was yelling. I was only meters away from him, just a little bit to go to the vestibule of the next car. Now I was cursing myself inwardly for not breaking the fuck out of all the door handles at the time. After all, I suspected that some idiot would go there. A couple more seconds, and I find myself in the vestibule of the next car, and the little man is already opening the door leading to the passenger compartment. In selfie mode, it turns so as to photograph itself. The passenger compartment, and who would doubt what was there? Behind the open door stood a wandering housekeeper, illuminated by the yellow light of the lamps. There was a dead guide in this creature. His body was twisted at odd angles in several places, the bones breaking through the flesh and blue uniform, and seemed to move independently of the body. Sharp bone growths are scattered all over the monster's body. The monster's head hung dead and motionless, now looking more like some kind of alien tumor than a repository for a critically important organ. With each movement, this creature crunched and made throaty, snuffling sounds. It seemed that every second of his life was an unbearable pain for him, and if it weren't for the fact that the monster wanted to gut us all, he probably would even be pitied. We saw all this from the outside. Nikita saw the same thing, only through the phone screen and behind his back. He turned pale and looked at me in horror. A mother. The last thing he managed to say. There was a loud crunch, and the little man choked on his own blood. He opened his eyes wide in pain and looked down. Somewhere just below the heart, there was a sharp bone appendage smeared with blood. The tip protruded about 10 centimeters from the body. Blood burst out of the body in a crimson stream, like air from a balloon inflated with helium. After taking one last, eerily conscious look at us, Nikita went limp. The mobile phone fell out of his hands, hit the ground, and fell in the middle of the vestibule with the camera facing up. Time seemed to freeze in place, and I silently stared at the corpse of the little man, once again not realizing what had happened in front of my eyes. Fortunately, the stupor did not last long. For a second or two, the heart-rending scream of the blonde brought me to myself. I turned around and Max and the girls were crowding right into the open aisle behind me. Get back, I shouted to them, stepping back. My head was completely empty, not a single thought about what to do now. But who would have known that the situation would get even worse? Max slammed the metal door of the carriage right in my face. I was left alone in the dim vestibule, and the creature trying to shake the body of the little man off the bone. I looked at Max's dumbfounded face behind the glass in confusion, who didn't seem to fully understand what he had just done. In another situation, I would have yelled at him and demanded to be let inside. But now I didn't have time. I spun around to face the creature, pressing my back against the closed door. I was in a closed rubber accordion lock between the cars. The wandering one was trying to free his blade from Nikita's corpse in the vestibule, a couple of meters away from me. The creature was clearly not bright. His hands trembled. I was scared of all those sharp appendages, protruding deformed bones all over the creature's body. I had no desire to fight the wandering one. Moreover, the narrow space of the vestibule is not the best place to fight with this. But what choice did I have? I was, so to speak, put in a desperate position. So, gritting my teeth, I activated Zeal. This is a very effective aura from the arsenal of both pure support and combat magicians. It made it possible to increase the impact momentum coming at the target, and compensated for the recoil from it. It was used in close combat skirmishes, and was part of the strike first, Die last tactic. It took a good 3 seconds to activate it, and the effect of the aura ended with the first blow. Combat mages reactivated the aura as needed right during the battle, and support mages every n seconds, so that the squad was constantly reinforced. I'm not an experienced combat magician, which during combat feels when the aura is active, so I'll have to count the seconds and wait for the glow on my hands to fade. 1. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a yellow glow in the area of my wrist. 2. The creature was almost free, having dragged the body of the shorty across the floor of the vestibule. There was too much blood on the floor, and I prayed that I wouldn't slip by accident. 3. At the same time as the yellow glow at my wrists faded, and Nikita's body flew off the bone wandering at my feet, the creature, howling loudly, rushed at me. I made a dash to meet her, dodged a stabbing blow, and with all my strength loaded my foot into the creature's chest where the least bones stuck out. I wish I could say that with this blow with a ringing sound, ponk, I sent the creature flying across the carriage, but, alas, despite the sound of the cracked bones of the chest, the inertia of the blow was only enough to stop the wandering one and force him to take a few steps back. And I hoped that I would push her back into the passenger compartment from which she got out and closed the door quietly. I lost a few moments watching in horror how quickly this creature was recovering, and then activated zeal again. Alas, it was too late. The wandering one was rushing at me again. 3 seconds is an unacceptably long time. I had no choice but to kick the monster again. Without any aura, a miracle happened. The creature took a step back and stumbled over Nikita's body. The wanderer fell through the open door into the next carriage. I was surprised at such luck. In one movement, Nikita's corpse jumped over to the door and slammed it shut, realizing that this was only a temporary salvation. Unlike the flabby exterior iron doors, this one looked pretty flimsy and was made of recycled wood. The wandering one started banging on the door. I stepped back and touched something with my foot. It was my phone, on which that ill-fated broadcast continued, for which Nikita gave his life. I quickly grabbed my cell phone, looked directly at my scared face in the camera's reflection, and tried to turn off the stream with trembling fingers. After a couple of unsuccessful hits on the surface of the screen, I just put my mobile phone in my pocket. I took a quick look at Nikita and noticed that the blood pouring out of his chest was much darker than it should have been. It is logical to assume that the same thing will soon happen to him as to the conductor, and instead of one, there will already be 2 wandering on my head. The rest of the passengers were watching the whole time through the glass. There was fright on the faces of the passengers, and Max was trembling with his mouth open in shock. I looked straight into his eyes with malice and meaning, and the guy gradually began to realize what he had doomed me to. He shook his head and hurried to the door to let me in. When his hand was about to turn the lock, a hysterical woman flew at him from behind. The guy was slammed into the door. He turned around, clearly not understanding what was happening, and tried to get to the door again. But this crazy woman did not give him passage in any way. It is clear that the woman was insistently against him letting me in. Damn, I don't have time to wait for her to be calmed down. The wooden door behind me was visibly cracking, and with each blow, it was trying to break off its hinges more and more. I guess waiting for one of these bastards to deign to save me is stupid, so you'll have to worry about your own skin. And if we're going to fight, it's definitely not in a 3 by 2 meter box, but in an open space. I looked at the exit through which the old people had left. I remember for sure that it was not tightly closed. I then noticed a draft from behind a crack in the door. Most likely, the bolt did not fit into the groove, but simply rested against the frame. I might be able to knock it out, especially under amplification. I shifted my weight to the back of my standing leg and lifted the one in front to strike. By this point, my zeal was already active. I kicked the area of the castle, sharply, strongly, with the whole foot. If I hit the creature at random, then I put all the energy of the body and its weight into this blow. The latch stroke became freer. The metal of the door bent in the area of impact. Zeal again. I keep hitting the door non-stop, even though it hasn't activated yet. 3 seconds pass, and the next blow flies in much more loudly than the previous ones. There is a rumble of metal. The door bends even more. It seems that one more powerful blow, and it will finally fall. At the same time as the zeal was recharged for the 3rd time, the wanderer finally demolished the barrier. I desperately leaned my shoulder against the door, praying that I wouldn't break a bone. The door finally gave way, and I tumbled down, landing on the edge of the railway embankment. A massive log with many branches stopped my flight. I fit into it with my muzzle, peeling off the entire left side of my face. It went dark in my eyes, and I almost blacked out, but the roar behind me brought me to my senses a little, forcing me to roll mechanically to the side. A moment later, a stray landed on the log where my blood was on display. One of the bone appendages that served as his peculiar blades broke from a hard landing on a tree. The creature looked furious. For a moment, I even wondered if it was screaming in pain now, or because I had once again dodged death, forcing it to continue chasing. However, all my thoughts were interrupted by a blade sticking into the ground. Everything happened very quickly. There was no time to get back on my feet, so I rolled over and crawled back, dodging the monster's attacks. Apparently, the fall did not pass without a trace for the wandering one, since the blade whistled in the air, not as fast as before, and the blows could not boast of accuracy. I was racing against death for no more than a minute. At some point it began to seem to me that I was losing ground. The blows came closer and closer. Several times the wandering even managed to catch me and blood appeared on my blue jeans. The panic grew. The body seemed to move autonomously from me, and all that remained to the consciousness was to observe what was happening, peering into the disfigured something. At some point, the hands that I was using to touch the ground behind me, thus crawling further away from the monster, could not find support. I flew backwards. This fall was as abrupt and frightening as those moments during sleep in which the mind decides to imagine the body in free flight, and you, jerking violently, wake up for a moment, experiencing some kind of microstroke. However, my fall was quite real now, despite the mantra I repeated to myself many times. If only it was a dream, the trees, bushes, and, sometimes, my own feet looked and felt too real. After flying down and earning dozens of bruises, I finally stopped. It was still dark in my eyes. The pain all over my body was tearing my nervous system to pieces. I quickly looked around and, not noticing anyone wandering nearby, began to feel my body to make sure that everything was all right with me. Surprisingly, it seems that I managed to survive the descent without fractures. I can't say that it made every inch of my body hurt less, but it was good as a fact. However, before I was really happy, I noticed that the darkness in my eyes was actually the darkness in my eye. 1. A terrible thought flew through my head, and I reached for my face with trembling hands. Every touch of the skin on his face was a burning pain. It looks like I scratched a good half of my face when I landed on a log after jumping off the train. But that wasn't what bothered me. When my fingers reached the sockets, I was horrified to find something sticking out of my left eye, or what was left of him. My fingers grabbed an alien object, and I, not really realizing what I was doing at all, began to pull it out of my head. A small branch, apparently from the same log. Damn it. Liquid immediately poured out of my eye. Blood mixed with mucus trickled down my scratched cheeks. I wanted to scream with all my might. And, damn it, at that moment, a god-defying creature appeared on the slope, full of a desire to gut me. And, unlike me, he didn't have any problems with a descent. It seemed that the wandering one had even accelerated on the contrary, and was now closing the distance between us with frightening efficiency. When life and death are at stake, you don't think. You're acting on your instincts. And now they were sending me one incredibly simple but important signal: I need to run. And I ran. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life. I broke through numerous thickets and bushes. Branches shredded and scratched me. For the umpteenth time that evening, I didn't have a clear plan in my head. I didn't understand what to do next, even if I managed to escape from the wandering one. To be honest, it seems to me that at that moment I was not thinking about anything at all, except running forward and dodging especially large branches. At some moments it seemed to me that the creature was literally breathing down my back. At others that it was hopelessly behind me and I was safe. A mess of dark green color, which was in front of my face for several kilometers, formed in my imagination into a bizarre corridor, invariably ready to lead me to salvation. And when the lungs were burning with flames, and the legs gradually began to get confused, that's what happened. The corridor began to thin out. More and more light began to get into my eyes, and even the air itself seemed to change. A minute passed, and the greenery on my sides was replaced by a wasteland. I ran out to the outskirts of the dead city. A long street appeared in front of me, on one side of which stood a rusty fence with a couple of missing sections, and on the other residential buildings spaced approximately at the same distance. Most of the buildings were 5 stories high and stood quite close to each other. Paths now almost overgrown with all sorts of weeds, paved with tiles, wound around each of the houses, creating a single network of paths. leading somewhere behind the houses, deep into the courtyards. The sudden change in the situation had an incredible effect on my physical performance. After getting out of the forest plantation, I felt like a cork that flies out of a champagne bottle after hitting the table hard. I raced through the gray streets, past apartment buildings, breathless and gloomy. The broken asphalt under my feet was mostly overgrown with faded grass and led somewhere into the distance, paving a route for me between multi-story buildings that layered one on top of another, creating a surreal illusion of unity of all buildings. The change of location so startled my tortured mind that for a moment I forgot about the threat behind me, as well as about my injuries, like an eye that almost leaked out to the base. However, one loud growl from behind brought me back to reality. I can't run from this creature forever. Sooner or later, I'll just pass out, fall or stumble, and no aura will save me from this. I'll just die tired. All that remains is to fight the creature. But this is also a form of death in my condition. I began frantically searching the area for anything that could help me in the fight with the monster, not knowing what exactly I expected to see. I ran along what had once been a road to the center and peered at the slender rows of houses on the sides. After a few dozen meters, my eye caught on a neat alley between two houses that led to some kind of square with a playground. However, the alley interested me not with its cuteness, but with a gray trash can and a fire escape above it, hiding around the corner of the building. I trudged to the trash can. He grabbed the edge of a metal box that had not been used for its intended purpose for a long time, pulled himself up and threw his leg over it, then pulled up the rest of his body and was on top. I could only reach the fire escape by jumping. Looking around and not seeing the wandering one who came around the corner, I tensed up and, stretching my arms up, jumped up. Cold metal was felt on the finger. The body jerked sharply in the air, but, having managed to hold on, I quickly began to move my hands and climbed onto a small brown balcony. I had the luxury of a moment's respite. I could hear the wandering man snuffling in confusion down in the alley where he had lost my trail. He doesn't see me, but it doesn't go away either. He just stands there, like he's waiting for something. It was only now that I felt the full severity of my injuries. The entire left side of his face was burning with pain, and the clothes on his hands and knees were torn and dirty, soaked in blood. My legs ached from fatigue and could barely manage to support the body. I felt like a house of cards the second before the wind blew on it. The adrenaline was replaced by pain, and it quickly became clear to me that I would not last long like this. Neglect of pain. I looked at my hands, pulling up the sleeves of my dirty hoodie. White lines began to run along the wrists, leaving behind patterns resembling stitches. My body felt numb, and the pain, although it did not completely disappear, felt as if it had gone into the background, only reminding me of the deplorable state of my body. The change in my state of health turned out to be so abrupt that I did not immediately understand what had happened to me at all, and almost lost my balance. Leaning against the wall in time, shaking my head, I found a window that I hadn't noticed before, dusty to the point of opacity. The glass in the wooden, vertically rising frame looked as if it was ready to fall apart at a single touch. But what caught my eye was not its emergency condition, but the fact that the latch from below was broken, leaving some space between the windowsill and the window itself. I reached down and lifted this ancient structure all the way up, praying that the creature would not look up. Fortunately, this did not happen, and I climbed inside as quickly as I could and sat down by the window. Only now I'm inside. Apparently, I was in the hallway of an apartment building. There was so much dust inside that any ray of light that fell into this room was clearly distinguishable and seemed almost tangible. A green carpet was spread out on the floor of the corridor, ending at the same window as the one I was sitting next to, only on the opposite side of the house. Every few meters on the sides of the passage, there were identical doors with gold numbers glued to them, many of which, however, had long fallen off, reminding themselves only of a pattern of dried glue. Many were boarded up. I exhaled and looked at the ceiling. Fuck, how did it happen? What had happened in the last half hour did not fit into my head. I was so exhausted that I couldn't even properly comprehend the severity of my injuries. In the same way, I couldn't concentrate and start listening to the sounds outside to roughly understand where my enemy was. None of this made the slightest sense to me. The limbs seemed leaden. The feet in the earth-smeared sneakers faded from running, even despite the effect of the aura. It seemed like I was ready to sit in this hallway for ages, if it weren't for the sudden vibration in my jeans pocket. With my right hand, I took my phone out of my pants and unlocked the screen. Someone might say that the ratio of likes and subscriptions on his social networks is the last thing that should worry a half-dead man in a god-forsaken city, where a monster that defies logic is following him. And this someone would have been right. But my thinking at that moment could not be called at least somewhat sober. The mobile phone clicked, making it clear that the screen was unlocked successfully and my face appeared on the screen. Or rather, what's left of it. All this time, starting from the very moment when Shorty took my phone away from me before his death. My profile in the poster was live streaming, and apparently, without knowing it, I turned out to be a pretty successful poster blogger. 200 people watched me live. 400 eyes were now watching my twisted one-eyed face, which the front camera was bringing to them. For some reason, it seemed incredibly funny to me. I have always disliked this particular social network for the lies on which the image of its users was based. Every self-respecting blogger in the poster was prettier, smarter, and more versatile than he really was. It was an unspoken rule among all its users: make others believe that your dreams of an ideal life have already come true. And every morning you meet with thoughts of self-development, successful business, and healthy food. My broadcast looked all the more ironic, which began with the short man's perky speech, continued with his rather unpleasant demise, and ended with my tired, bloodied face without an eye. I grinned at him. At least it really happened to me. The modest number of my subscribers increased by several hundred in half an hour of broadcast. Messages from complete strangers arrived in my personal account every few seconds, and the number of like notifications was a 4-digit number. Comments under the broadcast flew like a frenzied ribbon. The meaning of most of them was reduced to bewilderment or speculation about what was going on while mine was in my pocket. But the last thing I wanted right now was to establish public relations. Taking another look at my disfigured face, I gritted my teeth and reached for the stream off button. Suddenly, among the stream of comments from strangers, like a coffee stain on a white shirt, a single message from a user with the laconic nickname L1za stood out. Oh my god, Mark, what's going on? This is the real profile of my betrothed. The very fact that this girl dared to contact me was an eyesore, reminding me of my own insignificance, which is why I decided on this whole stupid trip. In a matter of seconds, her comment snapped me out of my apathy. I was enveloped in anger and self-pity, as a result of which the phone almost went into the wall. However, having managed to restrain an outburst of anger, I simply lowered my raised hand with the phone down and began to think. Father's men should be on the way to the train. They have no idea where I am, which means they won't be able to help me get out of this mess and deal with the stray. Most likely, the poster administration did not cut off the live broadcast because of them, because that way they get at least some information about what is happening to me. And since they are watching a live broadcast, then I need to tell them about my location, transmit geolocation, or... There was a familiar shuffling sound from below, reminding me that the wanderer was very close. Calling the head of security when this monster is walking around a few meters away from me is not an option. As quietly as possible, I got to my feet. I just threw away my phone a few hours ago, so they wouldn't find me. And now I'm broadcasting live just the same for the opposite purposes. It was ironic enough for me to squeeze out a grin. I dragged myself past identical doors to a flight of stairs that was right in the middle of the floor. Grabbing the railing, he strode down. The stairs smelled damp and musty, and the steps reluctantly yielded to my feet. With some effort, I was able to go down to the first floor, where I was going to inspect all the entrances and exits. The lobby was small and quite dark, so I had to turn on the flashlight on my phone. A small corridor led from the foyer, exactly the same as on the second floor, with several boarded-up doors leading, apparently, to apartments. Perhaps the doors were boarded up by former residents when they left this place, hoping to return here again. It seems that they did it in a hurry, because on the floor near one of the doors, there was a box smeared with fuel oil with all sorts of nails and screws, across which an old hammer was carelessly thrown. In the opposite part of the corridor, a window was visible, as luck would have it, also boarded up. So, in addition to the fire escape on the second floor, there is only one exit from the building through the main doors. This is bad, because it is located on the front side of the building, 3 meters from which there is an alley with a wandering one. And if I try to get out in any of the 2 available ways, I'll end up attracting the attention of that creature anyway. You can try to lure her into the building through one entrance and exit through another, but I'm not sure I can do it. And there's no need for it. I hobbled down the hall to the stairs, not forgetting to grab a hammer on the way, probably more to calm myself down a little. Sitting on the stairs, I once again unlocked my phone and went to the contact list, where I found the contact, Friedrich. He almost pressed the call button, but miraculously stopped at the last moment. No, this is clearly not the time for phone conversations. Instead, I sent him a message. I'm in the suburbs. I am being chased by the revived corpse of the guide. He disappeared into the building. The exit is blocked, but I'm safe for now. I hope this message is enough. After thinking for a second, I sent a second message, roughly describing the route I had traveled. That's it for sure now. It remains only to wait. Gritting my teeth, I turned off the aura of pain neglect, replacing it with regeneration. While nothing is happening, there is time to recover at least a little. Of course, regeneration won't do much in this state. It's not a panacea for you, but at least it will stop the bleeding and restore your strength a little. God, I almost lost consciousness from the pain. There's nothing to say about legs first. Running to the train with a shorty, then knocking down the door and playing catch up with that creature. A pierced eye burning through the skull to the base, and acute chest pain when trying to breathe. Maybe the ribs are broken. I don't know how I even got here in this condition. I just wanted to lie down and die, so as not to suffer. I literally sprawled on the steps. My consciousness kept trying to go to sleep. The exhaustion was so strong, and for a minute, maybe 2, 3 or 4, the devil knows how long, but I blacked out. I was pulled out of oblivion by the ringtone, which at first seemed to me like a siren. Like the last idiot, I forgot to put the phone in silent mode, and now I was fearfully slapping my pockets in an attempt to find it. But there was no mobile phone in them. I looked back and found him a couple of steps from the bottom of me, after which, as quickly as I could, I slid down to my mobile phone and dropped the call. I could only curse myself. I made too many mistakes due to my lack of foresight, and each of them cost me very dearly. He did not close the door to the car with the corpse, did not neutralize the little man, although he could. Yes, he even allowed Max to leave himself alone with this creature. If you don't get out of here piece by piece, Mark, you're going to have to get a lot smarter. I didn't look at who was calling me, and quickly put the phone in my pocket. At the same moment, the door to the building shook from the impact. The wandering brute heard the bell. It seems to be the final one. I wanted to use neglect to at least mitigate a little what would happen next. But what's the point? In this state, I won't even be able to escape. I started going over everything I had been taught in my head and realized with deep regret that there was no choice but to use the limit shift. I bit my lip and cautiously activated the aura. Shift was a very unpleasant skill that was used in a good way only in combination with regeneration or a couple of body strengthening auras. It allowed us to expand the boundaries of the human body's capabilities. However, there is no free energy, because it is squeezed out of all possible reserves of the body. Careless or prolonged use of this skill can deplete the body, and in the worst case, kill it altogether. The heart may not stand it. The shift accelerates the reaction, increases muscle tone, and really allows you to overcome the physiological limit. For a while, already, my heart was pounding like a jackhammer, and it was gaining momentum by the second. This reinforcement is not used in its pure form. Usually, it is used together with other auras strengthening and/or regeneration, which slightly covers the disadvantages. Is it worth reminding that my mana reserve did not allow me to do this? However, there are still no other options in sight. A nasty aching pain ran from his feet to his head along with goosebumps, and his hands glowed crimson red. Sometimes, after prolonged painful training, I even dreamed of these patterns depicting something like broken threads. However, now is definitely not the time to feel sorry for yourself. The red glow faded, and it was as if a second wind had opened in me. The pain, of course, has not disappeared anywhere, but it has receded into the background, and in general, the body stopped feeling like a sack of potatoes, which was already good. At first, I wanted to run upstairs and get out through the fire exit, but I realized that in this state, I would not run for 5 minutes. My heart would stop. Alas, this was the end of the time allotted to me by fate for reflection, and the creature broke through, growling familiarly and viciously, waving around what used to be hands. For a split second, I was confused. After all, it has changed. In the god-awful mess that was her body, the features of the guide were even less discernible now. Rather, he was more of a shell, which was absurdly stretched over a frame of bones protruding from everywhere, bending at the strangest angles. Without any obvious logic, the limbs of the wandering one were twisted and twisted in different directions. The remnants of the guide's shape were torn in a dozen places at once, and bone appendages grew rapidly, sometimes piercing the monster itself. Throwing the hammer from my left hand to my right, I rushed at the monster and kicked him in the chest like on a train, before he had time to notice me. This time I managed to push him outside on the first attempt. I remembered well how sad my attempts to fight him in an enclosed space were, and I did not want to repeat that experience at all. When it seemed to me that the wandering one had fallen, I quickly tried to slip past him and immediately regretted it. He jerked sharply, and I felt a cut begin to bleed on my shoulder. The monster itself leaned on one of its appendages during the fall and returned to an upright position with a loud roar. I turned around, looked at him, and swung the hammer. I knew that I would hardly be able to kill him, but let him try to catch up with me with broken legs. Relative to the rest of the body, they looked more or less human-like, except for the knees that had sunk in the opposite direction. I did not have time to strike first. In a blind rage, the creature rushed straight at me. All I had to do was dodge, and when the monster shortened the distance to the limit of violating my comfort zone, I jumped aside, saw a sharp bone flashing a few centimeters from my eye, and hit him right on the knee. There was a crunch. After that, I jumped back and prepared for the next lunge. Alas, it was difficult to correctly estimate the distance with one eye, and when the wandering one ran towards me once again, I made a momentary misfire and jumped back a little later than I should have. As a result, the bone cut through my hoodie, and with it the skin on my chest. I backhanded with a motorcycle hammer, and, at that moment, my eye went slightly dark. There was a stab in my left chest. I need to finish this faster, or I'm going to die. If not from the creature, then from a broken heart. Alas, the monster did not give me a break, waving its bone blades in front of me without stopping. And at some point, after another bounce back, I found myself at the wall of the house in the same alley with a trash can and a fire escape. By some miracle, having beaten off the first couple of blows with a hammer, I angered him, and the monster, roaring loudly, flew into me with his shoulder. I flew backwards straight into a brick wall, and, unable to stay on my feet, fell down. My eyes went dark again. My heart was pounding like mad, responding with a painful pain. I only had time to notice how this vile creature raised a bone above my head and squeezed my eye shut. I didn't even have time to wonder why it hadn't killed me yet, when something crunched loudly. I opened my eyelid and saw someone's hand grab the wandering one and put it against the wall, causing thick blood to spray out of the monster's body, staining my already dirty clothes. A few more blows against the wall, and the monster fell breathlessly to the floor next to me. His head was smashed to pieces. I stared at the monster's corpse for a few seconds, not understanding what had happened, and only then raised my head. In the middle of the dark street, the same old man with whom I rode in the same carriage was wiping his hands on his shirt. "Well, why are you lying down?" The old man grunted sullenly and pointed with his eyes at the corpse of the creature that was dripping dark red liquid next to me. "You'll live longer, out of the fire and into the flames, right?" I didn't even have the strength to answer him. I put my left hand on the floor to get up, but all my attempts to change my position to vertical were interrupted by a blood clot that escaped from my mouth. After staring at the puddle of blood for a few seconds, which spilled in front of my face with an unpleasant sound, I decided to make another attempt to get up. I somehow leaned on my hand and immediately realized that my plan was doomed to failure. The whole limb was shaking just from the fact that I shifted my weight on it, and there was no question of lifting me to my feet. When my arm staggered once again, and I was about to fall, I was deftly picked up and lifted up like a rag doll. "And you've been badly battered, but that's okay." The old man held me by the shoulder and frowned at the disfigured face. "Let me pull you out into the light." A half-dead piece of meat, which represented my body, was carried to the exit from the dark alley almost on their hands. I was surprised by the ease with which the elderly man dragged my carcass on himself. It was as if I was not a grown-up guy, but a very small child hanging on my father's arm for fun. We went out onto the main street and were greeted by moonlight. I tried to point my finger at the nearest bench, and although my movements probably looked more like a seizure from the outside, the old man understood what I wanted from him and sat me down on a bench. 100 questions flew through my head, but in this state, I was not able to ask him any of them. I looked at my hands and applied the aura of regeneration. A familiar green glow crept up his wrists. Funny, considering the damage my body has suffered. The aura has served me more like a placebo. I knew that she wouldn't help me in any way right now, But for some reason, I wanted to believe that things were exactly the opposite. Seeing the proof that I was awake, the old man smiled and shook his head slightly several times. For some reason, he reminded me of a wise coach or a happy parent from some movie watching his child's victories at a sports competition. I hurried to pull down the sleeves of my hoodie, although, however, there was no point in that anymore. Yes, I realize that you are awake. He grinned. I spat out blood once more and raised my head. It's amazing. Don't worry about it. The old man came up to me and knelt down. I looked at him in disbelief and pushed my head back. He raised his wrinkled hand and gripped my shoulder tightly. A moment later, the man's forearm lit up with a red light, so bright that even the dark blue shirt he was wearing could not hide it. The light moved from his forearm to his wrist, and a few seconds later to the old man's palm. The movement of this red dot was so smooth that it reminded me of devices showing a heartbeat chart in hospitals. I imagined for a second what my diagram would look like now, and concluded that it would probably resemble a musical equalizer while playing drums and bass. It's better not to even think about it. Meanwhile, the red spot that left the man's sleeve and revealed its pattern, which clearly showed syringes, passed into my shoulder and immediately went out. The old man opened his eyes in surprise. What is this? What is it? He really couldn't believe that his didn't work for me. A healing skill? When this old man was sitting in front of me in the train compartment, and Granny God's dandelion was clucking under his ear, I could not imagine that there was an awakened one in front of me. However, at this particular point in time, the discovery of his abilities hardly surprised me. To be honest, I have no idea what else should have happened today for me to be surprised. It was as if this emotion itself had become dulled and overgrown with a hard layer, like a corn, after all that had been experienced during this long day. Grandpa wanted to treat me. If it were that simple with me, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. It has always been painfully insulting to me to see how even the most ordinary cook in my clan could receive help in the form of a healing skill from one of the awakened, in case of some unfortunate incident, and go to work the next day as if nothing had happened. And I, the son of the heir, was forced to stay in the hospital for weeks with a banal flu. So no matter how powerful this old man was, no matter how many he cured and strengthened, he couldn't do anything against a nugget like me with this damn Ouroboros. Although, I was grateful to him for the very attempt. Thank you, but I'm afraid it won't help in my case. I exhaled. You're a strange guy, the old man chuckled. It was obvious on the train. Probably. Maybe it was the fresh air. Maybe I'm just as addicted to placebos as the ladies who order slimming teas on the internet in unimaginable quantities. Or maybe regeneration really worked faster than I used to think about it. I started to feel a little better. My limbs began to obey me again. The headache subsided, and the injured eye seemed to stop bleeding. I raised my head. Can you walk? More likely yes than no. Unlike the rest of my body, at least my legs weren't broken. Well, come on. You can help me with one thing. He gave me his hand, and I got up from the bench. I felt dizzy, but my legs were still able to keep me upright, which seemed like a good enough sign, considering the circumstances. The old man pointed with his hand to where I assumed the center of the city was. Leaving an empty street with the cooling corpse of a wandering one, we slowly walked along the asphalt overgrown with weeds. So where are you from? Rodian. He interrupted me and smiled like a cashier at some boutique. Mark. I wanted to introduce myself. Nice to meet you, Mark. We slowly hobbled towards the city. You should have guessed by now that my wife and I are not just a couple of grumpy old men. Rodian walked confidently along the road. I understood that. I put my hand to my side. He's awake. His name is Rodian. And even on the train, I noticed how conservatively he looks at this life. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this is a representative of some kind of old aristocrat. Another of those who lived on this earth when we were part of the Eastern Empire, which collapsed and was now a republic. The new aristocracy, which included my family, appeared after the collapse. It would be more accurate to say that new genera have been formed. How easy is it to distinguish old from new? Easy, by name. The new aristocracy, under the patronage of the West, called their children by Western appropriate names. The old aristocracy still used purely Russian names, which were not very respected, I want to say. Of course, not without exceptions. For example, The Wulfric family, despite being one of the oldest in this territory, was quickly able to adapt to the new rules and went to bow to the West during the war, adopting their traditions, and since then naming children in the Western manner. A small price to pay for eventually becoming one of the strongest clans in the whole country, I suppose. I'm really sorry that you had to go through this whole nightmare. I didn't want to cause any problems. Rodion looked guiltily at the floor, and then clicked his tongue. However, understand, I have one urgent matter in the city, and it's quite difficult to get here by other ways. I frowned. If you remember what they had to go through just to get off the train, it was hard to believe in the absence of other options. The Imperial ones control all the entrances and exits here, and even despite my connections, I wanted to meet my son without any unnecessary supervision. Did you come here to see your son? His explanation sounded pretty crazy. Yes, he works here. We're going to him now. Rodion smiled, and goosebumps went down my spine. We left the outskirts of the city. Soon we were surrounded on all sides by empty gray buildings, and if I kept looking around in surprise at the lifeless high-rise buildings, the old man was distracted only by talking to me. I know what you want to ask. It's easy to guess. I looked at him warily. Why are you doing this to the guide? You see, the old man clenched his fists. I came here for a specific purpose, very important to me personally, and I won't let anyone get in my way. The old man frowned. You see, my son once lived in that area. Rodion sighed heavily. He was always quite headstrong and wanted to achieve everything himself, from scratch. That's the kind of character. Rodion was silent for a second, and then abruptly added, in general, I went there to get some of his things, and on the way back, I met you. This is all good, of course, but where we are going, I would not give up the hospital. Let's say a son works here somewhere, which means that there is no civilization. As if reading my thoughts, Rodion turned and smiled good-naturedly. We're already close, don't worry. The city center was in the other direction. I realized when we came out on a hill built up with quite prosperous cottages, an expensive neighborhood. I looked back and saw the city in all its quiet beauty. Buildings not burning with lights and empty roads. I could see the railway from here, and, it seems, even the train itself. He was about 10 kilometers away, maybe more, in the opposite direction from the silo. I quickly took a picture of this view and posted it in a poster. Then he went to catch up with the old man. We walked past an imposing building with many windows. Administrative structures are usually located in such buildings, which are completely clogged with small officials. It was quite strange to see such a place devastated, and if the rest of the city had a local apocalypse, then this building looked more like a symbol of some victorious anarchy. When we rounded the bulging corner of this monolithic structure, a fairly large area appeared in front of us, like the sky from behind thunderclouds, paved with paving stones. The square was empty, and only in the center there was a monument to the emperor, who invariably looked to a bright future, raising both hands palms up to heaven. Funny, our country is not part of the empire, but there are monuments to it, and all over the country. I've never understood it. Rodion confidently headed for the monument. At first, I did not understand this impulse to explore the local attractions, and then I noticed a human silhouette at the foot of the statue. As I got closer, I realized who it was. My God, where the hell have you been? The old lady who rode with Rodion on the train folded her hands on her hips in exasperation. I was saving this one. He waved his head in my direction. The woman looked at me as if she had only just seen me and made a face of disgust mixed with surprise. And who's calling you that? Did you really not cope with the evil spirits? Her gaze kept coming to rest on some part of my skinned hide. Well, technically, I thought for the first time that the monster himself, apart from the lacerations on his shoulder and chest, well, and one push against the wall, didn't really hit me. My skinned appearance was caused in large part by my own clumsiness in escaping from him. However, it is unlikely that I will tell anyone the story of the origin of all my future scars in this way. So, yes, it's all a wandering one, created by your and Rodion's grace. Is it true? She looked sheepishly at my gouged eye. I nodded. Wandering. And even fresh. This is the most pathetic of the undead, pigeon. What kind of awakened person will remain one-eyed like this after him? Well, I've lived to the point where even old women, I don't know, laugh at my inferiority. What's next? Will I meet a baby juggling 9 auras at the same time? I just got up on the wrong foot today. I shrugged and looked around to hide from her gaze. Rodion noticed my confusion and decided to join the conversation. Rita, stop pestering him. He looked her straight in the eyes. Mark can still help us. The old man added the last more quietly. Rodian's companion changed her face and immediately fell silent. It seemed to me that she suddenly felt very ashamed of her words, and it happened so abruptly that I even tensed up a little. After scolding his wife, the old man turned to me and put on a smile again. By the way, we're almost there. There's about 5 minutes left to go here. That's great, but I'd like to get back to the train in a good way. They should already be waiting for me there and… Mark, I didn't want to say this, but for your salvation, can you do me this one favor? Just come with us, huh? He said it as if I had a choice, but there was clearly no choice between the lines. Yes, of course. No problem. I grimaced inwardly. That's nice. My son is right next to me. I'm telling you, 5 minutes. The old man cheered up at once and slapped me on the shoulder and began to walk forward past the monument. Rita sighed sadly and looked at the building that towered above the other houses behind the square, followed him. I hurried after him. We walked in silence for about a minute. But at some point Rodian looked at me and decided to start a conversation again. You kept asking about the dead city on the train. Do you understand now why it's better not to go here at all? I got it. Don't doubt it. Ironically, it was at this moment that the disfigured eye socket began to bake more than usual. You don't know anything about such places at all, then. I shook my head. What should have happened in general for an entire city to die out like that? Well, Mark, you're an awakened one, I suppose, from a noble family, so you should know as much about the Force as I do. But there is one sensitive issue that everyone bypasses, especially in this country: the body. When it dies, it decomposes, right? I opened my mouth, but the old man did not wait for my answer and continued. The flesh rots, the bones are erased, and nothing but dust remains of you. And the power, especially great, so it just disappears without a trace. I frowned. The hell with it. She's rotting too, decomposing, but in its own way. She's being perverted. What was good, treated and helped others, begins to cripple and disfigure everyone. And what is bad, it generally becomes different. And the stronger you were, the further this filth spreads to all corners that it can reach. Of course, this does not happen immediately, but the more time passes, the angrier this filth becomes. It takes years, or even decades. So, someone powerful is buried here? I couldn't resist asking. The old man chuckled. If only someone was alone. Let me start from the beginning, where it all came from. I nodded. I think you know yourself what kind of battles took place on the territory of our country 100 years ago, when we were still part of a completely different empire, which has now become a republic. I nodded again. Once we really were part of the empire from the east. Then there was a world war where the east fought against the west. The old empire versus the new and its first awakened emperor. The old man continued. If before the war, the awakened were something like a fairy tale, a rare exotic, but it's not for nothing that the first emperor appeared, right? The old man chuckled cunningly. During the war, every year there were more and more awakened among ordinary soldiers. They became the main weapon of that time. Under the walls of this city, like many others in this country, too many people died, and on both sides. Of course, no one left them in the ground to rot, but he did not deliver it to different cities either. They buried it as they had to. Friends were laid in mass graves with enemies. The old man turned the corner and led us into a small alley. Then no one knew the consequences until the end. But it was already known that people were waking up on the battlefields. Now they are actively keeping silent about this. But as rotten leaves give fertilizers to the soil, so is the filth. The old man stopped for a second. Something took me the wrong way. A park appeared about 300 meters away from us, with tall black monoliths like towers sticking out from behind the crowns of trees. So, have you noticed that awakened people are not buried in ordinary graves? Everyone rests in the crypts, and the priests at such funerals do not come from an ordinary church in any way. To be honest, I did not notice, because my father never considered it necessary to introduce his son to the unpleasant side of life, and did not take me to the funeral, even of those people whom I knew personally. Well, in these crypts, the deceased are sealed with force, so that such a thing as here, he spread his arms wide, not happen. The power remains locked in their bodies even after death. But there remains a question: what to do with those who came before them, like in those burial grounds that rotted away half a century ago? How do I seal it? That rebellious force that has already begun to influence the world. I didn't know what to say. That's the worst part of the whole situation. Mark, nothing can hold that energy anymore. Jin cannot be returned to the bottle from which it escaped. Rodian answered me sadly. We need another vessel. What do you mean? We need a living person who takes in that energy. After which, this person is sealed in a crypt with all that energy. There he lives and suffers until his death. Then another person will be needed to take his place. If you don't make it in time, then a breakthrough will happen. It was creepy here before, but now, a living person has been suffering alone with filth for years. I wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. It's like being buried alive and not dying, I said. For some reason, the old man abruptly stopped talking and stared ahead and walked a little faster. Rita and I hurried after him, although the woman had also visibly drooped and was now dragging her feet, staring somewhere at the tile under her feet. The old man did not lie. 5 minutes passed, and they came to a small park surrounded by a stone fence with black rods, at the tips of which small black peaks stuck out. We walked in silence through the place where the wide gate should normally be located, and walked along the path. Inside, the park was dotted with massive monuments that jutted out of the ground like towers. I saw them coming. I felt a little uneasy. The neatly planted trees looked like they were stuck forever in the middle of autumn. The leaves on them had withered and lost all color, but for some reason they were in no hurry to fall down. The grass also could not boast of colors, and the landscape looked more like a swamp duckweed than a lawn. We walked another 100 meters, and a large gray building appeared around the bend. It looked like a church that had been stripped of everything that could remind it of belonging to one of the religions. My guess was also confirmed by the tower towering above it with an empty bell tower. Another fence surrounded the whole building from below, only not as pretty as the previous one, roughly and hastily made of planks. Its corner supports were not even painted steel beams. Everything indicated that it had appeared here relatively recently. Rodion stopped right in front of him, and Rita and I were finally able to catch up with him. Here we are. He turned around and looked at me. And what is it? The same. The old man's voice faltered, and he had to swallow a lump in his throat to finish the sentence. The crypt. And why are we here? I looked around for the old man's son, although at that moment, it was already beginning to dawn on me. Rodion did not seem to hear my question, and, looking at his wife, began to pull the boards off the fence with his bare hands, which glowed orange. At the same time, he continued to talk to me, although it seems that the conversation was more like a monologue. I don't remember them here. Apparently, the Imperial tried their best. Here's the cholera. The top board flew to the side. You say it's a hard fate to be sealed. Right, Mark. I didn't have time to answer. And sealing is also not easy. The second board flew off behind us with a loud crack, and when the only volunteer, I heard Rita sobbing behind my back. Your son. Even more so. He hissed the last bit viciously under his breath. Rodion, don't, please. The old man's wife was sobbing. Let's do as we wanted at first, please. The old man broke another board with a furious blow and angrily looked at the woman. I didn't understand what was going on, but it soon became clear that I didn't belong here. I looked back and slowly backed away. No way, Rita. Last time I had no choice, but this time I will not give up such a luxury. And you. Tears prevented her from speaking. And you want to take on this as well. What? Then it wasn't enough, was it? The woman screamed. Ready. And it's not for you to judge me. You have no idea how I felt all these years. At that moment, I had already noticeably distanced myself from the couple, but they were too puzzled by the quarrel to notice it. I can't imagine. I dream about him every night. Please, don't. She quickly stopped screaming and switched to doomed sobs. Intuition screamed that the case smelled of kerosene. At first I backed away, but then I turned around and walked away. Whatever the old people are up to, I'm sure I can't help them, and I don't want to, especially after the stories I heard from the old man. After walking a couple of meters away, I reached into my pocket for my phone to contact Friedrich again, and then something flew into my back at high speed. I fell face down and saw the board bounce off the paved path and bite into the yellowed lawn a few meters away from me. I miraculously managed to hold my cell phone in my hand. Blood gushed from my eyebrow, which was broken on the tile, and soon a pair of brown shoes appeared in front of my face. Don't be silly, the old man said threateningly. He jerked the toe of his shoe up twice, thereby ordering me to get up. I strained my arms and slowly started to get up. Mark, don't think of me as a sadist, but my son. I got up enough to put my knee on the ground. My son has suffered enough. Rodion began to pace nervously in front of me. The vessel can be replaced, and I swear I would seal myself in its place. If I could, if there was at least one way to do this, then I would never have left him inside this box. I would have gone inside myself. What then? He exhaled. What now? I awkwardly put the phone in my pocket to free my hand. Rita couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, it was like she was dying every day, and she was ready to take his place. I argued with her a lot. I said that I would not survive this again. However, in the end, I had to agree. She loves her son more than anything in the world. And if I couldn't protect him last time, then at least I should be able to do that. To condemn my wife to torment, as my son once did, and then suffer for the rest of my life. Although I'm not sure that I could live after that. But you showed up here, and I'm sorry. I finally got up and looked at him blankly. The old man was standing in front of him, with a firm confidence in what he was doing in his gaze. It seemed pointless to convince him of anything. That bastard wants to lock me inside instead of his wife. And I thought that nothing could be worse than my failed marriage of convenience. Haha. There was a clatter from behind. Rita ran up to us and, shouting something inarticulate, began to beat the old man on the chest with her fists. Rodion was momentarily distracted by her. In a split second, I hated the two of them. My fists clenched on their own. I clenched my teeth tightly and, as if on autopilot, punched this half-wit right in the jaw. He staggered back, and I ran for the exit with all my might. However, I was not even destined to cross the park line. I was grabbed tightly by the collar. The collar bit into my neck, hitting my throat and knocking my breath out. I almost fell, but I was picked up and abruptly returned to an upright position. The angry face of an old man with a split lip appeared in front of me. I told you not to be stupid, Mark. I told you not to be stupid, Mark. After this phrase, he raised his foot and sharply hit me in the shin. I heard a loud crunching sound, followed by a monstrous pain, the like of which I had never experienced before. I immediately fell down and stared open-mouthed at my right leg, from which a bone that had torn my jeans was sticking out somewhere under the knee. I screamed at the top of my voice and immediately got kicked in the face. A chill seized my body. I trembled, and I don't even know why I tried to grab the old man with my hand. He brushed her off like an annoying fly, and there was another nasty crunch. The left leg bent at a disgusting angle, as if it were filled with jelly inside. My only eye was obscured by a tear of pain. I activated neglect without hesitation, but apparently even the aura could not cope with this. The old man silently walked behind me and grabbed me by the same collar. He exhaled loudly and began to drag me back to the crypt. Endless branches of half-dead trees, like myself, swept over my head. Rodion was muttering to himself about forgiveness and choice, but I was not up to his reasoning. I knew that if I didn't do something, I would be doomed not even to death, but to something worse. My father's people should be around. I remembered the only quick way to transfer information and felt for the phone in my pocket. Somehow I fished it out of my pants, snapped the latch responsible for the silent mode, and pointed the camera at my legs, being dragged back somewhere. It's a controversial decision, but what can I do? I turned on the stream. A decent number of people immediately ran up. When I saw what was happening, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that the chat under the stream had noticeably perked up. Of course, reading it now was not the best idea. My feet dragged viciously on the tiles, bouncing on the uneven ground. It began to seem to me that I was losing consciousness, but this never happened. I shot randomly, then my legs, then the terrain, then just the ground. It must have looked creepy. It took all the remaining willpower to keep the phone at least a little steady and not drop it accidentally. For obvious reasons, the path to the crypt seemed much longer to me than it actually was. However, soon the path made a turn, and in a matter of seconds I was dragged past Rita, who covered her mouth with her hand, but no longer arguing with her husband. Well, there was no miraculous rescue. The stream didn't help either. I can't say that I resigned myself to eternal torment. Rather, I just realized the inevitability of what was coming and the absurdity of the measures I was trying to oppose it. With a flick of my finger, I turned off the live stream and released the phone. It fell on my hip, rolled down it, and hit the ground. I was dragged through a hole in the fence, which Rodion was breaking down, and soon the gray sky above my head was replaced by the stone ceiling of the former church. The interior was completely empty, where pews and confessions should have been located, but only a cold gray floor remained. Rodion dragged me to the wall and, leaning against it, threw my collar. He leaned over to me, looked guiltily into my face, and patted me on the shoulder. After that, he went to the place where the altar is usually located in churches. Now, instead of it, a wide stone sarcophagus stood vertically on a pedestal, slightly at an angle. It would easily fit 2 people. I put on a kind of grin. Well, of course, the old man stood over the sarcophagus and, putting his hand on it, thought about something. He shook his head and hesitated, putting his other hand on the lid. Rodion's hands lit up with a purple glow, which rapidly spread to the entire sarcophagus. He took a couple of steps back and looked at the stone box. Nodding slowly, the old man turned around and walked towards me. I tried to raise my arms, but he didn't seem to notice it and dragged me across the floor with a familiar movement. A moment later, I was thrown at the foot of the sarcophagus like a sack of potatoes, and a second later, a thick stone slab. The lid of the sarcophagus fell to the ground with a terrible crash. Inside, there were two bodies wrapped in white cloth from feet to neck. To be honest, it was difficult to immediately tell where the dead man was and where Rodian's son was, sealed to contain the power of the first. Both looked like partially dried mummies, but in the forehead of one of them, a withered, long-haired blonde man, there was a clear round hole, as if from a bullet, which apparently caused death. Rodian touched the heads of both men, and a familiar purple glow flowed down his arms. Soon, the eyes of the inhabitants of the crypt lit up with the same purple fire. Rodian made a painful grimace and fell to one knee, but soon struggled up and pressed even harder on their skulls. Suddenly, something changed in the very atmosphere around this place. I felt it even before any significant changes took place. However, they were not long in coming either. The distorted energy was printed out, and at the same moment burst free, shaking the church and, probably, other buildings in the area. At first, everything looked like a simple earthquake. Copious clouds of dust fell from the ceiling of the church. The bodies in the crypt began to tremble, and Rodian, who was on one knee, had to keep his balance, in addition to working to release energy from his son. However, the trembling in the ground did not calm down the energy. The gray sky that shone through the church shutters was suddenly replaced by darkness, but not like the one that hangs at night. The sky turned much darker, even black. Death in such an environment was almost a tangible concept. I gritted my teeth and looked at the altar again. The right of the bodies began to move, and the glow disappeared from his eyes. The guy woke up and started gasping for air, trembling. The old man carefully picked him up, lifted him up, and carefully placed him on the lid of the crypt. Wait, there's still a little bit left. Well, he began to calm the guy who was not aware of reality. He did not react to his father in any way, and only jerked violently, like a doll. Rodian got up and abruptly came up to me. He picked me up in his arms and laid me down where his son had been suffering for God knows how many years. I watched in horror as the purple color rose from his forearms to his palms, one of which was now holding my head. When the distorted energy, which Rodian served as a transmitter between me and the corpse of this awakened one, reached my forehead, every cell of my body seemed to be electrocuted. The power was circulating in me, but I firmly felt that it did not belong to me in full. Like a rat in a burning basement, she was trying to get out of me, tearing her way out, forcing her way through the prison walls that my body served as. The torment experienced by the sealed one cannot be compared with any other kind of pain, exactly to the same extent that it is impossible to compare warm with soft. Of course, the sensations of broken bones, abrasions, and cuts cannot be attributed to at least some pleasant ones, but distorted energy. It turns inside out, crumbles and torments not the body. It rages inside you, defiling your soul and distorting all that is alive in it. The distorted energy that was trying to tear me apart now faced certain difficulties. At first, I felt it gradually pouring in and taking over my twisted body, as if by some measure, in one continuous stream. However, at some point, something changed. Rodian fell to one knee again, but this time he could not get up so quickly. The whole process brought him noticeable suffering. The old man's face twisted into a terrible grimace. His hands trembled, and blood flowed from his ears. The building began to shake even more violently than before, and coupled with the utter darkness that descended on everything around, what was happening could be mistaken for the end of the world, unfolding right under our feet. The steady stream of filth, gnawing into the new vessel in the form of me, has now become sharp and somewhat jerky. It was as if the new portions of energy could not get along with those that had already joined in, and were now madly colliding with each other. Was the energy devouring itself? My hands began to shimmer with all possible colors. All the auras I knew activated and deactivated almost simultaneously. The patterns overlapped with each other. But the most important thing was that the pain was gone. The building stopped shaking, and the darkness that had so tightly covered the church windows a second ago was instantly replaced by the usual gray sky. I felt as if a second wind had opened in me, but at the same time, it was like someone else's breathing, and somehow wrong. The numerous colors from the applied auras were replaced by one purple. But if the energy in the old man's hands was more lilac, my shade was much darker, almost corduroy. It shouldn't be like this. The old man's face showed confusion. He looked around and made sure that the release of distorted energy had stopped. He wanted to say something to me, but at that moment his son, lying on a stone slab, sniffed behind Rodian's back, and he immediately hurried to him. The guy was clearly not himself. He was breathing heavily. His bony limbs were tapping on the floor, and his larynx was making animal sounds. The old man bent over him and began to heal him, sobbing. At about this moment, Rita, who had previously stayed outside, ran into the building. She walked through the tall main entrance and looked around. The woman looked like she had aged 10 years, and her reddened eyes made it clear that everything that had happened had been very difficult for her. A moment later, she noticed Rodion with her son and hurried up to the altar. After giving me a guilty look, Rita walked around her husband and threw herself on her lap to her child. She started kissing and stroking him on the head, saying that everything was behind her and her mother was next to her. However, the guy didn't care. Rodion began to get visibly angry. The treatment did not work. He looked at his son and apparently understood that no matter how much he would not love him. Now in front of him is only a faded, half-dead copy of the guy he once sealed into this very crypt with his own hands. The former vessel began to twitch even more, interfering with Rodion's attempts to restore himself. Rita naively began to calm him down, and her husband used the same orange-colored force with which he broke the boards on the fence and the legs on me. He pressed his son firmly, almost with hatred, to the floor, seemingly not knowing what he was going to do. The son began to howl like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, which only made his father more furious. Rita looked at the old man in horror and started hitting him on the shoulders. Realizing that Rodion's grip did not weaken from this in any way, she began to beg him to let go of her son and tried to cover him with her body. The man looked at her and in a fit of anger backhanded her with his left hand. The amplified impact knocked Rita back several meters, as if she were no heavier than some small coffee table. The old woman fell on the steps leading to the altar and did not rise again. The half-dead son still did not stop howling, but as his father pressed him into the floor, the howl became more like a wheeze. I looked at my hands. The dark purple patterns were almost gone from them. The torment of the soul may have stopped, but at the same time, the good old pain from broken limbs, a gouged eye, and God knows what else returned to me. My head started to burst, as if from the most terrible migraine. My whole body felt wadded up and weak, but I still tried to lean on the edge of the crypt to get out. The vile wheezing of Rodion's son abruptly stopped, after which the man released the already completely dead body of his child and sat over him for some time. In the end, he slowly straightened up and quickly looked back. First he looked at me, slowly climbing out of the stone coffin, and maybe even wanted to do something about it. But after a moment his gaze fell on the body of his wife, who was lying on the stairs with a pool of blood flowing from a broken head. Instead of rushing to his wife and starting to give her first aid, Rodion only fatally approached her body, as if he already understood that she was dead. With a heavy look, he hoisted her onto himself. Then he turned around and looked at me. In a panic, I began to look at the lid of the crypt where his son lies, and with which he can now quite close me, then at the old man himself. But for some reason Rodion decided not to do this. Most likely, he just didn't care anymore. "Ouroboros?" he asked me, already knowing the answer. I didn't say anything. We looked at each other for a while longer, and then he adjusted his wife's body on his shoulder and hoisted his son on the other shoulder. Then he walked away from the church. I can't imagine what he was thinking or feeling. I'm only sure of one thing: I don't feel sorry for him. As sad as it was that he had to seal his son inside this coffin, I had nothing to do with it. I've come to terms with my death several times a day in a variety of situations, and all of them are the fault of this half-witted bastard who decided that since he has a tearful story about his son, he can play with energy, and with people too. I looked at his back with anger and contempt. I strained my arms and, despite the pain in my legs, was able to throw myself over the edge of the crypt. The first thing I did when I was on the floor was try to activate the aura. Collective pain, however, the energy cocktail in my body, and the porridge in my head brought all attempts to anesthetize to naught. My next thought was to get out my phone and call at least someone, because if I didn't die from being sealed in a crypt, it doesn't mean at all that ordinary bleeding won't finish me off. My mind couldn't cope. Everything was happening much slower in my perception than it actually was. I felt the pockets of my jeans with a trembling hand, and in my memory, the sound of broken glass. The phone hit the floor near the entrance to the church. I dropped it there. I tried to crawl, very slowly, and I succeeded. People tend to lie to themselves, especially in stressful situations, as everyone knows. So I somehow managed to believe that if I moved my broken legs legs actively enough. I will definitely crawl somewhere where they will help me. 1 meter in my condition was over 10. Every movement was accompanied by terrible pain. Dirt clogged in the wound on my chest, and veins bulged on my face. But I kept desperately moving towards the street light behind this huge church entrance. I looked at him and talked to myself, deliriously trying to convince myself that everything would be all right. There was still a little bit left, just to get to the phone, which lies so close. As I approached the open doors, it began to darken in my eye. Slow movement has become a practical turtle, and if it was very difficult for me to move before, now it is simply impossible. After crossing the threshold, heavenly light and fresh air hit my eyes, which I couldn't even breathe with all my lungs because of the terrible pain in my chest. I reached the steps that I had been dragged down here a short time ago and absurdly rolled down like a drunkard who was thrown out of a bar. I fell on my back a meter from the phone and stared at the sky. The eye closed as if by itself. The last thing I heard before I lost consciousness was the noise of a portable radio somewhere nearby, from which came a simple, "Chief, it seems we are in place." The top of the Rot clan rarely met in full force. The head, the family of the elder, relatives of a lesser rank, relatives of the deceased wife who joined the clan, advisors to each of the listed high ranks. In short, there were more than 20 people in total, and, of course, at least someone from such a crowd had urgent business in another city, or had some other good reason not to appear at the next meeting. But not this time. The reason for the meeting was too important, and therefore Alex, the head of the Rot clan, made sure to see each of these faces in front of him, and on each of them, the coldness, businesslike, and detachment that he knows so well. People of this level don't gather anywhere. The meeting was held in the Black Tower, on the 79th floor in one of the most expensive conference halls in the country. Upholstered in expensive leather, the armchairs were reflected in the washed-to-shine panoramic window, which overlooked the city center. Expensive room, expensive suits. Each place has a bottle of mineral water of the most expensive brand. Not just water with soda, but a natural product with a bunch of healing properties. And the people here behaved accordingly. This is not a family celebration, not a common festive dinner where you can afford emotions. This is a meeting, and they are talking about business here. "I'm glad to see you all here today," Alex began slowly as the door closed behind the last of the arrivals. Traditional words. Was he happy? Certainly not. "As you know, my son Mark." He paused, choosing the right words. Alex, Howard, his younger brother, felt that a 5-second pause was too long. "Let's not have too much foreplay. We all know perfectly well what happened to your son. Everyone who needs and does not need to know about what happened, thanks to his stream. Don't tell me what happened to him, tell me what will happen to him." 2 months. Alex spoke in a calm tone, restraining himself even from sighing. "Recovery. I'm not talking about full recovery, of course. It's impossible in such a short time without healing magic. I'm talking about a condition in which he won't be bedridden and disabled, and will be able to leave the hospital." As expected, there was not a drop of emotion in his voice, as if he was talking not about his son, who, when he was found, looked more like a bloody lump, but about some kind of formalities. "As everyone understands, we can only use traditional methods of treatment, without a drop of magic, which made this period so long. Alex is used to this too. Mark, who has been lying around with the flu for weeks. Mark, whose cheek is swollen from the flux. Mark, limping because of a sprained ankle in training. Something that most people, certainly people of his status, have long forgotten. Normal, magical treatment was not available to someone on whom it was impossible to impose any effect, so they had to resort to traditional, and in the opinion of many, simply prehistoric methods. Medications, bandages, casts, surgeries. The wedding with Eliza was supposed to take place in 3 months. Nikolai, the head of the communications department, remarked, and Alex did not miss this, was. However, most of the people here agree that Wulfric will, of course, cancel the wedding. "Wow, has he already interviewed the majority of the audience? We have prepared." However, Wulfric didn't do it before when Mark woke up, Alex replied evenly, "and I'm sure he won't do it now. It's not about my son's personality, strength, or weakness. The point is in the interests of the clans and the creation of a kinship." "Yes," Howard said again, "but they can be related in another way." All eyes were on the speakers. Everyone sitting here understood that this was a struggle, and everyone supported someone in particular. In addition, each of them had their own interests, and was ready to easily change sides if it would be beneficial to himself. "If you're talking about one of your sons," Howard. Alex shook his head. Then, as far as I remember, are they all already engaged? Breaking off the engagement of any of them will be unpleasant for us. Yes. Howard had been trying for several years to get one of his 3 sons to become Eliza's fiancé. But then, in desperation, he engaged them all to brides from other families, of course, also noble, but certainly not of the same level as the Wulfric family. He must be biting his elbows now. Yes, of course, Howard smiled softly and in a businesslike way. All 3 of my sons will become the husbands of those with whom they were planned. But why don't we pay attention to the other candidate? He pointed his hand forward to where the natives of Alex's wife's clan were sitting. Alex was surprised and immediately suppressed his surprise. We can't let anyone notice him. But still, is his brother in league with his wife's relatives? The specified ram tilted his head and politely spoke. Of course, I am not blood from the blood of the Rock clan, but I am also a member of it. And if the majority's decision is such, I will accept it with honor. Alex looked at him with a stern look. We do not have a democracy here, and such things are not determined by the decision of the majority. At the moment, I am the head of the clan. Of course, Uncle Alex, Ram agreed respectfully. Uncle, what an uncle he is to him. His wife's nephew, her brother's eldest son. Alex was also immediately surprised. Why was this young man also dragged to the council? Although, everything is clear now. He couldn't call himself a model father. I definitely couldn't. If only Lenore, his wife. She didn't die when Mark was still very young. Everything could have turned out differently. And for the next few years after her death, Alex, as it seemed to him, did everything possible for his son to grow up a happy child. However, it cannot be said that he always succeeded. Immersed in his work, Alex sometimes preferred not to notice the little heir, only pushing him off to endless nurses and justifying himself by saying that he was dealing with the affairs of the clans, including for the benefit of Mark in the future. But what can I say? When Mark woke up with this damn Ouroboros attribute, it was a shock for him. The beloved son and the only heir, the one on whom all hopes were pinned, around whom so many plans were built, is doomed to be nobody. Now he needed not only to educate him, but also to protect him from the clutches of those who wanted to take advantage of it. In particular, Lenore's relatives. Mark used to be just a figure on the political board for them, but now he went from being a queen to a bargaining chip, and each of them was asleep and saw how it would be more profitable to sacrifice her. It's not just that his wife's family was famous for warlocks, slippery types and schemers, rotten blood in the veins of the clan, which Alex himself once let in without seeing it, which he later regretted many times. Exactly. He nodded. Ram is not blood from the blood of the clan, and such kinship can be disputed. You all know such cases. For 20 or 30 years everything will be fine, and then fathers die, sons and daughters quarrel, rights and privileges are disputed. No one wants to agree and the war begins. It's a matter of a well-written contract, Howard said politely again. Do you think you're able to hire good lawyers? I want to point out, said Ronald, Lenore's brother, with the same polite smile as his son, that what happened to Mark is not just a tragedy. So far, he had been no awakened, but still, it wasn't that bad. Now he's disgraceful, just disgraceful. He's definitely not a match for Wulfric's daughter. Yes, in the future, everyone will spit in his face, show up among respectable people. Alex wanted to jump up, but he held himself in place by force of will and only tightened his grip on the expensive pen. Choose your words, Ron, he said sternly. You're talking about my son and the heir of the clan. The last 2 words should be emphasized especially. Alex was well aware that nothing good awaited his son in his marriage with Eliza, the role of a silent henpecked puppet, weak-willed and convenient for everyone. But at least that way he'll be alive. If the wedding does not take place, if Mark does not become the heir, he will be immediately eliminated as a person who has grounds to challenge the place of the head of the clan. Who will protect him then? A party with Eliza would be a guarantee of safety for his son. It is a pity that Mark himself did not understand this. I made this stupid escape from home. Why? Where to? You forgot your seat. Alex raised himself slightly above the chair. You shouldn't go on. Why not? Ronald chuckled. I'll continue. It is because of people like you, Alex, that we are still a colony of the Empire. Instead of strong leaders, instead of those who could really lead us, there are only puppets, like the one you are trying to make out of your son. Alex wanted to cut the insolent man off, but he kept talking, not giving him such a chance. Yes, that's why we remain a banana republic, known only for dead cities, which are becoming more and more every year. Why would could that be, I wonder? Maybe because it is beneficial for imperial dogs to have a place where they can send their puppies to train, suck the last juices out of our nation, turning it into a land of ruins. We all understand that they clearly do not appear because of the negligence of those who created the seals. He slapped the table with his palm. The media is trumpeting how we strive to enter the empire, how close we are to it. And what is the reality? Alex remained calm, suppressing the urge to respond in the same tone. Yes, maybe so, he nodded. But do you know, Ron, why our country became a colony at the time? Because of people like you. Ron twitched his cheek. He clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. If Alex had yelled at him, he would have found something to say. But now there was a hitch, and he sat back down so as not to look like a clown. But Alex, on the other hand, stood up and looked around at everyone gathered. No one will cancel anything, he said in a firm voice. No one will change anything. In 2 months, my son will be out of the hospital and back here. And in another month, his wedding will take place. And if you have nothing to add to this topic, then let's move on to the following questions. Everyone was silent. Although, of course, everyone had something to add. That's why they're all here in a crowd. Well, anyway, he showed his position. Of course, now he will have to walk with caution, but the security service is unconditionally loyal to him. His son is better guarded than the emperor's daughter, and the head himself will be able to stand up for himself. In 3 months, everything will be resolved for the best for Mark. At least the way his father saw the best thing. I opened my eyes on an empty train. The darkness obscured the view outside the window, so much that it was impossible to tell if we were moving at all or not. I pulled down the rolled-up sleeves of a sweatshirt that was clean as soon as it was washed, and looked around. I haven't felt this calm for a long time. The last time was probably before my 10th birthday. I smiled stupidly and leaned my forehead against the glass, peering into the darkness. It seemed that I had been sitting like this for hours, and would have sat there for more if not for the familiar melody of the phone call, which broke the blissful silence. I patted my pockets, but there was no phone anywhere, and the ill-fated melody still did not subside, rushing from side to side over my skull. I got up and walked slowly into the next carriage. More than anything, I wanted to reset this call and return to the cozy silence that enveloped me like a warm blanket a few moments ago. Opening the door without any problems, I went inside and was surprised to find that all the seats in this piece of the train were unnaturally bent or broken. Some were just lying on the ground with the springs inside out. I shook my head, complaining about the vandals, and walked on to the phone, which I did not think to stop calling. Apparently, the sound came from the conductor's cabin. I frowned. Was he sleeping so soundly that he couldn't hear the melody? Getting angry and angrily flying up to his place, I rushed inside without knocking. No one else. Just my phone in an orange case, tearing its speakers with a theme from an old TV series that I watched with my father as a child. It was lying on the table by the window, which had been cleaned to a shine, and my slightly tired face was well reflected in it. I grabbed my cell phone and looked at its screen. The subscriber is Eliza. Well, no way. I don't want to talk to you. What are we even talking about? My thumb pressed the red reset button, but nothing happened. One more time, and more. The phone rang louder and louder. Each note bit into me like a small piranha, causing discomfort. I hammered my finger on the cancel button, and when the bell began to scream so much that the sounds merged into a hissing cacophony, I couldn't stand it and threw it right out the window. The phone went silent, and cracks appeared on the window. I exhaled irritably and almost turned around to plunge back into the bliss of silence, but stopped abruptly. His gaze caught on the reflection. I looked at myself again. The glass cracked at the level of my left eye and slowly, but surely continued to be covered with curved lines, neatly reproducing the silhouette of my body. I came closer and bent down, not quite understanding what was going on. At that moment, a burning pain tore through his chest. Something incredibly sharp pierced my ribs. Because of the shock, I couldn't even howl in pain, and just watched as the blade broke through my insides and came out somewhere in the area of the heart. I blinked quickly and, opening my mouth, looked at the reflection in the glass. A short man with a deathly white face stood behind me, staring blankly into my eyes. I had enough strength to think about ignoring pain, and a familiar white light poured down my arms. However, after a couple of seconds, my hands began to glow dark purple, which seemed to cover the white glow with a layer on top. leaving no trace of it. I looked at myself through the window again. My face was covered with terrible scars, and my eyes, like my hands, burned with purple fire. The pain from the torn rib cage reached its peak, and I was seized with animal horror. Sunlight hit my eyes, and I woke up to the beeping of a heartbeat monitor. Opening my eyelid with some effort, I tried to focus on the picture in front of me for some time, and after a few seconds the blurred shapes began to take shape in a hospital room. The rather spacious room was flooded with sunlight that filtered in through the wide windows to the right of my bed. The rays fell on the newly washed wet floor, which made it shine pleasantly. At the far end of the room, on the left side, there was a small white table with a couple of chairs, at which, apparently, visitors could sit and leave on it some kind of postcard with wishes for recovery and the invariable oranges. It was empty. The ward looked expensive. There was a huge plasma on the opposite side of me. Under it was a beige pedestal with pretty but rather faded flowers in large light pots, about knee-high, on the left and right ends of which stood. A variety of medical equipment was attached to the wall behind the bed, conveniently retractable and compactly folded using long brackets. Everything here was done so that the patient would experience nothing but peace and tranquility. And God knows, that's exactly what I need. A plump nurse in a pink uniform was standing at the foot of the bed, humming to herself. She put her hand under my blanket and, after fumbling, removed the duck from under it. I tried to move my head, wet with cold sweat, to let her know that I had regained consciousness. But all my attempts went unnoticed. The woman, with one movement, turned around on the spot, like some kind of soldier, and rushed away with the products of my vital activity. I closed my eyes and physically felt my senses returning, and with them, the pain I fell asleep with last time. However, now she was not so sharp and mercilessly intrusive. After a lot of hospital procedures, which I no doubt underwent while I was out, she could be tolerated. So Friedrich's men had found me after all. However, after a whole streak of failures that day, I was rightfully entitled to at least a pinch of luck. I wonder if they have captured Rodion, and what will my father say when he finds out that I have woken up? Spit. It's unlikely that anything more terrible will happen to me than what I've already been through. And as for the old man, surely his father's punishing hand is already rushing at full speed to his head. Speaking of limbs, I moved my numb hand, and after a couple of minutes of active micro-movements, she began to obey me. As before, there were still some problems with my left eye. However, if earlier I just seemed to have lost the ability to see with it, which is quite difficult to explain in words, now it was faced with the usual darkness. And to be honest, I didn't know if it was good or bad. Feeling my face, I confirmed what I already knew: my entire angelic face was wrapped in bandages after my adventures in the Dead City. There was a thick cotton bandage in place of the left eye, which stood out from the general background. Somehow I managed to look down and saw that the chest was also firmly fixed in place. Apparently, the Wandering One broke my ribs with that throw after all. Or did I do it myself when I was rushing headlong down the slope? It's disgusting. The scariest thing was to have the courage to look at my legs, although I no doubt felt them aching from the hips to the feet. I also heard about such a concept as phantom pain, when people with amputated limbs periodically experience pain where limbs have long been gone. A bone sticking out, smeared with blood, popped into my head, and with trembling hands I reached for the blanket. I never thought I'd be so glad to see a cast on my body. The fractures looked terrible. I hope I will be able to walk on my own 2 feet after rehabilitation and will not become lame. As soon as I thought about it, a migraine was added to the pain from numerous fractures. By this point, I specifically regretted that I had never been attracted to the topic of masochism and decided to activate the same disregard for pain and finally relax. Everything went a little wrong, and I screamed from the pain that increased several times, spreading all over my body. That squeaky thing that measured my pulse, apparently, in her spare time from the hospital, worked as a drum at electronic music festivals, and instead of measured squeaks, it now quickly hammered in my ear, letting the doctors know that some kind of trouble had happened to the patient. Although, however, there was no need for it, since I must have woken up half of the hospital wing with my yell. And indeed, less than a minute later, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. A nurse I already knew, and an obese, balding doctor with glasses flew into the room. A few drops of sweat gathered on his forehead, rather disgustingly, not wanting to move in any way. They stared at my distorted face in fright. I quickly deactivated the aura. The pain went away as suddenly as it came. The device also gradually returned to its original state. The medical staff, however, fussed and the doctor said something to the nurse, who rushed to check the indicators on the devices, after which he came up to me. What happened? Are you in pain? He seemed to be overplaying his concern for my condition, especially when he gently put his hand on my chest and looked me straight in the eye with a very sympathetic look. It's all gone. I was self-medicating. I was better prevented from joking by those unfortunate beads of sweat on his forehead, which attracted all my attention to myself. Don't scare us like that. You came here in a very serious condition. From now on, consult your doctor before you do anything. This, by the way, will be me. He gave me his hand and smiled broadly. My name is Ibrahim. Not really understanding what was going on, I awkwardly shook Ibrahim's hand. It seems that his desire to curry favor with my clan is above medical ethics, but I'd be lying if I said that I liked him at least a little initially. Mark Rot, I said dryly. We know. The doctor smiled slyly. It's a great honor. Oh, well, we're sorry, of course, that you found yourself in such a situation. The main thing is not to worry. We have been informed about your unique feature. It is very interesting, Therefore, I had to treat you without using magic, which, of course, is not encouraging. However, you recovered quite quickly, as I can see. In just 3 days, you have already regained consciousness. Where am I anyway? Needless to say, our clan's private hospital looked different. I would have recognized her in the blink of an eye, since I spent weeks in the dungeons of the wards there. Oh, you are in the best clinic in the capital. I want to assure you, we employ only professionals with pedigree. We wouldn't let any slum rabble get within a kilometer of you. So I finally got to the capital. I'm not sure what that means to me now. Oh, how long do I have to stay here? You see, due to your peculiarities, we won't be able to discharge you for at least a month. Our methods are innovative, even if you do without magic. However, the condition of your eye is of great concern. I thought he was left on a branch somewhere. I chuckled. So, yes, it's not like that. Your clan was able to provide a transplant. However, without magical support, you need to rely on luck, whether it will take root. I frowned. Knowing yourself, it is better to rely on anything except luck. Mark, by the way, I was informed that you can accelerate your own regeneration. Yes, but no buts. We will need any help in the fight for the health of our dear patient, so do it as soon as possible. Dr. Ibrahim stretched his words viciously, emphasizing each syllable, which incredibly infuriated me. Besides, the neglect of pain behaved rather strangely. However, the doctor's words made sense. The body clearly could use a little doping. All right, doctor. I nodded. I'll ask you, Ibrahim. He smiled again, like a trader at the market. Closing my eyes, I activated the regeneration skill, fearing that it would bring me unpleasant consequences. However, nothing happened. I exhaled. Maybe it's just paranoia. After all, who knows how badly I was hurt that night. Thanks to that old man, I don't even understand what happened to me. Although, I guess, but I don't even want to think about it. I can't say that I'm in the most sober state of mind right now. Ibrahim noticed the patterns on my hands and nodded contentedly. You see, everything is in order, and now to rest. I promise you won't even notice how it's going to be over. After this phrase, the doctor abruptly turned around and walked to the exit, where a nurse was already waiting for him. I was looking at his back, and when he had almost closed the door, I called out to him, Dr. Ibrahim. Yes. He roused himself and carefully turned to me with his trademark smile. Has anyone visited me? I'm afraid that no one came except Mr. Friedrich. I turned away and looked out the window, which was on the left side of my bed. I don't know what I was hoping for. I decided to take a break and check what's going on in my phone. He was lying on the bedside table next to the bed, just at such a distance that I could easily reach him with my hand, somehow pulling the charger out of it. I took the mobile phone in my hand. The blood from the phone screen was carefully wiped off and apart from the broken glass. There was nothing in its appearance about the events of that night. The orange case, by the way, had disappeared somewhere, and now the smartphone was lying unusually in his hand, now and then intending to slip out of it. A bad feeling struck a chill in my stomach, even at the moment when I saw a wall of alerts from various social networks on the still-locked phone screen. Networks and messengers. And although I have not yet seen their contents, since I turned off the brief display of the contents of the alerts when lifting the phone, the very intensity of interactions with my profile has seriously fueled my curiosity. I swiped the lock image to the side and heard a familiar click indicating that the screen was unlocked. Rows of application icons spread out in front of my eyes. I didn't keep a lot of junk on my phone, but nevertheless I tried to follow the trends and set everything that was relevant to some extent. This also applied to social networks, even though new players rarely appear on this field. Sometimes this still happened, and every time I registered my profile in them, which as a rule remained half empty and useless to anyone. Still, I preferred surfing the internet more than making content myself. Or rather, I didn't do it at all. That's why I was even more surprised when I saw the numbers glowing in the corners of the application icons. There were so many alerts from the poster, the most popular social network at the moment, that their number did not fit into the red square in the corner of the icon, because there was a laconic 999 plus. In other applications, on a smaller scale, the number of alerts was also often in the hundreds. For a while, I just switched between the desktops of my phone, trying to realize what kind of hype I had caused, and being afraid to select any of the applications and view posts mentioning me. What can we say about private messages? There should be a lot of interesting things there. I put the phone down and looked at the ceiling, trying to calm down. Good. Now you're kind of a star. Oh my god, and why did I agree to this stream in the first place? What was I thinking at all? Okay, let's start with a simple one. In addition to applications, the red square also glowed on the green icon responsible for calls. Of course, there were not as many missed calls as other notifications. Nevertheless, I have never seen anyone try to call me 49 times. I raised the phone to my face again and pressed the missed ones. Almost all of them fell on the very day when I almost died. Most of them belonged to the security service, all the numerous numbers of which are determined automatically by me. Apparently, those who were looking for me called after I turned off the stream. Alas, I looked down at my feet. The caller couldn't come to the phone. A call from Friedrich stood out from the total mass, which was recorded separately from the faceless security service, and 2 calls from a hidden subscriber. I assume it was Eliza. She tried to call me several times. For the first time, it was her call that provoked the little man to attack the conductor and the driver. Then she called me after the whole network saw what the old man had done to me. Was she worried? I frowned, not knowing what to think about it. Most likely, she was overcome by simple curiosity. She probably decided that I was just a prankster or something. I'm definitely not going to call back and find out. I shouldn't have written to her in the first place. What was I thinking? Who was trying to prove what to? Now I'll just turn on the fool and pretend that I didn't communicate with her at all. In the end, because of her, I was almost immured alive in a stone box with a corpse alone. I don't think I'll ever be able to think about this whole trip without shame now. Childish, naive stupidity cost me consequences that will have to be dealt with for a very long time. Perhaps it was right that no one in the clan took me seriously. Perhaps, to some extent, I even deserved what happened to me. A lump gathered in my throat, and in order to distract myself from self-reflection, I still decided to check social networks. First of all, the poster. His finger reached for a light green pictogram, which depicted a film camera made of white lines in a minimalist style. I opened the notifications tab and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Comments, likes, and messages flooded my profile like a waterfall. Most of all, I was surprised by the number of subscribers that flaunted under the avatar. Now a little more than 100,000 people followed my updates. It is quite possible to get such a number of subscribers in 3 days, if there is a good reason for it. Of course, my broadcast was strikingly different from the others. Mostly live broadcasts were turned on to answer monotonous questions from friends and subscribers, sipping a hookah at the same time. Hardly anyone expected to see a scene from a B-grade horror movie in the popular streams section. However, would it attract so many people to me? I couldn't believe what was happening. However, when I switched to the photos where I was being tagged, everything fell into place. The internet is a strange place when it comes to morality. The same people can poison the weak and those who stumble in one tab, and then go to help collect things for orphanages in another. But this is his magic. It is difficult to be unambiguously bad or good here, and even if someone succeeds, the traffic from the views is monetized regardless of your karmic state. Therefore, I can't say that I was very surprised when I found out that they managed to make a whole series of memes out of my creepy stream. I was marked in all sorts of funny pictures, most of which did not shine with originality. A screenshot of my broken legs and the inscription, "When did mom come from the parent-teacher meeting?" Hilarious. A short man with the signature I. Behind his back is a dead conductor with the inscription "Session." You're going to laugh. I rolled my eyes. Not only did I almost die, but I also became a laughing stock along the way. Great. What's next? Will they make a funny remix of my dying moans? This would not have happened if the social network had blocked my broadcast according to the rules, as they would have done with any other user who decided to show such content in it, and even live. But it must be assumed that the security service managed to contact the administration in time and settled this issue. The broadcast was not turned off so that it would be easier to track me. It is unclear, of course, why they could not make the broadcast at least closed. Perhaps some technical limitations are to blame. I can't say for sure. I only know that in the question of which is worse, national shame or broken legs, as I have now experienced both conditions, I can safely say that shame is at least not painful. In general, thanks to memes, I gained such an impressive number of subscribers in such a short period of time. Delightfully, it remains to check only personal messages, in addition to hundreds of meaningless reactions to my stream, such as accusations of staging, demands to explain what happened that night, from people completely unknown to me, as well as a couple of trolls from Trukin, which was a rather specific forum. I also received several noteworthy messages. One of them, and I'm already getting used to it, belonged to Eliza when the rest came from accounts I didn't know. I was torn between wanting and not wanting to read Eliza's message, so I put it in the back drawer and clicked on the message of a user with the nickname Max_Zanen. It was small and indicated that the author was unfamiliar with the concept of punctuation. This is Max from the train we need to meet. I frowned in surprise and clicked on the guy's avatar. I was thrown to his profile, which looked exactly as I had imagined. Monotonous photos of Max and his friends taken on a bad camera. Something with a bare torso frying some meat in nature. Then standing at other people's expensive cars, absurdly hugging each other's shoulders, alternated with ideological posts of his movement, according to which it was impossible to fully understand who exactly was to blame for the problems of the poor population. Either the empire, or the noble clans, or the institution of government itself as a whole. He had a few more subscribers than I did before I became an internet sensation, which, however, was not surprising. People like Max feel much more comfortable on the street than online. I wanted to close his profile, as my eye caught on the photo pinned in the user's favorites. There he stands in the center of the city against the background of some tall high-rise building with a short man. The caption to the photo read, "High House." Unlike Nikito's ahaha. I sighed sadly, and after looking at the shorty's face for a few seconds, I left the skinhead's profile. The second unknown account turned out to be some kind of journalist who wanted to interview me and find out more about what happened. Of course, I was flattered by the media attention, but the last thing I want right now is to inflate my popularity. In the end, I didn't answer either her or Max. It remains only to see what Eliza wanted from me. She just texted me, "Get well." Our fathers have been working closely for many years, so it is not surprising that she had information about my condition. It is likely that the girl even knows exactly where I am lying. Probably wrote to me purely out of formality, so as not to spoil Wolfrich's reputation. I didn't answer her, but I couldn't resist going to her profile. I don't know how many times in the last couple of years I've looked at photos of this girl, at her small, neat nose and thin pale lips, which she smiled quite sweetly at almost all her posts. But most of all, my attention was attracted by her gray eyes, which, coupled with light ashen, almost white hair, created an intangible magic that sometimes put me into a trance, forcing me to look at the same photo for more than 1 minute. If it weren't for everything that connects us, I would have decided that she is very pretty. But in my position, it is harmful, even dangerous, to think in this direction. The truth is that the day I find Eliza beautiful will be the beginning of the end for me. As for her account in the poster itself, compared to the primitive profile of the right, the amount of work that went to this page immediately caught the eye. Even the simplest photos from Eliza's page could easily be imagined on the covers of fashion magazines, not to mention those over which she clearly sweated. The perfectly exposed light, locations inaccessible to most ordinary mortals, and branded clothes, for the price of a small apartment, clearly hinted at the social status of the girl. Under each of the verified photos, you could find a wall of text in which Eliza shared her thoughts on this or that account, tips on self-organization, or travel stories. As for the latter, Unlike me, a houseplant, she had a lot of them. Wolfric constantly took his daughter with him on business trips, clearly preparing her to become the successor to his business. She visited places that I hadn't even heard of and described in good style. What had hooked her in one corner of the world or another? She seems to get along well with her father. He occupied a significant share of her poster. Sometimes they are with him at a meeting with his colleagues, then at some conference, then at the opening of another school or hospital, the construction of which he sponsored in order to win the love of the people. In a word, she had everything that I didn't have, except that the number of Eliza's subscribers was quite modest for some reason. Realizing what resources she has, there should have been more than 1 million people here, but for some reason their number was not particularly impressive, 30,000. Perhaps she perceives the page in the poster as her personal project and refuses to pour her father's money into advertising. However, this in itself is quite hypocritical, given that without her father's money, all her personal content would have been impossible initially. I chuckled and went back to the header of her profile, where I suddenly came across something new. A whole series of photos pinned to favorites with some guy who looked a couple of years older than her. He was athletic, had a dazzling smile, wore expensive suits, and was not at all shy about grabbing Eliza by the waist in almost all their photos together. Me and my new friend August at official August. Yes, the very heir to the Locke Corporation. But you already know that. Haha. For some reason, this was the last straw for me. Glaring at this perfect guy, I felt a strange burning sensation in my chest and clenched my teeth. The phone went back to the bedside table, and I went into the world of dreams, where I thought for a long time about what I had done wrong in this life. I woke up with my hair wet with sweat and a throbbing pain in my head. The room was in semi-darkness, and only the light from the hospital corridor, which made its way through the translucent glass insert in the door, allowed me to see at least something in the dark. I felt feverish. My whole body felt like cotton wool, and everything inside seemed to hurt alternately. The feeling was so strange that my imagination, driven by the temperature, immediately drew an image of worms crawling inside me, slowly clogging up all my insides, which made me feel sick at once. I tried to take a deep breath to bring myself to my senses at least a little, but I was stopped by a sharp pain in my chest, which did not allow me to fully absorb air into my lungs. With a numb hand, I reached out to my face to fix the sweaty bandages and bandage. Running my hand over my cheek, I was surprised that there was some moisture left on it. Am I really that hot? I looked at my palm and froze. She was covered in blood. My transplanted eye was bleeding. What's wrong with me? The eye hasn't caught on, and that's why my immune system is going crazy. I doubt that I would have been left unattended like this overnight if my condition had not been stable, and there was a risk of rejection so soon. Some kind of curse. But the only one who can curse me is me. Try your luck and use it again. Ignoring pain, I definitely won't take the risk. And regeneration should have been working since yesterday. Although, if you think about it, one skill has already worked exactly the opposite. What prevents another person from ceasing to function normally? And if neglecting pain made me feel pain in its peak state, then the reverse effect of the regeneration skill, which slowly healed all my wounds, should be their slow aggravation. Up to necrosis, I deactivated the aura, and in a matter of seconds, the patterns got away with it. Maybe I'm rushing things too much, but otherwise nothing has changed. I reached out with my finger to the red nurse call button near the bedside table where the phone was lying. The button clicked when pressed and glowed red. I could only stare at the ceiling and wait. Minutes passed. The walls of the empty, dark room began to press down on me. The doctors, apparently, were in no hurry. What's going on with my auras anyway? Yes, I certainly wasn't any strong awakened. But what now? After what happened in the crypt, I can't use even the little that was available to me before. I was shaking. All my life, I've wondered what could be worse than the Ouroboros attribute. It seemed that the answer lay on the surface. The lack of power as such, even greater helplessness, and the inability to do even the little that I could before. Where are the doctors? With a trembling hand, I reached for the phone. I was overcome by a real panic. The worst thing that ever happened to me. It began to feel like I was back in that empty house in a dead city. And no one could help me. I unlocked the phone. The light from the screen gave me some peace of mind. Even without looking at the list of missed calls, I knew in advance that it would be empty. However, I did check it out. The cold white number, 0 inches on the screen, stuck in my throat like a lump, which I just had to swallow. Good. If no one has tried to contact me yet, I can do it myself. With a confident gesture, I swiped to the right and stared at the contact list. The truth, as it is typical for her, was cruel. I stared blankly at the phone screen. An even greater nervous tremor came into my hands, and with it the realization that there was actually no one to call me. I started to run my fingers through it to calm down. However, how could I calm down? Yes, this is ridiculous. I'm lying in an expensive hospital right now, not in a godforsaken abandoned building with a monster behind the wall. And yet, even here, no one is rushing to help me. How long has it been? 5 minutes? 10? Where the hell are doctors? Time after time, I have to wait for someone to deign to come and help me. This situation is starting to get boring. And what's the use of such help? And why am I waiting for anyone at all? When has it helped me? Even my own father's people were hanging around when death almost managed to arrange a rendezvous with me. If they don't care about me so much, then why save me at all? I ground my teeth. There was one feeling in me that was stronger than fear: anger. I was angry at my father, angry at the doctors, angry at the security service, but most of all at myself, because I've been an idiot all this time. Even when I went to the capital, I hoped that after I destroyed the plans of two influential clans that they had been building for years, someone would sort out the consequences for me. I thought my father would just send me away, or marry me off to some plain girl, and I wasn't too worried about it. Yes, my actions could have brought both clans to a state of war. But hey, it's a mere trifle. Someone will figure it out for me. The empty list of missed calls was not deserved. No, it was natural. After all, everyone should always help you, save you, and wipe your drool. Right, Mark? Damn it. It was time to realize a long time ago that I was not a little boy to whom the magic stone did not show what he wanted, and I will have to sort out my porridge myself. And I brewed it 3 days ago very, very thick. And now I have quite a few options. Either become an obedient rag waiting for it to be sorted out, which is why I initially ran, or finally grow up a little and realize that no one will help me except myself. My fist clenched tightly. I didn't wait for the doctors anymore. For some reason, I suddenly didn't give a damn about it. Hospital. The doctor's office. A little earlier. Why is he still alive? Ibrahim Stein has been working in an office with a beautiful sign chief physician for more than 20 years. During this time, he got used to a lot of things. Bureaucracy, sleepless nights, and all sorts of absurd decrees from above have long become a natural habitat for him, in which he felt at ease like a fish in water. Of course, it is impossible not to develop your own set of rules in such a period. And Ibrahim had quite a long one. 100 unwritten tricks and principles crowded into the doctor's head, helping him to assess every situation that did not fall within the clear framework of textbooks and regulations, and to take advantage of it exclusively. One of these rules led him to the situation in which he now finds himself. Take risks only with the best possible offer. Many colleagues believed that as the head physician, he was taking bribes from everyone he could. Of course, he was not clean-handed. However, of all, why did he give up the endless streams of sweets, chocolates, and thanks that every second patient or his relative in the hospital tried to fill him with? Or the pitiful pennies that were offered to him so that some elderly owner of an apartment in the center would not live until dawn? Did all these crooks rate him so low every time he kicked some hapless granddaughter out of his office? Ibrahim felt his pride suffer. He knew that if he put himself at risk, it would only be under such conditions that it would never occur to him that he had sold out. The more attractive was the offer that came to him a few days ago, to make sure that Mark Roth's injuries were definitely incompatible with life. Tell me, why is he still alive? Ibrahim adjusted his glasses and calmed down slightly, looked at the nurse, who was sitting in a chair in front of his desk with her hands folded in her lap. I don't know. His heart stopped 3 times. Yes, he was brought in barely alive. I have no idea how he came out of the coma at all. The girl has already regretted several times that she got involved in Ibrahim's affairs, and considering that the patient regained consciousness, it was generally unclear how they would now fulfill their obligations. 4 times. The heart stopped 4 times, and even now his cardiogram looks like a mess. He's in such a state, it's not like waking up. Ibrahim wiped sweat from his forehead and bit his lip. It seemed that everything would be simple and safe. Of course, Mark's family is very influential, but considering the condition in which he came here, yes, he probably wouldn't even have to do anything. But now, Ibrahim looked heavily at the nurse. The pretty Asian girl was much younger than him, but she already understood that in order to exist comfortably, It was not enough to follow well-trodden paths and just do her job well. Therefore, over the past couple of years, she had been helping him with all sorts of sensitive issues, and with the amount of information he had, she was already depending on him to some extent. In return, Ibrahim turned a blind eye to some not quite legal activities that she was engaged in at the hospital and helped her climb the career ladder. A low price for the opportunity to dump all the blame for medical negligence on her and get away with it. If anything, important people are coming to see him tomorrow. Today is our last chance. Do you understand what I mean? But I didn't sign up for this. It's one thing to chemo an unconscious body that might well not survive on its own, but it's completely another to kill a waking person with your own hands. I signed it. Mia, maybe you don't understand, but the people who asked for this favor hinted very clearly that our lives would become much more difficult if this mark didn't come out of here feet first. Ibrahim tried to sound as impressive as he could. Mia wanted to reply that no one had actually asked her when they agreed on this, but she didn't have time, because the service pager strapped to her belt beeped disgustingly. This is his room. He pressed the emergency button. She bulged her eyes. So go and do what you have to do. Ibrahim bent down and took something out of a drawer in his lacquered desk. Exhaling in anger that everything was going so badly, he put a syringe with some kind of transparent liquid inside in front of the girl. Inject it into him, and no regeneration will help here. The man smiled with his trademark smile honed over the years. Mia gritted her teeth, grabbed the syringe from the table, and went out into the hallway without saying a word. She went to Mark's room, cursing the old goat, who had settled in painfully well. The amount he told her was huge, and knowing that he most likely understated it in order to take more for himself, you involuntarily begin to wonder who this guy annoyed so much. Alas, the girl was not privy to such details, you'd think. She just needs to break the main medical oath, kill a person with her own hand. Why coordinate something with her? Really, Ibrahim can only sit on his ass straight while she does all the dirty work. She was walking down the hospital corridor. It was flooded with cold white light. Portraits of outstanding doctors who had worked in this place hung on the yellow walls, and at that moment she could have sworn that every face looked reproachfully into her eyes. The hospital was very expensive, and therefore it was always pleasant for her to be here. No queues of vile old men and greedy goons. No outraged screams and stampedes at the reception desk, as in her previous place of work. And it smelled much better. Perhaps that's why she was helping Ibrahim now. She always wanted more than she had, and all means are good in this race. At least, that's what she told herself every day before going to bed. After crossing a long corridor, she was stuck for several minutes on the way to the ward. She was carefully examined by the guards, who were sent here by the boys' clan. Over the past week, these guys have settled on the floor where the young major was lying, and created huge problems for working with other patients. There were quite a few guards, and they had the right to inspect anyone who approached the heir's chamber. Otherwise, they just took up space in the corridors, preventing the staff from performing their duties, and spent the night in the residence room, which caused particular dissatisfaction with Mia's colleagues. However, none of this bothered her personally. The guys were not particularly smart and desperately needed a change of deodorant. However, the dogs of the Rot clan had no influence on the nurse's daily life. Fortunately, they did not ask a word for the contents of the syringe. Perhaps they did not consider it strange that the nurse had a syringe in her hand. In any case, she would have replied that it was a medicine prescribed by Dr. Ibrahim, and then let him take the consequences. Of course, in a normal situation, an emergency button would mean that the medical staff should rush headlong to the patient, but now she was deliberately stretching the way to him, hoping that when she entered the room, she would only have to fix the time of death of the guy, without unnecessary risk and burden on her soul. Having gathered a little courage in front of the door, she put on the most worried look on her face and pressed the handle, expecting to see a freshly baked dead man in front of her. Alas, the expectations were not fulfilled. There was a guy lying on the bed in front of her, looking quite alive. At least his chest was heaving. He seemed to be thinking about something, and was actively fingering his fingers, looking at the ceiling. Apart from the bloody bandages wrapped around his head, he looked just like he had during the day. He even seemed a little annoyed that she had invaded here at all. Mia came closer. What happened? The bandages are noticeably soaked with blood. It got bad, but it's better now. The guy didn't seem to care about his condition at all. Okay, now I'll examine you and rewind you. She said it in a practiced, friendly tone. It makes patients feel safer. It's been checked. removing the red cloth from the guy's face. Mia closed her eyes in disgust. Even with his extensive hospital experience, some of the wounds were too fresh and nasty to look at with a straight face. She did not know why she decided to bandage him first, and then only inject the medicine. Maybe she didn't have the courage to do it like that, right away. Maybe that's how she apologized to him in advance for what would follow. Or maybe the profession was taking its toll after all. Anyway, when the dressing was done, she felt for the syringe, which she put on the bedside table and held it up in her hand. That's all. You're going to sleep now. But first you need to give this injection. To stabilize her condition, she tried her best to keep her voice steady. The guy raised an eyebrow and looked at Mia, but then turned away and began to think about something else again. Turning his hand up with his veins, she decided not to think, but just to do what needed to be done. And a moment later, the needle entered Mark's vein. The liquid slowly ran through his veins. After emptying the syringe, the nurse took a couple of steps back and watched. The fingers he was tapping on the bed froze in place, and the guy's chest stopped rising and falling. Mia grabbed his wrist and counted to 30. There was no pulse. He was dead. Clutching the empty syringe tightly in her hand, she hurried to the exit. Her hand paused for a moment, touching the door handle. Just for a moment, after which, the girl raised her head and left the room with a cold expression on her face. If she had stayed a little longer, she might have noticed what happened next. The dead body in the ward arched. Dark purple pillars of light, as if through cracks, poured out of the eyes, open mouth and ears. It seemed that these clumps of light were so dense that they could be touched. My body was convulsing. My joints were twisting. It didn't last long, seconds, and it ended as suddenly as it began. The dark light, like a fighting dog pulled by a leash, obeyed an unknown owner and subsided. The body fell onto the bed. The patient sucked in air loudly with his mouth and opened his eyes wide. "Well, what the hell was that just now?" he muttered in a half-whisper. I opened my eyes on an empty train. The darkness obscured the view outside the window, so much that it was impossible to figure out which way we were going. But nevertheless, I felt that the train was slowly tapping its wheels on the tracks, as if it had just started moving. I pulled down the rolled-up sleeves of a sweatshirt that was clean as soon as it was washed, and looked around. I didn't like it here. I always had the feeling that something was wrong here, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I snorted irritably and leaned my forehead against the glass, peering into the darkness, trying to make out in it, I don't know what. It seemed that I had been sitting like this for hours, and would have sat even longer until I saw at least something. If not for the strange melody of the phone call, more like monotonous beeping, which broke the annoying silence. I patted my pockets, but there was no phone anywhere, and the ill-fated melody still did not subside, rushing from side to side over my skull. I got up and walked slowly into the next carriage. More than anything, I wanted to reset this call and go back to trying to see this something. Opening the door without any problems, I went inside and was surprised to find that all the seats in this piece of the train were unnaturally far apart from each other. Some were standing alone. I shook my head, complaining about the stupidity of the one who planned this carriage, and walked on to the phone, which I did not think to stop calling. Apparently, the sound came from the conductor's cabin. I frowned. Was he sleeping so soundly that he couldn't hear the melody? Getting angry and angrily flying up to his place, I rushed inside without knocking. No one else. Only my phone with a case lost somewhere, tearing its speakers with increasing and subsiding beeps. It was lying on the table by the window, which had been cleaned to a shine, and my rather fresh-looking face was well reflected in it. I grabbed my cell phone and looked at its screen. The subscriber is Eliza. There's a photo below where she's standing with that guy with his arm around her waist. Well, no way. I don't want to talk to you. What are we even talking about? And my thumb pressed the red reset button, but nothing happened. One more time, and more. The phone rang louder and louder. Each note bit into me like a small piranha, causing discomfort. I was tapping the cancel button with my finger, and when the call started screaming so much that the sounds merged into a hissing cacophony, I couldn't stand it and threw it right out the window. The phone flew to the floor and fell silent, and cracks spread across the window. I let out an exasperated sigh and almost turned around to go back to trying to see something outside the window, but stopped abruptly. His gaze caught on the reflection. The glass cracked at the level of my left eye and slowly, but surely continued to be covered with curved lines, neatly reproducing the silhouette of my body. I came closer and bent down, not quite understanding what was going on. At that moment, a nagging pain spread throughout his body. My chest started to burn terribly. Because of the shock, I couldn't even howl and just watched my face rapidly turn pale. I blinked quickly and, opening my mouth, looked at the reflection in the glass. My body began to look like a withered rag doll, only miraculously standing on its feet. I had enough strength to think about ignoring pain, and a familiar white light poured down my wrists. However, after a couple of seconds, my hands began to glow dark purple, which seemed to cover the white glow with a layer on top, leaving no trace of it. I looked at myself again. My face was covered with a dead blue, and my eyes, like my hands, burned with purple fire. The burning pain in my chest reached its peak, and I was seized with animal horror. The eye opened wide. I was breathing heavily, staring at the empty ceiling for a long time. The dark purple glow that had been clouding my eyes until recently was gradually fading away. Minutes later, I leaned my elbow on the mattress and sat down to recover a little. So, what was it? Am I going to have nightmares every night now? And most importantly, what's wrong with me now? Why do I feel even better? At least now I can take a deep breath without pain. And most importantly, to sit. That injection. It all started with him. He was so wildly sleepy. I don't know why she decided to inject me with sleeping pills. I didn't seem to have any problems with insomnia at all. However, it worked instantly, then I passed out literally in a second. Unless it was a sleeping pill, and the nightmare was a simple dream, not a death trip. I swallowed a lump in my throat and decided to distract myself by watching a couple of videos on my phone, but nothing came out. Looking at my watch, I realized that the recent sleep lasted less than 5 minutes. It wasn't a sleeping pill at all. Obsessive thoughts that someone was trying to kill me now fought in my head, with the inner opponent of conspiracy theories with alternating success. If it was just a sleeping pill, then what the hell was wrong with me? On the other hand, who wants to kill me now? Most likely, after my prank, which I posted on the entire poster, my position in the clan will simply drop to the impossible. There can be no question of any wedding or legacy. I am useless, and therefore there is no need to kill me. I hope. After a long debate with myself, I came to a simple compromise. Maybe the nurse injected me with medicine or a sedative. Well, maybe she didn't calculate the dose. The nightmare is just a manifestation of PTSD, which I probably had, and now I'm just winding myself up. But if there is a possibility that there was absolutely no medicine in that syringe, I must not lose my vigilance. I spent the rest of the night thinking about it, and I even managed to doze off at dawn. Around noon, I was woken up by voices at the door. Yes, gentlemen, I understand everything, but you can't go to the patient right now. His condition worsened during the night, and he should not be disturbed. I think I can recognize Ibrahim's sycophantic tone anywhere now. Therefore, maybe it's better for us to go talk in my office. I understand the importance of your case, but the patient's life is the first thing for us. As a doctor, I can't let you see him. You don't quite understand what's going on right now. A female voice I didn't recognize said. Amendment to the legislation. In case of a threat of a foul breakout in residential areas, the Counterintelligence Bureau has increased powers. An unfamiliar male voice rapped out. We have every right to ignore your orders. Now is really not the best time for. I heard the voice of yesterday's nurse. We're going inside. He said it in a tone that left doctors no choice. Yes, of course. The doctor had no choice but to open the door to my room and gesture with his hand to show the guests come in. I made myself comfortable on purpose and watched what would happen next. Ibrahim, who saw me sitting on the bed, in good health and with a mocking smile on his face, froze for a couple of seconds, as if in a photo, and immediately hid his trembling hands in the pockets of his robe. Good morning. I was still grinning. Are you alive? Ibrahim seemed to hiccup in surprise. Shouldn't it be? I raised an eyebrow. It seems that my inner paranoid with a foil cap is not as far from the truth as it seemed. Although I don't know what you injected me with last night. But after that I really died. I paused to notice how tense the chief physician was. And then I was born again. Ibrahim's eyes darted around the room, and the eyes of all the people gathered here rested on him. He coughed into his fist and started yelling at the nurse. Mia, well, why did you tell me yesterday that the patient's condition had worsened? What kind of negligence? A reprimand? Why, yes, of course. Sorry. I looked at the girl. She was about 6 years older than me and looked just great. Mia, as he called her, was an Asian woman with not very long, shoulder-length hair, a regular face shape, and a slender body. She looked like a needle. I couldn't see a single dent or crease on her uniform. Damn. And even the badge on her chest hung perfectly straight, like under a ruler. The girl did not give the impression of a negligent employee who could just go and spin nonsense to the head doctor about the health status of one of their main patients. It was already obvious to me. I smiled naively and looked at a beautiful red-haired girl in a business jacket, cream shirt, and a tight pencil skirt, who gracefully raised an eyebrow at the performance that Ibrahim had staged. Her companion was a rather tired-looking middle-aged man, who was wearing a worn gray coat and a stale shirt. The man folded his arms, and now and then straightened his carelessly tied tie, lazily glancing at me, then at the doctors. He clearly wasn't interested in who was to blame for the medical errors. After examining the uninvited guests, I turned my gaze to Ibrahim, who had stopped scolding the nurse and was now pretending sincere indignation that everything had turned out that way. I scratched the back of my head with my right hand. For now, you can turn on the fool. Are you here on business or just to visit me? I just steamed up to sit around. I didn't think I'd ever get tired of sticking it in my phone. But wow. Haha. The stupid grin on my face made the doctor shudder once again. These gentlemen have just come with you to have a conversation. Really? I will be glad. Did your father send you? Of course. No father sent them. I heard where they came from pretty well. Ibrahim was already on the verge of a nervous breakdown at that moment. He took out a handkerchief and, without even trying to hide his excitement, began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. People in suits looked at the doctor with great curiosity, or one might say suspicion. So, unable to withstand their stares, he grabbed the nurse by the arms and quietly left us, leaving me alone with strangers. The girl spoke first. Hello, Mr. Rott. My name is Agent Barker. She took out of her purse a leather-bound ID card with an image of Europe framed by a golden shield. Right under the drawing, 3 letters UBA were pushed back in red. The Empire's Security Department. Damn it. This is a very serious state body. Something like a cross between internal intelligence and a law enforcement structure, which has many times more rights than ordinary police and has the authority to interfere even in the affairs of imperial colonies. Looking at how Barker introduced herself, the girl's partner curled his lip and, rummaging in the breast pocket of his coat, took out with 2 fingers the same document as hers, except that it was much more crumpled. Agent Rubin, the killer said with a smoky hoarseness, and strode to the table next to the TV. Barker followed his gaze and continued to speak. And we want to ask you a few questions. As part of a preliminary survey regarding the case of the train in the dead city. Do you agree? Of course. I can say, I have no desire. But something told me that I could take out some useful information from this meeting. Yes, of course. As I said, I'm bored of sitting here doing nothing. I smiled a little nervously. Agent Rubin, who had moved away from us, grabbed a chair by the table and very slowly dragged it to my bed. The legs scratched the floor and made an impossibly nasty sound, like a knife scraping on a plate. I was trying to collect my thoughts, and it was distracting me a lot. Although, perhaps, this is what he wanted. Putting a chair with its back to me, he sat down on it and smiled unpleasantly, as if he deliberately wanted me to notice the insincerity of this gesture. I frowned. The man cleared his throat, looked at the old but rather well-groomed watch, which cannot be said about the rest of the agent's appearance, and stared straight at me. Well, tell me. Excuse me. I noticed that the girl had climbed onto the windowsill behind her partner and was now sitting on it with her legs dangling. She looked quite attractive, but I couldn't see her completely. She was hidden behind Rubin's figure. What happened that night? A man distracted me. I'm not really a pony. I looked at him. What do you remember from that night? Pain. I haven't quite decided on my role yet, so I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What? Well, it hurt me. Something. I defiantly swallowed a lump in my throat and nodded down. As you can see, it was not by chance. What else? He still wouldn't come off. I felt uncomfortable from the agent's gaze. I buried my face in my hands to hide my eyes from his gaze, feigning some kind of headache. I remember the train. All sorts of monsters. I said quickly, listen, what do you want from me? Agent Rubin took his hands off the back of his chair and exhaled irritably. Barker was speaking now, having been looking for something in the window before. Mark, do you mind if I call you that? Of course. She didn't even give me time to answer. We want to help you and figure out what happened. But now you're on the list of suspects in the murder of 3 people. Excuse me. I looked up in surprise. We understand that you're probably not to blame for anything, but if you don't cooperate, you're a young guy, Mark. I don't want your whole life to go awry. So, I interrupted her in mid-sentence. The girl was noticeably surprised by such impudence. She's saving my life here, of course. Let me guess. Did you by any chance interview any hysterical middle-aged woman in front of me? The couple looked at each other in surprise, and for a few seconds my guess even confused them. We've interviewed all the witnesses, Barker said quickly, changing her friendly tone to a more casual one. Just curious, I smiled. In a good way. At that very moment, I should have called the guards, who somehow let the agents through here, and ordered the gentleman to be taken out of my room. Such conversations are not conducted without a lawyer, and even more so with minors. However, my interest got the better of me, and I decided to listen to what else they had to say. I don't understand what you're doing here, and what you're trying to accuse me of, but take your time. We understand what stress you've been through. Try to calm down and tell us everything. The sweet tone returned to the girl. I must admit that, coupled with her vanilla perfume, it couldn't help but be mesmerizing. She looked at me sympathetically, spoke softly, as if she was sharing some secret with me. Whether she was acting like that on purpose or not, it still had the right effect on me. I turned away and stared at one point, inwardly glad that I was wearing a lot of bandages now, which helped to hide my real emotions at least a little. The main thing is to understand exactly what they don't know and what they want to hear from me, okay? I breathed. Well, finally, the man spread his hands. Agent Rubin. She emphasized his last name. Don't get in the way. Glancing irritably at Rubin, I began. I've been wanting to go to the capital for a long time and finally bought tickets. I wanted to see someone. We don't care about that. The man cut me off. We need to know what happened during the trip itself. I pressed my lips together. At first everything was fine, but then the train stopped. Why did he stop? Old man. An old man was riding with me in the carriage. I tried to give them a minimum of information. He tore off the stopcock. Who was that old man? What did he look like? Rubin asked. So Rodion was able to leave unnoticed. It must have been difficult for him to pull it off, especially with a couple of corpses on his shoulders. Well, I don't remember well. An ordinary old man, dressed simply, gray-haired, bald. Rubin took out a small notebook from the same inner pocket, to which a short pen was attached, and pushing its cover back, began to squeak on the paper. Was he alone? No. Who was he with? With my wife. This question confused me a little. But how much do they know? What did she look like? Each question echoed in my head like a line break on a typewriter. He asked them very quickly, not giving me time to think about what to say next. It's sad. Normal build, wrinkled face, short hair. It's hard for me to say. Agent Rubin shook his head and fell silent, looked around and noticed my phone on the bedside table, reached for it, and began to turn it in his hands. What's the password? What do you think? Good. Why did you kill the guide? What? This unexpected question completely confused me. Why would I do this? It was an old man. Are you sure? Yes. Why would he do that? Yes. How do I know to stop the train? But why would he do that? Well, to get out. Obviously. The agents exchanged glances. I managed to turn around and noticed that the girl nodded to her partner. The latter, however, did not think to slow down. Did you see what killed the guide? No. Did you do something with the body? No, I was scared. I left as soon as I saw the corpse. Where did you go? Look for train staff to tell you what happened. And what exactly happened? It looks like they were doing everything they could to confuse me. I have to admit, they were starting to work out. The old man killed the conductor and got off the train, but they already know that. This stream of questions really annoyed me. I felt that despite all attempts to stay cool, Rubin was able to punch me through. The man fell silent again and put my phone back on the bedside table, after which he began tapping his pen on the top of his notebook. Did you kill Nikita Sanchez? No. Who killed him? The wandering one killed him. The creature that emerged from the corpse of the guide. There was no creature. The bastard chuckled. But in the video he was killed from behind. The camera did not capture any creature. Only his face was there. And the way you were swearing. Nikita died. And then you just ran away. I wanted to object. However, damn it, you screwed up, Mr. Agent. If that creature had not been on the video, then the memes that have spread on the internet would not have appeared. So obviously he's just bluffing. Maybe he's doing it on purpose, knowing that I've already logged it. But there were other witnesses, I blurted out, not bothering to show that I had noticed this detail. The realization that all their claims were sucked out of my finger calmed me down and gave me a little self-confidence. They all testified against you, the agent said with a malicious smile. I had to restrain myself from cursing. Why would anyone testify against me? Yes, I should have testified against them, considering that Max locked me one-on-one with this monster. They obviously got this information from witnesses from the carriage. In addition, there is a recording of the creature on the video. And yes, the most important thing, what do the words of those ordinary people mean against mine? The agent is clearly aware of all this and is now just mocking me. My patience is at an end. It's pointless. I lowered my head down, and then turned it around and looked Reuben straight in the eyes. "You know who I am. And you should understand that this is no longer a survey. This is a real interrogation. Do you have an order?" The man clenched his teeth and looked at his partner. "We understand," the girl said thoughtfully. "But do you understand how disastrous the effect of what happened can be?" "Well, yes. Killing 3 people is a very disastrous effect," I snorted. I looked at Barker, and for some reason, it was at that moment that I thought that she was quite pretty, especially when I was sitting in the morning sun on this windowsill. She was stunned by my answer for just a second, then frowned. "We are investigating what happened in the city itself," the girl concluded coldly. "What happened before you were found. But no matter how charming she is, no amount of feminine beauty will stop me from stopping this circus. Look, I've had enough. Quite recently, I almost moved my horses. In a good way. I should be lying in intensive care now, and not proving to the devil knows who that I am not a camel. Do you realize how many laws you've already broken? I don't feel well and I refuse to talk. Go away." Agent Reuben silently looked at me with a cold look and, sniffing, got up from his chair, not forgetting to creak it disgustingly on the floor once more. He turned around and walked to the door without saying a word. Barker climbed down from the windowsill and clicked her heels on the floor, leaving a scent of vanilla in her wake. Just before the door, the girl stopped and turned her head in my direction. She smiled sweetly at me and left. Well, yes, of course. As soon as the door closed, I exhaled in relief and sprawled on the bed. One question was knocking in my head. Where were my guards looking? Come to think of it, I haven't even seen them since I woke up. Only sometimes I heard hoarse laughter and greasy jokes through the wall. Well, no, that won't do. I reached for the phone, which Reuben casually threw on the far edge of the bedside table, unlocked it, and found the contact, Friedrich, and began angrily scribbling a message. "Have you already been informed that the investigators came to me? Send." The pictogram of the paper airplane carried my message to the head of the security service of our clan. He was in no hurry to answer. I thought about it for a second, and then threw in a couple more messages. "Counterintelligence of the Empire. Agent Barker and Reuben. They conducted an interrogation. And no, this is not a typo." Recalling the strange behavior of the doctor and nurse, he added. After a couple of minutes, the clouds around my messages changed color to gray, letting me know that they had been read. Friedrich started typing something in response. I stared at the inscription. "User is typing a message." Minutes passed, and the head of the security service was still typing. I wondered what he was going to say to me now that he was taking so long to answer. But in response, a short message came. "I'm leaving." However, I recognized Friedrich. Most likely, he was pleasantly surprised by such news and spent the last minutes painting a canvas of obscenities and insults, which he then simply wiped off. "Wait," I sent the following message. "There is something else strange. I still haven't seen my guards in my eyes. I just hear them laughing all day in the hallway." I narrowed my eyes thoughtfully. "So come without warning. You'll learn a lot of interesting things. Don't say anything to anyone and come straight to my room." The messages were instantly read, and a short message came in response. "Accepted. We'll figure it out. In general, you chose the top hospital for me. Then you will need to give it 5 stars. Mark, I don't understand a damn thing." I grinned at him. I remember how a few years ago, I accidentally showed Friedrich the profile of his daughter in the poster, where she did not hesitate to shine her figure in open swimsuits. He didn't understand anything and decided that this was a website with prostitutes. I rolled on the floor laughing as I listened to him angrily accuse her of misconduct on the phone. So yes, he was in a rather strained relationship with youth trends and slang, and so were most of the old guard of our security service. This is all the cost of nepotism on which the clan hierarchy is built. Either relatives or people who have proven their loyalty over the years are listed in high positions. Therefore, the social circle of people like Friedrich does not undergo infusions of fresh blood for a very long time. I was about to explain to him what a top is and where I want to put the stars, but then my stomach rumbled loudly. How long has it been since I ate? Probably, while I was in a coma, something nutritious was poured into me through some kind of tube. But from the moment I woke up, no one brought me anything. "Bring me some food. I haven't been fed in 2 days yet," I said finally. The answer came, 2. Well, yes. Friedrich was always brief. "Okay, that's sorted out. It remains only to wait for the arrival of the head of the security service. If he is in my hometown now, then I think he will not have time to arrive today, and he's unlikely to show up at night. Therefore, it is worth waiting for him in the morning." When I heard the door open, I raised my head. A nurse appeared in the aisle. I tensed up, but it didn't seem to be necessary. She kept her eyes on the floor and tried not to cross my eyes. The girl was obviously tense, perhaps because Ibrahim threw all the blame on her right in front of the murderers. But maybe not. I hope there won't be any injections this time. I looked at her with narrowed eyes. And no, the nurse looked away. A simple dressing. I relaxed a little, but I was still watching everything she was doing carefully. My inner paranoid in a foil hat still wouldn't calm down. Because of the excitement, the routine actions of checking the readings of the equipment and dressing turned out to be extremely awkward for her. Mia kept dropping something, hitting or confusing, which I watched curiously, turning my head after her, which made her even more uncomfortable. At some point, it began to seem to me that if she had her way, she would have already run 100 meters out of my room. Okay, Mark, it's good to look at pretty Asian women, but you can also think about what you've gotten yourself into. You are suspected of killing 3 people. Well, yes, of course. The Imperial Special Services are taking care of a couple of corpses in a small Eastern European country, of course. And which 3 people are we talking about? Only I knew about the death of Rita and Rodian's son, and I was specifically questioned only about the murder of Shorty. I don't know something. But if not in the murder investigation, then what could be their interest? Fortunately, Barker has already strongly hinted at this back then in the hallway. In case of a threat of a foul breakout in residential areas, and something further, their interest lies in the foul. In the city itself, in what is in it, the one who started all this mess. They need the old man who took away his son's body, in which the filth was sealed, which is now, in me. Fuck. There are situations when the truth hangs right in front of your eyes, and you subconsciously, or even to some extent consciously, prefer not to notice it. The rotten nature of a friend, the hypocrisy of parents, doubts about a girl, the kind of things that wave red flags under your nose and shout about themselves so obviously and loudly that from the outside you can easily seem the most naive of the idiots who trample this earth. The sad irony of such situations is that even though the flags are red, you are colorblind, and when the color starts to cut through, you can't get it into your head how you could not see the obvious point blank. So in front of my nose. From the very moment when Rodian looked at my body sprawled on the sarcophagus and pronounced the name of the attribute, there was such a flag hanging. And finally, I noticed him. I looked at my pale hand again. If they all expected to see me dead, why am I still quite alive? The neglect of pain showed the opposite effect from the desired one. Actually, like the second aura, regeneration, which, instead of healing me, began to aggravate my wounds. I remembered walking with Rodian when he poured out a flood of information about distorted energy on me. He said that under the influence of distorted energy, everything that gave life becomes destructive, and curses transform into something else. And my aura of regeneration, which previously helped me and almost killed me last night, fits this description perfectly. Ouroboros did not stop the reprinting of the foulness. No, it was in me all this time. Ouroboros did not let the fel take control of me, and did not let it distort me. Goosebumps went down my spine. They're looking for me. They just don't know about it yet. I began to feverishly analyze everything I know. What leads do they have? The people on the train are useless. I'm the only useful witness, and the matter is urgent, judging by the fact that they came the very next day, after I came out of the coma. The questions were mostly about the elderly. The agents, like me, were very interested in why the conductor was killed. They were very focused on this, but, to be honest, I had a feeling that the old man had killed that conductor stupidly in order to break the brains of me and the whole investigation. Why did they use aggressive interrogation methods and bluff? Most likely, they checked my answers. Perhaps the last phrases of the agent's girlfriend were thrown in order to win me over to her in contrast to the boorish Reuben, but in fact she gave me what I needed so much, a bit of information. The nurse pulled out one of the devices above my head and began recording its readings, holding a paper tablet in her hands, which distracted me a little. She sometimes seemed to look at me warily and constantly straightened her hair. I returned to my thoughts. They won't get rid of me, and that's understandable, no matter how hard I tried. Reuben looked like an experienced agent. Like Barker, they clearly read me and drew their own conclusions. Although it seemed to me that I was holding up pretty well, they definitely realized that something was wrong here. As for the head nurse, who was fussing over me right now, his recent reaction has been invaluable. If it were someone else, I would immediately draw an unambiguous conclusion based on the behavior of the doctor. However, there is one big problem with such slippery types. They are always, every single day, shaking for their skin, so it is not always easy to tell what exactly caused them to panic. I've seen enough of them around my father. And if we take into account Ibrahim's penchant for sycophancy, it is difficult to say unequivocally he was so sweaty and lost simply because he misinformed influential gentlemen about my condition, thereby showing his incompetence, or because sleeping pills were still supposed to make me fall asleep forever. And now he has a big ayah on his agenda. Such a problem is in the form of a one-eyed heir of a famous clan. He could have used the nurse in the dark, but judging by her behavior, it's not that simple. However, it is better to deal with such issues together with Friedrich. He is a much better judge of people than I am. Mia finished her work and rushed to the exit, but after taking a step towards the door, she froze in place. "I'm sorry," she said softly, lowering her head to the floor, and left the room without even letting me answer. And what was that? Is she talking about her nervousness? I doubt. It was beginning to get dark when heavy footsteps were heard in the corridor. I was quiet, listening to what was happening. At some point, the footsteps suddenly stopped, and then the doors opened and a man's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Friedrich was a powerful-looking man in his 60s, but you couldn't tell from his physical form. Only his wrinkled face and black hair with gray here and there gave away his real age. His square face had a bushy mustache, which for some reason always made me laugh. However, Friedrich himself was not laughing now, despite the fact that he was standing with a rather friendly look, holding a plastic soup bowl in one hand and a bag of oranges in the other. It was clear that he was not in a good mood. His eyes were narrowed, his nostrils flared angrily, and his cheekbones were constantly playing. "Friedrich is angry. Uniquely. You were flying," Friedrich muttered gloomily. His gaze caught on the carelessly thrown chairs in the center of the room, after which he sniffed. "What the fuck?" I spread my hands. "Something like that," and smiled wryly. Friedrich left the package on an empty table, where he stared hard at it, then walked over to me. He sat down on a chair next to me. "Mark, honestly, no one informed me that you were awake. Otherwise, I would have been here a long time ago. They would have spread the word here." I raised my hand, interrupting him in mid-sentence. "It's time to check out one thing that was bothering me. I think you've already noticed how security works." Friedrich nodded. "Let me show you something else first, and you draw your own conclusions." I pressed the emergency button, and under the surprised gaze of the head of the security service, I began to count my fingers to 10. When both palms curled into fists, I tore off the sensor that was tracking my heartbeat, and it showed a cardiac arrest. "Look where you put me." Time passed, but not a single doctor eager to save me burst into the room. With every second of delay, Friedrich's face grew redder and redder. And so, 5 minutes later, slow, heavy footsteps were heard in the corridor. It seems that this time Ibrahim personally decided to make sure of my demise. He flew into the room, almost with a joyful smile. Alas, I had nothing to please him with. The chief physician's small eyes rested on the massive figure of Friedrich, sitting on a chair with a red face. Ibrahim looked at me, and then at the instruments with sensors hanging from them. There was no trace of his joy left. The doctor's face turned pale. Friedrich took a deep breath to calm himself and got up from his chair. It seemed that even the air around him had become heavy. "That's how it means." I had already heard this phrase from him a couple of times and understood roughly what was going to happen now. I didn't even have time to notice how the doctor abruptly moved his face to the floor with his arm twisted behind his back. Friedrich was pinning him down with his knee. He held Ibrahim with one hand and went through his pockets with the other. A second later, a whole swarm of pills and pieces of paper fell out on the floor next to them. The doctor's phone was also there. Taking out the most ordinary braces from his pocket, Friedrich twisted the doctor's other arm and pulled his hands together. Only then did he remove his knee. All this time, the doctor did not make a sound, apparently passed out from hitting his head on the floor. After looking around the room, the head of the security service grabbed everything he took out of Doc's pocket, got up from the floor, and came over to me. "Mark, you'd better shut up now. But if the doc is lying, then don't hesitate to correct his words." Putting the medic's supplies on the bedside table, he took a chair and moved it to the center of the ward. Then he picked up the doctor with one hand and sat him down on a chair. The man's face was unimportant, as if he had met a concrete wall on the run. "If he wakes up before I get back, then call. I'll be right there." After these words, he went out into the corridor. I did not hear what the conversation was about in the corridor, but 2 minutes later 4 guards entered the room with empty holsters, followed by Friedrich, holding the same number of pistols in his hands. They hesitated for a second, saw Doc with a bruised face. The boss pointed at the wall with his hand. Then he put all the weapons at my feet on the bed, and he sat down on the edge of it. "Friedrich," I breathed wearily, "are you serious? Now? Right here?" He looked at me, puzzled. And why not? I shrugged wearily. Friedrich got out of bed, went to the bedside table, and pulled out the power cord from the equipment. It finally stopped beeping alarmingly. Well, apparently everyone is here. Since no one else is in a hurry, he turned to me. Or maybe someone else is missing for the full picture. There's also the nurse who gave me an injection last night, which may have made me feel sick, but I'm not sure. I added dryly. Have you seen her today? Yes, I nodded. Twice. The first time was when the agents came in. The second time was when they had already left. She took readings from the equipment and bandaged me. I see. He went up to the doctor. Wake up. Sleeping Beauty. Friedrich patted his hair, but there was no result. The next moment, a loud slap sounded in the room. What? What's happening? The doctor began to look around and frown in pain. Who paid you? What? And who are you? What do you allow yourself? He fidgeted with his hands, and then tried to jump out of his chair. But Friedrich's heavy hand fell on his shoulder, with which he sat him back down. Don't twitch. You'll be safer. Apparently, Friedrich squeezed his shoulder with force, because the doctor screamed in pain. And then he slapped another savory, heavy slap in the face to shut the doc up completely. And he shut up. If I have to repeat the question again, I will start to get nervous. And when I get nervous, Friedrich showed the doctor his hand, which was burning red from turning on the skill. I want to break something. You're a doctor. You need whole fingers, right? That's why I'm asking you for the last time who paid you. Why, yes. Okay, gentlemen. Mark. He looked around in an attempt to find at least some way out of the situation. But Friedrich did not leave him any options. A serious man came to me, did not name me, made it clear that he was working for someone influential, threatened that if I did not help, then, really. The head of the Security Council clenched his red burning hand into a fist and loudly cracked his fingers. Okay. He said he would pay. Yes, he transferred my annual salary to me for one opportunity to discuss this. Understand? And he promised much more. I was told that all that needs to be done is this. Make sure that the patient does not leave the hospital. What will help? The guards have their own man, and at that moment, 2 guards standing near the wall rushed to the exit. But Friedrich was faster. In the blink of an eye, he was near one of them. The man's body was followed by a red mirage of acceleration skill, probably decided to activate it in front of the doctor, because the red color looks menacing. The old show-off. He landed 2 punches. The first guard received a blow to the neck with his hand, and flew nose first into the wall, leaving a bloody trail on it. The second one, without having time to recover, bent over from a kick in the stomach. The next blow sent him into a knockdown. The first guard awkwardly tried to stand up, but he was overtaken by another lightning strike, this time with a fist to the jaw. It all lasted no more than 5 seconds, after which Friedrich was left standing alone near the door. There were 2 unconscious bodies under his feet. That's what I was talking about when I regretted my poor skills. The head of the security service turned to the rest of the guards, who stupidly blinked at this development of events, and threw them 2 screeds with the words, "Knit them." The guards exchanged glances and rushed to immobilize their former partners. Wiping his hands disgustedly on each other, Friedrich exhaled and returned to the good Dr. Ibrahim. What did the one who came to you look like? Well, he would have been wearing dark glasses. A man of about 30, ordinary. Okay, we'll make a sketch later. Who else is in cahoots with you? Sister. Nurse Mia. She did everything. Apparently, Ibrahim found a small ray of joy in this situation. Now it will come not only to him. Friedrich went over to the doctor's things that were on the bedside table and took his phone. Then I went back to the doctor and poked the screen in his face. How do I unlock it? 1912. How is it written in your phone book? Mia's job, it seems. Is she still in the hospital? Then listen carefully, as we will do now. I will dial her number. You will tell her to come here. If you say something unnecessary, you'll get it for yourself and for her. Is that clear? Friedrich presses the call and puts the phone to his ear. The beeps are ringing. Hello? Come to Roth's room as soon as possible. He did not have time to say anything more, as Friedrich immediately dropped the call. It didn't take long to wait for her, maybe about a minute. Wow, come on, so fast. And when the heart stopped, why didn't you come running? Mia looked around in fright, and seeing Ibrahim tied up with a bruised face, she began to back away. Alas, she didn't even have time to turn around when Friedrich grabbed her arm. She didn't resist anymore. The girl stared guiltily at the floor and began to sob. Friedrich shook his head. Oh, just don't do all this feminine stuff right now. How to kill a guy. So here's a shot for you. but how to take responsibility for yourself. So we immediately start crying. With one deft movement, Friedrich dragged her out of the doorway into the ward and pressed her face against the wall, then brought her hands behind her back and pulled them together with a screed. It seemed to me that he was being a little too harsh with her. I couldn't get her quiet sorry out of my head, thrown earlier that day. Hey, Friedrich, maybe you shouldn't do this to her. He smiled sadly. Mark, don't be a fool. You could have died because of her. Or really died. Something whispered to me about it. She made her choice. Don't feel sorry for her, Friedrich said sternly. I nodded doubtfully. So, Mark, is that it? It seems so. I nodded dumbfounded. I do not know. I was unconscious for a long time. Maybe someone else came. The head of the Security Council nodded. You take it while you eat. Now 2 guys who brought me here from the airport will come up to you. I trust them. One of them will be constantly on duty in your room. If he takes even a step away from you, call immediately. Friedrich smiled at me reassuringly, then took out his phone and called his people upstairs. They didn't have to wait long. 2 guards entered the room. One of them was about Friedrich's age and looked like a smaller copy of him, except for the lack of a mustache, while the other was at most 27 years old. He was one bald head taller than his partner. Mark, this is Johnny Crafts. He pointed at the first guard, who immediately stood at attention. I've known him since army days. You'll be safe with him. P. Nice to meet you. I haven't quite gotten over how quickly the situation in this room has escalated. Friedrich, meanwhile, pointed to the second guard, the bald one. And this is Johnny Crafts Jr. Don't be surprised. They're all in Johnny's family, but they can do their job. Johnny Jr. smiled and nodded his head at me. Hello. When he finished introducing the new guards to me, Friedrich went to the bedside table, took out oranges from a bag, and put the weapons there, glancing at the remaining 2 guards and sighed heavily. All right, you idiot. Follow me. Help me load these rats into the car. He looked at his colleague. Crafts, you're with me. Let my son stand at the door. They nodded in unison. Friedrich stuffed the doctor's belongings into his pockets and approached the hapless assassins. His hand flashed white. Then he bent down slightly and grabbed Mia by the waist, pulling her onto his shoulder. The girl screamed at such unceremonious behavior and whined more than ever. With his other hand, he grabbed the collar of Ibrahim's head, which was rapidly jerking from side to side, and did the same to him, after which he headed for the door. The guards dragged a couple of their, presumably former partners, into the corridor. Before leaving, Friedrich turned to me, along with 2 bodies on his shoulders. Mark, we'll figure it out. I looked around my room, which now had blood on the walls. Thank you. Johnny Jr. waited until everyone had left the room and looked at me. When your father gets back, can you get something from the vending machine? Are you thirsty? P*********. As you wish. I was finally able to breathe out calmly. Midnight struck. The young guard sat in his place and burned every corner of this room with his gaze. I was stuck on my cell phone. I flipped through the tape and the poster, looking at what people were doing, and just came to my senses. Thanks to a full stomach, the mood rose by 3 orders of magnitude. I have not been written to so often because of memes. You can say that I have become almost uninteresting to anyone again. That's why I turned the notifications back on. At 12:01 p.m., I received a message from Eliza. Happy birthday, Mark 3. Happy birthday, Mark 3. When the message appeared in the notifications, I admit, I did not immediately realize what it was for and who sent it to me. Therefore, out of habit, I pointed at him with my finger and immediately went into the chat, thereby marking the message as read. It was only after a minute of foolishly looking at the phone that I realized that today was indeed my 18th birthday, and then that the first person to congratulate me was Eliza from the real page. She congratulated me every year like she did the scammers from her fake page. However, since the message had already been read, I could no longer just ignore it. Therefore, after a minute or two, after awkward attempts to squeeze out suitable words of gratitude, I deleted the entire forced text and replied with a short, "Thank you." The girl read the message almost instantly and immediately started typing something. It takes a very long time to type. The answer still did not come, and instead of watching the inscription, the user is typing, appear and disappear, I decided to go to her profile. Everything was the same there, except for 2 new photos of her riding an ATV somewhere in the mountains. There were no more photos of August in favorites, but they were not permanently deleted either. They were just in the general feed. I opened one of them and followed the link to his profile. I can't say that I saw something there that I didn't expect to see. What is not a picture? Then another party on a yacht with 50 people at once, or a polished board of a private plane that delivers a guy to a new country every time. He did not forget to mark the ladder with geotags. Well, of course. Suddenly someone will think that August cannot afford constant flights across the continent and beyond. At the expense of the Locke Corporation. Locke was a large media magnate corporation, one of the leading in our country. Despite the fact that they were in no way connected with clans and aristocracy, they had plenty of money and power. This was hinted at by a serious network of enterprises and subsidiaries covering almost every branch of the market, starting with newspapers and TV channels, and ending with steel mills with raw materials companies. Locke managed to put their hand everywhere. So yes, Augustus Locke can be considered not just an influential figure, but even a small-town prince, even without the legal right to be called that. Nevertheless, for some reason, even August's appearance irritated me. The eternally arrogant expression on his face, his hair combed back, which he did not spare gel for, and his questionable love of polo shirts created a very nasty image in my head, which is even difficult to describe in words. And of course, he has a photo with Eliza in his favorites. Who would doubt it? I did not open them and read the signatures, so as not to spoil my mood once again. The black and white profile icon, on which August squints into the camera's lens, was highlighted in blue, which indicated the presence of stories that I had not viewed, temporary photos or videos that disappear a day after publication and are not reflected in the main profile feed. I pointed at the avatar. The first story was a typical video about nothing, where he pokes some jokes, but all the subsequent stories made me grind my teeth. Guess who I saw there? The video, shot in the first person somewhere in a mountainous area, began with the roar of an ATV and a terrible shaking of the camera. August was pushing the throttle to the limit, but even so, at some point he was overtaken by a second rider in a fitted camouflage suit. Despite the helmet, I recognized her gray hair. Eliza rushed far ahead, leaving this bumpkin literally swallowing dust. Truth, I can't say that I cared about her racing success in any way. The following story inflamed me even more. It was a photo of August standing with one foot on an ATV with a helmet in his hand and looking at the camera with a smug smile. A little behind him was Eliza's ATV. The girl stood up over the seat and grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, keeping her back straight. However, it wasn't so much this that angered me as the caption superimposed directly on the photo. While some lazy people are lying on their beds, others are taking everything from life. Don't you want to go fuck yourself? I clenched my teeth. To be honest, I didn't think that the next story, posted a few minutes ago, would be able to piss me off even more. However, gods, how wrong I was. More videos, more nature. ATVs are parked in the background. August. Eliza is standing next to me, looking around a little puzzled. 5 people push a 6th, nondescript kid in a gray hoodie, plain jeans and sneakers closer to the camera. The crowd starts singing the song, Happy Birthday. August and Eliza sing along with everyone and clap their hands. The video ends, and the following story is shown immediately in the format of a photo with a caption. There are 3 people in the frame. That guy, and in front of him is August, who is hugging Eliza, who is distracted by something to the side. Caption: I never forget to wish my servants a happy birthday X. I probably sat for 2 minutes and just stared at one point. Anger was bubbling in his chest. I was torn between wanting to smash my phone against the wall and texting someone something extremely sarcastic. I even know someone August. In a fit of anger, I closed the stories and went into his private messages. He wrote a short one, the creature. I didn't have to wait long for an answer. After about 3 seconds, he sent me a mocking smiley face. I was about to start scribbling something, but suddenly froze, realizing that apart from direct insults, nothing really comes into my head. You can't do that. It's not just dumb, it's pathetic. I left the dialogue with him. I banned him. I went to my list of dialogues. I saw that Eliza was still typing something to me. I banned her. So, after that, you can smash the phone against the wall, powerfully, to pieces, so as to break through the wall. His hands burned black. Spit. I had already swung at that moment and put the phone right into the plasma with all my strength. Following the loud ringing, the black mirror of the screen was covered with a white cobweb of cracks almost to the edges. Right in the center of the TV was what was left of my phone. It went through the plasma like a knife and got stuck in the wall behind it, which was noticeable even from my bed. Muttering maliciously under my breath, I glanced sideways at Johnny Jr. who jumped up in surprise and looked suspiciously at me. Is something wrong, Chief? He kept looking at me and then at the plasma. Sort of. I looked at my wrists in surprise. They were covered with sharp, jagged lines, overlapping each other in a chaotic manner, just like Mom's when she was angry. I just sat there for a while, breathing heavily. I tried to calm down. It turned out badly. I looked at Johnny Jr. I needed to talk it out. Listen, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting that after such an outburst, I would decide to talk to him about something. I want to ask you something. He looked back at the broken plasma and then at me, then sat back down in his chair. Ask away. But I'll say right away that in your clan affairs, the devil will break his leg. So I'm not a big advisor here. That's not what I'm talking about. I paused, choosing my words. What to do when you are faced with a problem and do not know how to solve it. Not even that. You can't solve it. The guard tilted his head to the left, remembering something, and then looked at me again. When I was like you, maybe younger, I was just as lost. He looked at the TV again. Yes, it's immediately obvious. Don't be angry. And my father told me one thing then. Yes, there are situations in which you can't change anything, but there is no situation in which you can't change yourself. I did not immediately understand what he regretted, but I advise you to understand it as soon as possible. Thanks. I nodded and exhaled. Well, at least something. However, Johnny didn't stop there. By the way, my grandfather told him that. Johnny SR. Well, that is how. My father is also Johnny SR. But this was followed by a 10-minute tirade telling about the very extensive family tree of Johnny Kravtsev, among whom, by the way, one David still squeezed and presumably his family disliked him. Then I didn't really listen to him, although Johnny's chatty attitude helped me calm down a bit, despite the deep night. There was no sleep in either eye, and physically, I felt good. Too good. Like for someone who almost died just 6 days ago. Come to think of it. My legs itched slightly, and so did my left eye. But otherwise, I felt great. Change yourself. Okay, Mark, what can you do now, right now, to begin with? Finally figure out what you can do at all. How long have you been pulling the cat's balls? Will that be enough? First of all, filth. If the foulness is still in me, then that explains what happened to my skills. Maybe it's thanks to her that I didn't die after that injection. Or did he die? Since everything that restrains energy is my attribute, it is logical that after death, its action ceases to be active. However, in this scenario, the filth would have spread all over the neighborhood, and this hospital would have turned into a branch of hell on earth, only if there was nothing nearby that attracted her to herself. Something like a magical seal that creates a vessel out of a person, absorbing all the filth into itself, which in turn cannot allow the vessel to die so easily. And at the very moment when the foulness begins to restore my body, to resurrect, if you will, the Ouroboros becomes active again and does not allow it to take me completely under control. It turns out to be a vicious circle where I allow distorted energy to live, and it allows me to live. Damn it, in a way, I've become a walking scientific exhibit of the yin-yang of this world. Of course, I can't be completely sure about this, but if I'm right, then firstly, I didn't notice how I died, which already sounds like a good party story. And secondly, it explains the behavior of my skills. They are distorted, as is everything that concerns filth. I didn't feel like I was healthy. After the foulness restored me, I was healthy. My hand found the eye patch. I abruptly tore it off and threw it aside. Under the stunned gaze of Johnny Jr., even the dim night light in the ward took my eye some time to get used to, but it was completely intact. I even almost decided to poke at it with my finger, but I discarded this idea. Why? What are you doing? Johnny noticed that my eye was fine, but he couldn't figure out what to do in this situation. I'm changing myself. I smiled. I sat down on the bed and tore the blanket off my legs. They were sealed with white plaster, which I started trying to peel off with my bare hands. The plaster crumbled, but nothing more. At that moment, Johnny jumped up to stop me, but I put my hand out in front of me. Wait, but what are you doing? Friedrich trusts you, which means I trust you too. So now just go back to your place and don't bother me. You won't get anything for it. He wanted to resist me, but I sighed angrily and looked straight into his eyes. This is an order. The bald guard shook his head, nodded, and backed back into his chair, intently watching what would happen next. My gaze caught on the whole TV. I looked at the bizarre lines on my hands. Apparently, it was the result of the work of one of those curses that my mother gave me the opportunity to use. Of course, I haven't trained them or used them in any way before, as it's quite strange to curse myself. But I know the theory to some extent. They say curses originate in the dark side of human nature. Often, in order for a young awakened person to learn how to master this art, so that he activates the curse for the first time. He is brought to an emotional breakdown and forced to experience negative emotions in every possible way. Learning curses means endless stress and negativity for the awakened one. And if those who study only a few curses in their arsenal always just spit, remembering the endless humiliations in training, then warlocks and other classes whose curses make up the lion's share of abilities, cannot master this art without slightly moving their heads. The whole difficulty was to teach the awakened one to quickly enter a state of extreme emotional intensity, and then, just as quickly, get out of it, regaining control of his mind, in order to soberly make decisions in the midst of battle. It looks like the foulness has distorted some of the curses. Perhaps something that should work to weaken the enemy has now, on the contrary, strengthened me. Well, great. Right now, I'm not really interested in learning the intricacies of controlling my emotions. I was still so damn angry. My hands flashed black, and I tore the cast in one effort. The legs looked absolutely healthy. I felt them with my hands, and then tried to move them. To my surprise, they responded quite briskly. After a minute's warm-up, I rested my hand on the base of the bed and carefully put my feet on the floor. Squinting my eyes in anticipation of falling, I got up, and nothing happened. My legs were holding me up, just like a week ago. I examined them as if they were new shoes and even dared to jump on the spot. Then he took a couple of steps around the room with a stupid smile on his face. How? Johnny stared at me, dumbfounded. I shrugged indifferently. However, he was rejoicing inside. It was as if a huge boulder had rolled down from my heart. From the moment I came out of the coma, I tried not to even think about the fact that I might be disabled for the rest of my life, even if the new I had taken root and the bones in my legs had grown properly. It is impossible to imagine that I would have been able to function exactly as before the injuries. I would have had a lot of complications and multiple medical examinations, since magic is powerless in my case. That's probably why my brain developed a defense mechanism, thanks to which I didn't take my wounds seriously. But deep down, I still understood what my condition was fraught with. But now that the filth has pieced my body back together, it's all over. I won the lottery without even knowing that I participated in it. Johnny Jr. tried to find his phone in his jacket with his hand, apparently to call the boss and tell him about what had happened, but I stopped him. Friedrich is probably busy with the interrogation right now, and I don't want to burden him with unnecessary information. I know that he would immediately drop everything and rush back here to pick me up. No. Well, I agree that this is a matter of the utmost importance, but it's too early for him to know about it yet. I wanted to surprise him personally. When he comes to my room expecting to see a cripple, he finds me unharmed. But until that moment, to be honest, I didn't even know what to do. As I said, I didn't want to sleep at all from the word. Just lying in bed is even more so, especially after what I read in the caption to Augustus Locke's story. Johnny, I looked at the guard. Do you want to go for a walk? Nah. He shook his head. Not the best idea. Why? Can't you guess? He chuckled, hinting with a look that something was wrong with me. I looked down and it hit me. I was wearing a hospital gown that covers everything in front and ties several knots in the back. The long neckline along the entire back allows you to accidentally light up your bare ass with any awkward movement, which is not recommended for the heirs of any clans to do once again. I tied all the knots, thereby securing my rear, and looked at the guard. And, of course, no one bothered to bring me clothes. Of course, I sighed. Please write to Friedrich to pick up some clothes in the morning. Tell him I asked. Then I looked at the broken plasma and the phone stuck in the wall. And a new mobile phone. Johnny nodded, confused. He still could not understand what had happened and how I was able to move from the category of seriously injured to conditionally healthy at one point. Finding a set of hospital slippers under the bedside table and pulling them on my feet, I still managed to prove to Johnny Jr. that there is nothing wrong with walking around the hospital at night. Moreover, I'm being guarded, and I'm pretty sick of lying in place. And if I don't take a walk, I just won't be able to sleep. When Johnny Jr. opened the door, his father, who was watching in the hallway, almost yelled at his son for leaving his post so suddenly, but he stopped in mid-sentence when he saw my figure behind him. Johnny SR's face changed. What the fuck is this? He got up from the bench against the wall of the corridor and walked towards us. I chuckled. Well, you know how they say, get up and go. The father of the bald guard frowned angrily. So I got up and went. I need to report. The elder Crafts could not believe his eyes. He hardly had prescribed instructions in case of a magical cure for the client. And you should return to the ward. I looked around. There was not a soul in the corridor apart from the guard. Come on. Friedrich will be here in a couple of hours. What will happen if he finds out a little later? We will pleasantly surprise him, and then we will all leave the hospital together. As you can see, I have no reason to stay here anymore. Do you understand that the responsibility for everything that happens to you falls on my shoulders? I understand, of course, but nothing's going to happen. As you can see, I spread my hands looking at my feet. I'm fine. And I went out with the guard. You don't doubt his abilities, do you? Johnny Jr. cocked his head to the side in interest. Okay, Johnny SR gasped. But where are you going like this? I just want to stretch my legs. I won't run far. Don't worry. I'll walk down the hall and come back. Friedrich won't find out about it. I give you my word. It was obvious from the guard that he did not like my sudden craving for night walks, but he could not stop me by force, nor could he follow me. Someone has to keep an eye on the ward. All he had to do was, once again, judging by Johnny Jr.'s bored look, give his son instructions like, don't leave him one step, and return to looking out for potential threats from the nurses, who were waiting for the moment to put a bomb under the bed. I nodded gratefully to Johnny SR, who muttered something under his breath and went to the door to my room. My slippers slapped loudly on the floor as I walked through the empty night corridor of the hospital. It was quite long. There was a small bench upholstered in light brown leather near each door to the ward. Here and there were vending machines for food and coffee, as well as coolers with free water. This place looked pretty decent. It didn't matter for what purpose or where we were going. I just wanted to take a walk, if possible, even go out into the fresh air. But to do that, you would have to go downstairs and go the devil knows where. And I didn't know if this wing was closing, or even the hospital itself for the night. Surely they would have made an exception for me if I had wanted to come out, to the horror of the Kravtsev family. But for that, I'd like to find clothes first. Passing by a row of portraits on a yellow wall, one question came to my mind. Who is the owner of this place? Did not understand the question. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a private clinic? I clarified, looking around. To whom does it belong? As far as I know, the younger one answered me. It belongs to the family of your bride, the Beletsky clan. The chief told my father that they volunteered to receive you in the capital when they found out about what happened. They say they have almost the only clinic in the capital that could perform an eye transplant on the spot. But I did not expect this. That is, instead of quickly pretending that we didn't have any engagement, has Wolfric decided to help me? So, what happened to the head doctor is a blow to them too. Technically, yes. Don't you find this whole situation a little strange? I'm sorry, but I have no idea exactly what happened yesterday, Johnny Jr. replied, realizing that it was better not to say too much now. I didn't say anything. Of course, why would he know that? It turns out to be an interesting alignment. They volunteer to take me in, but the doctor is bribed, and my guards turn out to be rats. The bride herself is at this moment with a certain Augustus Locke. She has photos with him on her favorites profile, but after it becomes known that I came out of the coma, they abruptly disappear from there. Locke also surprisingly finds out that I have come out of a coma, at a time when even my clan has not yet been informed about it. What makes me think that? Yes, because if he hadn't known that I was out of a coma, he wouldn't have made those provocative stories. Of course, in theory, they could be a banal game for the public, but for some reason I doubted it. Devilry, Johnny, and I continued walking through the hospital corridors. The hour was quite late, and therefore there was silence around us, which made the footsteps resound loudly through the room. I walked forward, enjoying the fact that I no longer had to lie in one place for an indefinite amount of time, and figured out possible customers for my murder. Based on everything I know, there are several options. First, I was ordered by the Beletsky clan, the bride's family. I can only guess at the motives, but I admit the option, because it's very easy for them to arrange an assassination attempt in a hospital that belongs to you. And they could have done it if it hadn't been for my resurrection. And, most likely, no one found out about it in the end, because a corrupt doctor would have referred to the fact that my condition was too severe and incompatible with life, and they did everything they could. Second, I was commissioned by the Locke Corporation. It's just not entirely clear why they need it. Augustus has designs on Eliza, I'm pretty sure of that, wants to eliminate me and marry into the aristocracy, making Locke not just a dominant corporation, but a new clan. I don't know if he has enough resources to buy back Wolfric's honor, or I was ordered by a third party that I have no idea about at all. And the Locke Corporation and the Beletsky clan have nothing to do with this at all, but they are involved in another game that I do not understand. Anyway, the only source of information I have is Dr. Ibrahim, who will do anything to save his ass, and a pawn nurse, who certainly no one has been privy to the details of the murder. I hope Friedrich can dig up more. A white door appeared at the end of the corridor, which presumably led to the central hall. If we return to the issue of filth, then there are a few more interesting points. I know how regeneration and pain neglect work. They now have the opposite effect. But what about the shift and jerk? Will I get tired faster and hit weaker? It doesn't sound very useful. Johnny, he looked up sharply at me. Do you know where the roof is? I know, of course. He grinned contentedly. I'm not trying to figure out what kind of plan of the building where my client is not to learn. But why do you need it? I want you to help me check something. Hearing this, Johnny nervously swallowed a lump in his throat. We went through a white door into a large hall, but almost as deserted as the inpatient department. The presence of at least some kind of life was hinted at only by the voices of the nurses on duty, who were discussing something in one of the many offices. As a result, when he reached the large service elevator at the end, Johnny reluctantly pressed the button, and it lit up red. A minute later, we were on the last 6th floor. Judging by the pile of various boxes and the modest decoration, unlike the rest of the clinic, it was purely official. A little later, we found on it the cherished door with a staircase leading to the roof, at the end of which a padlock was waiting for us. It's closed. The guard cheered up, hoping that this would stop me. Can you knock it out? Johnny hesitated. Are you sure? I have a good reason to give up on concerns about the safety of local property, he replied indifferently. He shrugged his shoulders, looked around, and took out a pistol from his bosom, knocked down a rusty padlock with its handle. The chain that was tied around the door handles fell to the floor with a loud clang. After a simple break-in, the guard was the first to go to the roof, looked around, and then waved at me, saying it was clear. I crossed the threshold and went outside. Fresh air hit my face. The thin cape did not protect at all from the autumn wind, especially it blew from below. The roof was an open area about 30 by 20 meters, with railings along the edge and a pile of air ducts on the sides. Taking a deep breath, I looked around. Lights were still on in many office windows, and yellow illuminated streets flowed into bridges over a wide river. The scenery was mesmerizing. It's my first time in the capital, and I'll tell you, she's different. Compared to my city, everything here seemed much more ambitious and awe-inspiring. Despite the fact that the place where I come from was often called the second capital, the first one was strikingly different from him. However, something told me that I would still have time to look at the local views. Therefore, going out to the center of the roof, I started the tests. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't get into the state that allowed me to activate the black curse. The ragged patterns from the last application still covered the forearms and even reached the shoulders. But with each passing second, they seemed to go down more and dim a little. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't feel the surge of power that I had when the skill was activated, but I could still feel the remnants of it. So, the effect of this unknown curse subsides with time. Good. It's up to the auras. To begin with, zeal. Earlier, the skill increased the impact momentum, slightly accelerating the user. The effect faded after the first serious hit. We'll see. My hands turned yellow, and I immediately felt resistance at every attempt to move, similar to what you feel when you dive into water. If you move smoothly, then there are no problems, but you can't make a sudden movement. Running is also likely to be difficult and too tedious. Johnny. Why, yes. He looked at me warily, wondering what else I had in mind. Throw a stone at me. What? Well, no, I already violated Friedrich's order when. Throw the stone, I say. He exhaled loudly. I didn't do it. Johnny knelt down and dug into the gravel that partially covered the roof, found a more or less large stone. Maybe he didn't say it out loud, but it was clearly visible in the guy's eyes that he was cursing me inside for this whole outing. However, this did not stop him from swinging and throwing a stone right at my chest. At first, it seemed to me that he missed. However, a moment later, the stone rolled off my chest and hit the floor alone. So now, instead of giving momentum, zeal extinguishes inertia. Will I be able to take the blows much easier now? However, it is difficult to move in this state, and it is unlikely that inertia will stop any stabbing with a knife. It's debatable, but it's definitely better than nothing. Good. After a little thought, I decided to try activating the shift anyway. Hopefully, in the worst case, I'll just feel weak. The scarlet pattern lay on top of the black. The effect was quite strange. I calmed down at once. There was not a trace of the irritation and anger that had subsided, but had been sitting in me all this time. It's hard to explain it, but my thoughts also seemed to have become much cleaner. It happened to my brain about the same thing that happens to my body when you enter a room from a hot street in summer, where the air conditioner is running all over. This first second of bliss flashed through my head, when all the unnecessary and confusing thoughts caused by emotions were thrown out of it. So, the shift now, instead of accelerating me, calms me down. Judging by the sensations, it also slows down the pulse. To be honest, I can't say that I was impressed. However, another important point that I noticed during all these tests was that when activating the aura, I did not feel that I was pushing myself to the limit. There was no feeling that made it clear that's all. You can't squeeze anything out of yourself anymore. You don't have enough mana. No, this time it felt like there was an abyss of energy inside me that was just waiting for the moment when it would be used. Logically, the energy of the whole dead city is sitting in me. What is my new limit now? 2 active auras? 3 or more? I've activated the shift again. The feelings seemed to have gone away, and the heart slowed down. This is the first aura, then a jerk. It was like being in the depths of the ocean. This is the second aura. It feels strange when both of these effects are active, as if time has slowed down. I don't want to apply regeneration and neglect, but the previous test is already enough to make sure that my mana reserve has changed after all. And I don't feel at all that 2 auras are all I'm capable of. I just stood there, blown by the wind. Then he shook his head and turned to Johnny. He had been watching me curiously all this time. Can I ask you for a little sparring? Under the activated shift and jerk, the words were somehow too hard. Boss, no, this is too much. I don't want to hurt the person I'm supposed to protect. It's against all rules and in general. Johnny, just hit the floor with singles and don't make me say it. But this is an order. The guy was already starting to shake, but it even seemed to play into my hands. I can't say that he didn't like me in any way, but I can imagine the nervousness he was struggling with when doing my last errands. Therefore, he did not argue with me for a long time, but simply took off his jacket and threw it on the ground. Apparently the guard was still not averse to letting off steam. He stood in front of me and took a stance. I hung my arms by my sides and leaned forward slightly. No, it wasn't for the pretentious look. It was just that the wind kept trying to lift up the hospital gown. Thank God there was no audience behind me, so I tilted my head to the side and looked at Johnny. Attack. He jumped from one foot to the other, and a jab flew into my face. And damn it, either because the shift made me completely calm, or because the distorted version of the skill added to my attentiveness to everything else, I noticed exactly how the bald guard wanted to hit me, even before the fist started moving towards my face. It wasn't easy to do it with zeal, but I managed to dodge the blow to the side. Johnny was as surprised as I was. Okay, now let's see what happens if I do get a flight. My opponent took a step back and stood up again. Even before he hit me, I narrowed my right eye. It was as if an offended girl had given me a light slap in the face, and not a huge bald guy had written a jab in my face. Not even a bruise will remain. I smiled and showed the guy stop. After that, for some time I was already throwing punches into the air to roughly understand how fast I could still move under the influence of distorted zeal. No matter what, but you can live. I need normal training so that I can at least show something in a real fight. And, of course, I understand that Johnny did not give out even 10% of what he can purely due to the physical parameters of the body. I tested everything I wanted, deactivated the auras, and was about to shout to Kravitz Jr., who had gone to look at the city from the roof, that it was time to go down. But he beat me to it. Boss. The guard waved me over to him. I walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. Do you see those black pickups that drove up to the building? I nodded. Is that Special Forces? Looking closer, I noticed a group of people in bulletproof vests and helmets cordoning off the entrance to the clinic. 2 familiar figures were standing near the pickups. Agent Barker's red hair was now tied in a ponytail. A bulletproof vest was also on her chest, and the girl was actively looking for something in the windows. Agent Rubin, in turn, was giving out some kind of commands with gestures. And now, I exhaled heavily. Call Friedrich. While Johnny Jr. was furiously scowling at Friedrich, I couldn't take my eyes off the commotion below. Agent Rubin was talking to someone on a walkie-talkie, pacing back and forth and periodically glancing at the clinic. Numerous Special Forces soldiers, or whoever these people were, dispersed in packs in all directions. Some troops entered through the main entrance, while others skirted the building and, apparently, headed for the service entrance to the clinic. I decided to count the remaining fighters, about 12 people listening to the last instructions from Rubin. At about this moment, my gaze caught on the open window of one of the black cars that were parked in front of the hospital entrance. A burning, half-smoked cigarette butt flew out of it. A young girl in black clothes got out of the pickup truck. She looked rather fragile and petite, which significantly stood out against the background of the mature Reuben and the businesslike Barker. Her dark hair barely reached her shoulders, and her forehead was covered with careless bangs. She didn't look like an employee of the special services, but she was quite confident among the crowd of armed bullies. Less than 5 seconds later, she looked directly at the roof. The girl abruptly raised her hand and pointed at me. It seemed that she was looking right into my face. I saw Reuben become animated, and after hearing the words and following the direction of her hand, I began to actively give instructions to the remaining security forces. The remaining special forces were evenly distributed and set to work. Fuck, I swore, not understanding why the hell she noticed me so quickly. The girl was still standing by the car with her head up. They noticed me. Johnny Jr. nodded. At that moment, he was already holding the phone to his ear, and Friedrich picked up the receiver. Hello, Chief, emergency. Security forces come to the hospital, there are many of them. And Rot somehow grew his legs back. I didn't understand how, but it seems he is completely healthy. We're on the roof. We are waiting for instructions. In response, Friedrich began to yell loudly into the phone, which made the guard even have to move the mobile phone a little away from his ear. I could mostly hear snatches of three-story swearing. I couldn't make out the rest of the speech, but in the end, the head of security lowered his voice and, apparently, began to quickly instruct Johnny on what to do next. All I could do was watch the bald, nodding head. He dropped the call and deftly returned the phone to his jacket, then turned to me. Friedrich is leaving. He will be there in 20 minutes. Did he give instructions? To be honest, I didn't quite understand what would be the right thing to do. This is the first time this has happened to me. Yes, the guard suddenly became more serious. In any case, do not engage in battle. To buy time before his arrival. He said that, most likely, they would try to take you away, so that it would be more convenient for the investigation to twist the testimony, and the game was already played on their terms. It's illegal, I muttered glumly. Yes, indeed. But do you think we acted according to the law when we raked in those doctors? Johnny Jr. looked grim. I didn't know what to say to that. And what should I do? Let's go. We walked quickly back to the door to the roof. I stayed a little behind. So what? Shall we just go downstairs? They've noticed me. They didn't notice you, but someone on the roof, Johnny Jr. hissed. They shouldn't even know you're walking again yet. One squad will descend on your room first. The rest will comb through floor after floor. In the blink of an eye, we went down the stairs to the technical floor and quickly walked to the elevator, where the guard stopped me and began to hammer on the round button with the image of an arrow. By elevator? No. He waited until the door opened and rushed to one of the large boxes that were scattered all over the floor. Dragging him to the opening, Johnny half pushed the rectangular box deep into the elevator to prevent the ladder from closing. When he was done, he patted me on the shoulder, hinting that I should keep up, and quickly headed somewhere deeper into the floor. Where are we going? There's a passage to the other wing, Johnny Jr. replied dryly. He looked around and took out his phone again, made a call in 2 clicks. Hello, we have guests. Friedrich knows. Don't get into a fight. I'm taking the object away. We're going to play hide and seek. Block the second elevator shaft on your floor. I've already blocked the right one, but I can't do the second one. There was a quick droning on the phone. I'm not going to blow anything up. Calm down. I'm taking the subject to another wing. We act according to the classics. Sabotage is on you. The security of the facility is on me. It must be assumed that the work in which, having got into such a mess, you can say, we act according to the classics, should be at least very interesting. Johnny hung up the phone. What did he say? He told me not to do anything that could make the front page of the morning news. He's going to try to get the fire alarm going and make some noise. It was beginning to dawn on me what a mess I had just gotten into. However, my desire to get some fresh air not only allowed me to find out about the guests in advance, but also bought us at least a little time. We walked briskly along the technical floor, which turned out to be quite large. Most likely, it was undergoing major repairs. This was evidenced by the unpainted walls with stepladders standing next to them, construction equipment scattered everywhere, and the characteristic smell of limestone in the air. All this was dimly illuminated by white fluorescent lamps that made a nasty crackling sound. After walking around the floor for a good minute, we finally reached a massive door, behind which a long hinged passage to the second wing appeared. Johnny gestured for me to duck, and we ran in a half crouch under the windows to the next part of the building, where, as I thought, the next technical floor was waiting for us. However, when he carefully opened the door and we quietly went inside, I realized that I was wrong. The changes immediately caught my eye. The place was somewhat strange, rather resembling not a hospital floor, but a large office that was practically empty. This is how the premises look before the tenant moves in. A lot of free space where in another situation all kinds of furniture would stand, and office carpet covering the floor. It didn't even seem to smell. The place seemed sterile. We walked along bare corridors. Sometimes along the way we came across slightly open doors, and I looked into offices as empty as the main room, and did not notice anything remarkable until we bumped into a suspicious-looking elevator. It looked completely different compared to what we broke in the next wing. It would have held 3 people at most, and instead of the call buttons, a lock with a key card reader was installed. Johnny Jr. frowned, looking around with a slightly confused look. In terms of the hospital, this part of the building looks different. I kept silent, trying to guess the purpose of this place. Even if we assume that the renovation has just finished here, and therefore the room has not yet been filled with furniture, still a full-fledged office on the 6th floor of the clinic looked out of the picture. They couldn't have allocated so much space for some accounting department, could they? Johnny didn't seem to care about this issue. We walked past the strange elevator and headed further to the opposite end of the floor through empty corridors. As far as I could tell, the guard was trying to take me downstairs so that we could get out in the other wing, where the agents least expected. In the distance, another elevator appeared, already familiar in appearance, large and worn. A few meters away from them was a white door, with a green sign with a picture of steps hanging against the wall next to it. Johnny wanted to make sure everything was clean, so he told me to wait at the elevators and headed for the stairs. I was looking around nervously when suddenly something rang above my head. Dumbfounded, I turned around and looked up. The yellow arrow above the elevator made it clear that someone was coming up here. I watched in confusion as it turned on and off, until the bodyguard pulled me out of my stupor. This way. After this phrase, he opened the door and I rushed to the stairs. Having flown inside, I wanted to continue rushing down, away from danger, but Johnny stopped me. He put his finger to his lips and motioned for them to wait. With a distinctive sound, the elevator swung open. Instead of a SWAT team clanking weapons, I heard only 2 familiar voices. "Are you sure it's here somewhere?" There was no trace of Agent Barker's languid voice, which I remembered from the interrogation. "I'm sure. But what to do with the kid?" Ruben sounded as tired as before. "Tina will figure it out." Johnny and I exchanged glances and hurried down the stairs. Alas, it allowed me to go down only 1 flight. There was no further passage, which caused me to have even more questions about the layout of the 6th floor. The corridor of the 5th was flooded with white light. The numerous inscriptions, "operating room," on the doors hinted that most likely I had already been in this place, though unconscious. Damn, this whole wing is completely different from the layout. What nonsense. Johnny stopped and cautiously looked out the window. The street is clean. If we manage to go down 2 more floors below, we can try to get out through the window. Without waiting for my answer, the bodyguard led us down the corridor, where he believed the landing should be. We turned several times, then walked forward a little, rounded the corner, and found ourselves exactly in the same place where we were 2 minutes ago. And the clock is ticking. Who the fuck is drawing these plans? Johnny cursed under his breath, looking around in a hurry. We should probably go there. We accelerated, turning a quick step into a run, when suddenly we had to brake sharply. A silhouette appeared around the corner, a little over 6 feet tall. By eye, 43 kilograms of weight. A petite girl with black hair, whom I saw from the roof, was looking at me with an interested look. She blinked her azure eyes and just stood in the center of the aisle alone, doing nothing. It was as if she knew in advance that she would meet us here. "I guess this is Tina." Johnny tensed and involuntarily grabbed the holster of his pistol. The girl noticed this, bowed her head, but then looked at me again, as if the threat of getting shot in the head did not concern her as much as what she saw in me. "And you have a lot of energy." She had a rather high-pitched voice, even childish, although it sounded somehow sad. For lack of another word, I raised an eyebrow. I've never seen anything like it. It sounded more like thinking out loud than addressing me. Johnny turned to me and nodded his head, asking if he should force our passage. I didn't know what to say to that, but I didn't have to. At the same moment, heavy boots clattered on the floor behind him. While we were distracted by the girl, the special forces walked around us from behind. The girl held up her palm. I felt the sights on me in my gut and slowly turned around. We were held at gunpoint by 3 people armed with machine guns, who were waiting for an order from their petite boss. Johnny took his hands off the holster and held them up. Hands, he whispered. I followed the example of my guard and raised both hands above my head, not understanding why we still had not been laid face down on the floor. The girl continued to study me. I don't know how long it would have lasted if it hadn't been for the sudden ringing of the fire alarm throughout the building. Apparently, Johnny SR still picked the moment for his diversion. 2 events happened at the same time. I made a sharp leap forward, and the girl shouted a short one, "Do not shoot." Late. Shots rang out behind him. I don't know how Johnny is, but my left shoulder is burning with pain. However, running with injuries of varying severity has recently become my hobby. Deprived of all senses, I could hear my heart pounding. Blow by blow, it picked up the pace. There was not enough air, if I may say so. I'm rushing straight towards the girl. She steps back in confusion, as if she was suddenly blinded by something bright. I find myself right in front of her and prepare to make a dash to the left, but I don't know how it happened. Suddenly, I just got a slap in the face, which completely knocks down my step. I'm being led away. I stumble. I'm falling. And then I take a low start. And alas, by that, I don't mean the way athletes run. By low start, I mean that I fly the next couple of meters on all fours, trying to get up on the move. You know how it happens when you're sitting on your own, and then how abruptly you jerk off, pushing off the ground with your feet, knees, and hands. You move your limbs so briskly that you don't understand how you do it. At this pace, I ran for another 3 meters, when I miraculously managed to straighten out and run up to another door that led to the stairs. Alas, when I opened it, my gaze met with a Special Forces soldier who was just preparing to break in. He was as surprised as I was, and that second was enough for me to quickly kick him, sending him down the stairs and running on. I don't know what the hell made me do it. 5th floor, strong glass. However, noticing a wide window at the end of the corridor, I decided, a meter away from him, I twisted so as to break through the glass with my shoulder, not with my face. For a moment, I noticed Tina looking at me in surprise, which turned out to be 1 step away from grabbing me. The cape has come undone, by the way. An inappropriate thought flashed through my head. It's kind of uncomfortable in front of a girl. And it happened. Glass shattered, loudly and deafeningly. And soon I realized that I'm flying down. The 5th floor. It's like there's an abyss below me. The landing will be awfully hard. My hands are burning yellow. I have activated Zeal. If I understand everything correctly, then the skill should reduce the impact force when falling. The moment of flight, I barely have time to group up. I land on my feet. I feel a sharp pain, unbearable pain. My legs can't hold me. I fall on my hands, shooting pain in my shoulder where I was shot. I'm screaming. I'm crawling. There's a buzz in my ears. I'm crawling. I'm barely conscious. It's a damn painful shock. But I'm crawling. I'm still crawling. And then, they grab me by the arms from both sides. They are being dragged somewhere to the side. Damn, with my face on the ground. I can't even see who it is. I'm trying to get away. Whoever it is, painfully, in vain. They're holding me tight. I found the strength to lift my head up only to see people in uniform crowding around me and Tina peering out of a broken window with her azure eyes. For some reason, I wanted to make an ironic joke about myself, but suddenly, somewhere behind the backs of the Special Forces, a car roared, and not just one. A couple more seconds and 2 black Landwagens appeared on the road, followed by a column of sedans of the same color, with roaring engines. With a loud screech of brakes, they stopped right next to us. The men with machine guns who were holding me on the ground started up and pointed their guns at the motorcade, not understanding what was happening. And here's the cavalry. The night air was refreshing. It smelled of rubber, dust, and gunpowder. I barely found the strength to look around while I was unceremoniously dragged by 2 security officers. As far as I could see, the entire clinic building was cordoned off. Armed men were moving around the area, changing positions and talking nervously on the radio. Their number made it clear that no one would get inside the clinic now. That's just a number of cars that so audaciously broke into the territory guarded by Special Forces can certainly not be just anyone. Then, as if on a click, everyone froze. They formed a wall between me, the clinic, and a group of cars. They aimed machine guns at black cars. They burned us with the light of the switched-on headlights. There was silence. Everyone was waiting to see who would get out of the cars, including me. I hoped that it was Friedrich who had arrived, but he had no place to get such a large number of people in the capital. 1, 2, well, maybe 3 cars he could pick up on a signal. But now I see a real clan guard of a dozen cars. Almost simultaneously, the headlights went out and the doors swung open. People were getting out of cars. They were all dressed in black suits, and none of their faces showed even a glimmer of fear at the sight of a weapon aimed directly at them. They seemed to know that no one would dare to shoot, or they just weren't afraid of bullets. I recognize this style. Only our breed's self-presentation is elevated to the absolute. However, the clan is still not mine. With some delay, the doors opened in one of the lanwagons. A tall man with short blonde hair appeared from there and walked around with a heavy gaze. Frowning angrily, he shook his hand and took the first step forward towards the people with machine guns, and then the second and the third. His every subsequent step was reverberated by the vibrations of the air. He walked calmly, powerfully. He advanced on the security forces like a mountain, confident that no one would dare to start a fire. Behind him is a real force that will sweep away the police line without even blinking. And the closer he got, the fiercer the vortex of power that swirled around him became. After a few seconds, the men who were dragging me started shaking their hands. They no longer looked like professional soldiers. They seemed to have suddenly aged, and with each step their burden became more and more unbearable. If at first they carried me so that I moved my legs slightly, now my knees dragged on the ground. I tried to jerk and didn't even get a response. The soldiers were clearly not up to me right now. Their gazes were focused on the figure who got out of the car. It was fear or just tension, but the tips of the muzzles were barely noticeably shaking and were sinking more and more to the ground with every second, making a jerk and freeing myself from the restraining hands. I fell down to the ground, barely managing to put my elbow in front of me. He sat up and watched what would happen next. The man was still walking confidently towards the cordon, his men slowly moving after him, resembling a hungry pack. It was the Beletsky clan, and their head in all its glory, the same Wolfric, the father of my bride. He stopped a few meters from the cordon. Each subsequent second dragged on like a minute. Both sides were waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Wolfric was putting more and more pressure on the armored men. The atmosphere became heavier and heavier, and everyone practically stopped breathing. I don't know how much longer this delicate balance would have lasted if it hadn't been for the order that came from somewhere behind. Put down your weapon. Upon hearing their commander, the fighters lowered their weapons down, greedily inhaling their lungs full of air. They looked like a mountain had been lifted from their shoulders. I heard heavy footsteps behind me. He looked around. The man who had given the order was walking cautiously towards Wolfric. The senior officer was dressed in much the same way as the other fighters, except that instead of a balaclava, he wore a black beret. Judging by the expression on his rather adult face, he understood perfectly well who was standing in front of him and what consequences this conversation might have. Wolfric lifted his chin and slowly looked at the hospital windows, in which Special Forces flashlights were still flashing. Without looking at the commander who spoke to him, he said, "I'm waiting for an explanation." The commander of the Rapid Reaction Squad, Senior Sergeant Konariko, the soldier who came out, blurted out, "The unit has an order to take an important witness under guard and transfer him to the agents of the Empire's Security Directorate." Wolfric didn't seem to pay any attention to him and continued to look at the hospital. Then he smiled faintly at the corners of his lips. 10 seconds passed. The senior sergeant was noticeably embarrassed by the complete lack of attention in his direction and, shifting from one foot to the other, guided by some of his bureaucratic concepts, took a folded piece of paper from his breast pocket. "I suppose it was an order for my capture from the U-boat." "Oh, I'm sorry. About my taking into custody." The sergeant tried to hand the piece of paper to the head of the Beletsky clan, but he only turned away contemptuously. At the same moment, one of his men, a formidable-looking bully with a scar on his eye, rushed up to Wolfric and roughly yanked the paper out of the commander's hands, straightened it out, and respectfully handed it to the head of the clan. He took it carefully and gave it just one quick glance. After that, the head of the Beletsky family unclenched his fingers. The leaf slowly floated through the air and fell right next to Sergeant Konariko's black berets. Wolfric grunted irritably and took a gray smartphone out of his jacket pocket. I dialed someone. 15 seconds later, the person on the other end of the line took the call. "Hello, Sebastian," Wolfric began in a friendly tone. "Sorry to bother you, but only you can shed some light on some of the events." Friendliness gradually began to change to rigidity. "You can't tell me why I come to my hospital, but here your guys are hosting me, disturbing the patients, interfering with the medical staff, and most importantly, not letting me into my territory. They also dared to poke some piece of paper in my face with the words, "We need to protect an important witness." What does it mean? Do you think I have bad security? That I can't take care of my people? It all looks like you want our relationship to deteriorate. Wulfric finished and listened to the long answer in silence, not flinching an eyebrow the whole time. "Okay, I'll see you at the exhibition." "Yes, of course I will." His voice instantly changed, as if the whole situation around him was no longer interested in him. Only after a minute of talking about nothing, he looked towards the military. His gaze settled on the sergeant. "Yes, stay on the line then." Handing the phone to his guard, the head of the clan stared indifferently at the upper floors of the hospital, and the security guy, in turn, handed the phone to Sergeant Conorico. "Yes, I'm listening." He put the phone to his ear and was silent for a few seconds, after which he straightened up as if he had swallowed a crowbar. As if standing on the parade ground, he literally reported into the phone. "Senior Sergeant Conorico." "Yes." "From your management." "Yes." "No." "Yes." There was such a loud yell coming from the phone that I could hear it even lying a few meters away from the man. He nodded his head out of habit and almost saluted. The senior sergeant deflated like a balloon pierced by a needle. Finally fully realizing his position, the senior sergeant had only to hand the phone back through the guard, apologize, and almost fall at Wulfric's feet. After making a couple of half bows, the commander of the special forces turned around and rushed to give some new commands to his fighters. I looked at Wulfric, wondering what would happen next. Meanwhile, he slowly swept his gaze around the area. At some point looked directly at me and shifted his gaze further. Only a slightly raised eyebrow indicated that he had noticed me. I probably look like a beaten dog right now, smeared with his own blood from a shot shoulder that just hurt like hell, in a tattered hospital cape and with one slipper on his foot. What can I say? It is unlikely that such a view can be called marketable. I had to use all my remaining strength to preserve the remnants of dignity and not show that I was in pain at all. However, I am sure that Wulfric noticed all the details of my condition, including even the presence of a second eye and the absence of a cast on my legs. However, at least from the outside, everything screamed that he didn't care about it at all. The worst part was that I still don't know what they're doing here. Most likely, the head of the clan is primarily interested in his hospital. I bet he didn't come here for me, not just for me, for sure. How well I jumped out. A thought flashed through my head. If they had caught me in the building, this girl would have quietly taken me out the back door. And who knows what I would have done then. I looked at the broken window from above, from Tina, who looked at me after the fall, and the trace was gone. Fortunately, I didn't care about her. Another question was knocking in my head. Where is Friedrich? He still wasn't there, and it bothered me. After all, he is the only one of all those gathered in this place who I could really call my ally. Did he send the Beletskis here? Then why didn't you come by yourself? Strange. I sighed, and was about to try to get up when the door of the second car opened and a thin woman's foot in a shoe stood on the asphalt. The girl got out of the Jeep. Gray trousers, a white shirt with a tie, and a short business jacket. I've seen this outfit in photos many times. I might not have been able to get a good look at her face, but the silvery hair immediately caught my eye. "Eliza, here?" I wanted to sink through the ground. With a perfectly practiced, firm, and at the same time smooth gait, she headed towards her father. Standing next to him, the girl looked with some curiosity at the whole crowd that had gathered outside the hospital building. Then she bumped into me. Eliza's eyes froze for a second, and then continued their run around the local area. If I hadn't noticed how she bit her lip lightly, I would have thought that my fiancé didn't attach any importance to me at all. Clenching her fists, she took a step towards her father and whispered something in his ear. Wulfric's face changed, and he glared at me, then at the hospital. Then he called one of his men over and pointed at me. I wonder who they see me as now. Half naked, falling from the 5th floor at gunpoint. And I thought that my reputation had been completely destroyed, even after the dead city. It's disgusting. It turned out that the bottom is still far away, and you can fall even deeper. The only strange thing is that Eliza is constantly looking at me. It's like he can't take his eyes off me. Is she shocked that her future husband is lying in front of her now? Does he not believe his luck? Well, of course. Everything began to swim in front of my eyes, either from the blow I had suffered or from anger. By this point, the security forces had already dispersed and lifted the cordon, at least in this particular place. Only the two who had originally grabbed me remained next to me. Wulfric's man, the big guy with the scar who was passing the phone back and forth, came up to me and held out his hand. I looked at him, took a deep breath, and stood up myself, grimacing at the pain in my foot. Lame again. Class. The big guy shook his head at the commando saying, "Get out of here." and with a trembling hand, I nevertheless wrapped my arms around his neck and trudged along with him towards Wulfric and Eliza. The head didn't care about me. He didn't even look in my direction. But his daughter still doesn't take her eyes off me. His expression is still as cold as a stone. For some reason, her photo with August kept spinning in front of my eyes. His congratulations. His cynical caption under the photo. A mocking smiley face. I've only just realized why the whole situation made me so mad. After all, this is exactly what I've always been afraid of. To see, understand, and swallow anger mixed with resentment. Unable to change anything, no matter how ridiculous and shameful I look right now. Let me be bare-assed. But I have pride and self-respect. I remembered how it all started. What I wanted to change in my life. I inhaled a chest full of air. He straightened up as much as he could. The shift. The red light soaked into the patterns in his hands, which even attracted Wulfric's attention. His daughter raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just like that time on the roof. All unnecessary thoughts flew out of my head. The mind became clearer. The anger was gone. For the first time in my life, I looked my fiancée straight in the eye. The girl recoiled, and her father looked at me expectantly. Valentina Shroud, no matter how disgusted she was with her full name, had long ago come to terms with the fact that hardly anyone would be able to fully understand the specifics of the difficulties faced by patients. Or, if you like, gifted with magical synesthesia. Sometimes, of course, there were people on her way who made an attempt to establish some kind of contact with her in addition to the worker. However, as if with a wave of her hand, after a while they all disappeared from her life, leaving behind only questions that the girl had learned not to look for in 21 years of her life answers. Sometimes she seriously thought about the fact that she was still kept afloat by only two things: work at Ubai and rather strong grotesque cigarettes, which she abused in some completely unhealthy quantities. And if the latter never let her down, then the work was often quite monotonous and made the girl bored. It's hard to run after smugglers from small clans day after day and look for accidentally awakened ones in the slums, while maintaining genuine excitement and fire in the eyes. Maybe that's why Mark Rott confused her so much. She had never seen so much energy before. For a moment, she was even taken aback and let him walk away from her, looking out through the open window. As by some miracle, the local special forces captured the guy who had not crashed. For some reason, Tina suddenly wanted to go down and take a closer look at him. Alas, the sudden appearance of Wulfric Beletsky and his further interference in the affairs of the Ubai interfered with her plans, and therefore she watched what happened next only from the sidelines, waiting for agents Rubin and Burker to finish their business, which, of course, was in vain, because there was something to see there. Mark was standing at some distance from his family at 5 minutes to 5. Wulfric continued to stare at the guy's reddened hands with interest, while Elise regained an absolutely cold expression on her face. With some difficulty, Mark removed his hand from the guard's huge neck and took a step forward. The big guy immediately tried to grab the guy back, but he abruptly put his palm in front of him, touched his chest, and pushed him away, making it clear that he would cope on his own. Then he went to the Beletskys. The last time Wulfric had seen Mark was 8 years ago, and during that time his future son-in-law had certainly matured, although he looked rather frail by clan standards. However, there was something Wulfric admired about the guy right now, namely, how cool, collected, and unflappable Mark looked in such a situation, not to say that he was comfortable with it. Mr. Beletsky. Mark greeted the head of the Beletsky clan in a cold tone, putting his right hand to his chest and making a half bow. Clearly, smoothly, without misfire. It seemed that he was not wearing a hospital gown at all, bloody and torn, but an expensive suit in which he confidently approached the head of the clan with a business proposal, observing all the formalities. If only Wulfric knew how much effort it cost Mark himself just to keep his face. The bullet wound on her shoulder bled even more and gurgled nastily with blood during the blow, which caused Eliza to slightly twitch her cheek. But on the whole, her face remained the same, impartial. Mark pretended not to notice this and greeted the girl with a simple nod. He was a little annoyed by her mask of cold indifference. The guy glanced at his left shoulder, grimacing with a mixture of mild surprise and annoyance, saying he only noticed this little misunderstanding, that there was a gaping-through wound in the trapeze. Then he looked at Elise, walked over her from head to toe, and then looked at Wulfric. There he got caught on a piece of cloth in the top pocket of his jacket. "May I?" Mark asked calmly, without waiting for an answer. He took a step forward, and with the tips of 2 fingers of his right hand, pulled a handkerchief out of the pocket of the clan head. He didn't even have time to react in any way. Wulfric frowned. I'm giving myself first aid, Mark chuckled. Under the surprised gazes of Wulfric and Eliza, he wrapped a handkerchief around his index finger on his right hand. Or do you see something more sterile than your handkerchief somewhere? Having answered his future father-in-law uncomplicatedly, the guy barely smiled. With a CH works sound, a finger with a handkerchief wrapped around it entered the through wound. Only the devil knows what it cost Mark to keep his face neutral. After a moment, he took his finger out of the hole in his shoulder. The handkerchief remained in the hole, where it faithfully began to keep the blood flow in the body. Elise took a step back, and Wulfric raised an eyebrow in surprise. One of the young guards standing next to him even grimaced, perhaps remembering something similar from his experience. Mark just exhaled contentedly. There will be less blood on the seats. He smiled thinly and glanced at the nearby cars, fatly hinting that he was going to leave here today. The desire to swear was clearly visible on Wulfric's face. In fact, this kid, right under the walls of his clinic, pointedly plugged his wound self. Perhaps he didn't realize what he had just done. Don't you want your wound stitched up? Wulfric nodded towards the clinic, trying to make sense of Mark's behavior and his words. For a moment, Mark's gaze seemed to turn glassy. The guy was thinking about what to do next. In no case should he be told that they tried to kill him in Wulfric's hospital in plain text. It may sound as if he claims that Beletsky was involved in this. I don't want to offend you, but in your hospital I get more injuries than treatment. The guy turned to face the clinic building to see what was happening inside. The flashlights constantly flashing in the windows began to converge closer to the first floor. Realizing that he didn't have much time, Mark leaned over and whispered clearly, "It's not in my position to tell you this, but it's better for you to hear it from me than from anyone else later." Wulfric was less and less pleased with this conversation, but nevertheless he nodded, letting the other person continue. "Your medical staff at the hospital tried to kill me. The head of our clan's security service has taken your nurse and doctor away. Unless, of course, you have not been informed about this yet." Of course, Wulfric had already been informed about what had happened at the hospital. He even managed to take care of some inconveniences that arose after the interrogation, which was arranged by their mutual acquaintance Friedrich. It's stupid to deny that Wulfric understood perfectly well Mark's desire to stay away from the clinic, especially if you look at everything from this angle. All he could do was sigh wearily and nod his head in agreement, thinking about how to smooth out such a reputational blow, the inability to protect his own son-in-law on his own territory. And so I wanted to continue to just ignore him. Noticing that he finally managed to break through Wulfric's stone face, Mark spoke again. "Assassinations, betrayals, and assault with special forces. It's all sad." The guy's pupils flashed. He was ready to deliver a control shot. "But now it's not so important." Wulfric frowned visibly. Mark abruptly shifted his gaze to Eliza, whom he had previously preferred to almost ignore. But with his tone he did everything so that she would have no doubts about who he was really talking to now. "Does my father know that you want to break off the engagement?" The cold mask on the girl's face finally broke, which brought special pleasure to Mark. He really was a fool before. Naively believed that the old plan would lead him to the desired freedom. How wrong he was then. And now he knew how to pull the blanket over himself. He led the whole conversation to this point, and did everything to make his words heard and, most importantly, perceived. "What?" Wulfric's eyebrows shot up. He started to say something, but stopped when he followed the direction of Mark's gaze. The man was looking directly at his daughter. The sight of Eliza's reaction was enough for Wulfric to put A and B. Mark continued, "I see you don't know that your daughter has her own views on who she wants to link her fate with." Under the influence of the shift, Mark sounded very calm and measured, as if discussing something banal and simple, and not issues that can turn the vector of development of two large clans for many years to come. "This is too loud a statement." Wulfric literally wheezed the next phrase in his throat. "You need to be responsible for such statements." Mark shook his head. "I think it would not be superfluous to assume that you have not viewed your daughter's social networks for a long time." Elise clenched her teeth and looked Mark straight in the eye. The girl slightly tilted her head to the side, and, at the moment when she took a deep breath to answer the accusations, her father said, "That's enough." Elise immediately shut her mouth, her eyes wide. Mark felt goosebumps run down his spine from just one word. Even under this shift, and the people from the clan who were standing nearby recoiled a step. Wulfric exhaled loudly and looked at Mark and Elise. "Not here." He put his left hand on the guy's shoulder. as if to emphasize the seriousness of his next words. Don't worry, all the agreements are in force. After thinking for a moment, Mark nodded, continuing to glare at Elise. She stared at the floor, clenching her fists. A smile involuntarily stretched across Mark's face, although his eyes remained the same cold and glassy. He looked back to where the light from the flashlights in the windows had been flickering a few minutes ago. Now there are very few of them, so most of the soldiers either left the building or will leave very soon, which means that the agents of the Yuba are with them. It's time to set the tiger on the wolf. He remembered the circumstances under which he had almost crossed paths with agents Barker and Rubin, and decided to play this card for Wolfric. When the guard and I went to the vending machine at night, Mark began, suddenly changing the subject for the umpteenth time. We got a little lost. Wolfric frowned. You got so lost that you found yourself on the 6th floor, in a suspiciously empty office, or what should I call this place? Well, we weren't alone there. If I had been a little less efficient, I would have been happy to talk to the very agents who came to interrogate me a little earlier. They were walking around there. Mark looked at Wolfric. Well, in the end, they opened fire on me and the guard, and then threw me out of the window. Probably, they wanted to protect, so that they could be sure. Wolfric guessed almost instantly which place he was talking about. The stony expression on his face gave way for the second time that night, and his lip twitched as if in a nervous tic. Just at that moment, the doors of the hospital opened and 2 UBI agents came out, with a SWAT team behind them. The first was the furious agent Rubin, followed by Barker, with a slight lag. They were heading straight for Mark Rott, who was messing with their brains so much during the interrogation. This little bastard even managed to make them believe that his legs were broken. You can't take UBI for idiots and hope you can get away with it, and now they will explain it to him. At least that's what the agents wanted to think. Suddenly, it became very difficult to breathe, and a mountain formed in front of Mark, however, well known to them. Wolfric Beletsky, and even the evil Wolfric Beletsky. His patience had already run out. Do they dare not put him in anything? Some kind of imperial months. Instead of officially contacting him with a request to issue a stamp, are they storming the clinic, and even to take him away as a witness? The 6th floor, of course. Are they using their future son-in-law as an excuse to dig into his underwear? Raising his hand up, Rubin ordered the security forces to stop. It will be difficult to adequately describe the amount of effort that Wolfric put into not turning Agent Rubin's bristly face into mincemeat. From the outside, it would seem that now absolutely every muscle on his body was swollen. Together with the UBI agents, he was frozen in a silent scene, and no one knew how it would turn. As for Mark Rott, he looked at the scene with a cold-blooded smile, pleased with himself. He felt so euphoric that he didn't care about his appearance, his wounds, or even the fact that at the moment he was standing in front of his bride almost half naked. Perhaps, in the near future, already an ex. By the way, she was just anxiously looking at her father now, afraid that he would do something stupid, and was so red, either from shame or anger, that Mark could easily cauterize his wound on her. That's the power. Not the amount of mana, not the cursed Ouroboros, not his resurrection, but the banal ability to manipulate facts the way you need. I wonder if this was a deal with the devil. What would he have to pay for this ability? However, it was too early to be happy. I think I should get out of sight, so that they don't use their order as an excuse to take me under guard, Mark said into Wolfric's slowly rising and falling back. And you also have my people in the clinic, and they are most likely injured. Wolfric waved his hand at the cars without turning around. Without further words or orders, 2 of the closest clan fighters approached Mark and led him to the car. With a lame leg, he climbed inside the black sedan and leaned back on the leather seat, wincing a couple of times from the pain in his shoulder. As much as he could under the shift, he was glad that he was almost out of this place. The only thing that spoiled his mood was that suddenly the car door opened again and Eliza got into the seat next to him. Mark glanced at the girl quickly, one eyebrow curled. She just shrugged her shoulders. Half a minute later, the car roared, carrying the couple away from the vicinity of the hospital, somewhere in the direction of the Beletsky residence. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in a park. God knows what threats or arguments worked on the driver, but he obediently braked and waited until Mark, who had gone behind a wide tree, did his business and returned back. Well, what can I say? Mark's business was really important. The young man disappeared into the darkness of the park, moving 100 meters away from the car, looked around, just in case, made sure that no one saw him, grimaced, pulled a red handkerchief from his shoulder, inhaled the pleasant night air, and then with a loud crunch broke his neck. If there was daytime, busy traffic on the highway. Alex Rott would have ordered the driver to turn on the flashing lights to make the traffic flow part in front of his Maybach. The disrupted schedule of several hundred people and the curses mixed with obscenities rushing after them are a mere trifle compared to what has already been sacrificed for this trip. But it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the Rott clan's car was entering the capital on an almost empty road. At the request of the boss, the driver forced the speedometer needle to reach numbers bordering on danger. Wulfric couldn't explain much over the phone or didn't want to. When the head of the Beletsky clan does not do something, it is much more often associated with unwillingness than with lack of opportunities. Anyway, Wulfric woke him up with a night call directly. The two clan heads had such a connection only for emergencies and gloomily informed him that Mark has problems, and so do we all, not a phone conversation. Come. And 5 minutes after that, and why not before? Doesn't the old bastard catch mice there? A similar call from Friedrich. He casually added about some kind of attack and murder, without even saying what their role in the situation was. The rest is the same. Problems. Not a phone conversation, and come. And Alex went. The meeting of shareholders of Ostrich Bank. Spit, the Rott clan, of course, has 47% of the stake, but they will cope without it. What's next in the diary? The ceremony of accepting clan newcomers. Okay, they'll be patient. They'll get their gilded badge from his deputy. Well, and so on down the list. The driver was turning the steering wheel, moving the car at a speed that was much higher than allowed, and Alex could only be nervous in the passenger seat. Damn the uncertainty. He would have driven himself to get at least a little distracted, but still there was one thing more important than his panic clan prestige. Without letting his fingers twitch, even when he was alone with himself, the driver behind the partition didn't count. Alex pulled out his phone and dialed Friedrich's number. If something had happened really bad, they would have told him first. Right. Hello. The connection was established after the second ring, and the head of the Rott clan was not going to wait any longer. Friedrich, I'll be in the center of the capital in about 10 minutes. Where should I go? To the hospital? No, Chief. Such treatment, of course, was not according to the regulations. But in any clan, there are veterans, exceptions who are allowed some familiarity up to a certain limit, of course. We are now at the Beletskys, at their residence in the capital. The guards are aware. They will immediately let you into the head's office. We, means Mark II, must be. They didn't leave him there alone. In this hospital, no matter what happened in it, the guy won't be able to move on his own for who knows how long. Yes, there are probably at least a dozen catheters in it alone. But today is Mark's birthday. Alex thought out of place and out of place. So that's how I came to congratulate him. Friedrich, he asked abruptly, but more evenly, you picked up a gift for him, didn't you? Yes, but now, that's great. Alex nodded to himself, not even noticing the alarm in the security guard's voice. I'll be there soon. Of course, initially, all these cases not only in aggregate, but also each individual taken, were much more important than the birthday of the son. Therefore, he planned that Friedrich, who suddenly rushed to the capital yesterday to check on Mark, would convey congratulations from him and a gift, which he also had to buy in the capital. But everything turned out differently. The car braked at the gates of the Beletsky residence so abruptly that any other model would have risked falling apart, or at least collapsing the entire suspension. Clan foreign cars are not like that. The driver braked only because the guards did not have time to open the entrance to them at the proper speed, and now he was impatiently honking. The gate slowly slid apart. The car immediately started moving again, and a minute later Alex was getting out of it. It was 100 meters from the parking lot to the mansion itself. But now the head of the Rotts without any auras or effects flew them, as if it were 3 steps. Mr. Rott. There was an elderly servant standing at the entrance. It seems, the same veteran as Friedrich. Alex remembered him from previous visits to this place. Mr. Beletsky is waiting for you in his office. Fine. Alex did not even slow down. I know perfectly well where his office is. There is no need to accompany me. But the servant tried to protest, but he was left behind so quickly that Alex Corney no longer heard his words. The guards really did not try to stop Alex Rott angrily walking through the residence. With each passing meter, thoughts became more intense. It was Wulfric who suggested this hospital. There will be no safer place. And Friedrich, if there were reasons for concern yesterday, he should have reported right away. And what now? Both are playing silent instead of explaining everything clearly. Slamming the office door, he exhaled without even saying hello. Well, what do you have here? Where is he and in what condition? Wolfric Bielecki raised an eyebrow at his old ally. What a contrast. A son as cold as ice and a father boiling. But it would be more likely to expect the opposite. Alex is an experienced diplomat and politician. Mark is a hot teenager. Chief. Friedrich immediately stood up. News. Disappointing. What? Alex snapped. Did something happen to Mark? We don't know. Friedrich shook his head. He's gone missing. Where to? Alex waved his hands. From a hospital bed. From under your nose. Is your hospital not guarded at all? Alex, sit down. Wolfric said with emphasis. Neither Friedrich nor my guards are really to blame, except for one specific thing. Everything. Much more difficult. Mark didn't disappear from the hospital, but from my car. I went out for a second, and he disappeared, as if he had dissolved. Out. Alex's eyes bulged. Where could a man go who will get back on his feet again who knows when? How did he end up in your car in the first place? You know, Chief. Friedrich looked at Alex with a strange look in which sympathy and anticipation of the upcoming headache were mixed. Let's get this straight. Yes, Beletsky nodded. We have too many questions ourselves to be distracted every minute, and answer yours at least those to which we can give at least some clear answer. Okay? Alex gave up, sitting down in a chair with a flourish, and waving his hand. From the very beginning, and in detail, what, why and how, Friedrich began. And he began by describing the situation with the doctor. As the clan's security chief spoke, Alex turned purple, and his eyes lightened, a sure sign that the man from the Rot clan was furious. Now the son looked like his father. Wolfric looked at Alex, and saw exactly the same eyes as last night, pale, light, almost icy. Only Mark still had a completely different expression. Detached, emotionless, like a person who is in perfect control of himself. And I went to deal with these problems, Friedrich concluded. I came back only for the final analysis, so we know some of it only from calls and from the words of the guards. Why didn't you report it? Alex wanted to jump up and yell at Friedrich, but he was restrained by the fact that he was not at home. Are you out of your mind? An attempt on my son's life has been revealed. The culprits are known. The guilt has been proven 100%, and I will find out about it the next day. Alex, take it easy. Wolfric raised his hand. Friedrich did it at my request. A convincing request. This whole situation. It happened in my hospital, on my territory, and I wanted to figure it out myself first, and only then involve you. Of course, Friedrich added. I only agreed to this because we've already caught the culprits. You've caught the performers. Alex was indignant. And the customer. These things don't happen by themselves. Wolfric and Friedrich exchanged glances. Maybe you'll listen further, Beletsky suggested. And when Alex replied with a silent nod, so as not to shout something superfluous in the heat, Friedrich pressed the button on the communicator. Johnny, both of you come in, he ordered. Mr. Rott wants to hear everything in person. Two men entered the room with a guilty look. They didn't look good, all bandaged up, and with a lot of bruises here and there. Of course, it was possible to tell the whole story on your own, but Wolfric always preferred that eyewitnesses speak, and those who did not know everything shut up and kept quiet. He was so adamant in this credo that it extended to himself. He was silent, without interrupting the guards, even when they started talking some nonsense. For example, when the second guard, a younger and similar to the first, it seems, a relative, started talking about how Mark independently, using some kind of aura, broke his cast on his legs and walked lightly along the corridor of the building. Alex was also silent, although his mind was in a real mess and confusion. What happened smacked of some kind of farce, a cheap fantasy show from the middle of the last century, where the characters did what they could not and should not have done. But eyewitnesses spoke about it with relentless seriousness. And this interrogation by agents, Friedrich mentioned him at the very beginning, and then the guards touched on the subject a couple more times. He said they were the same agents who came to see him in the afternoon, said a guard named Johnny Jr., and there really were a lot of people there. I didn't really look at them, so as not to give myself away, but he was standing at the very edge, so they noticed him. Damn. Well, of course, no caution. Alex snorted inwardly. It was the same in the dead city. He got out of the residence and decided that he could handle the whole world. He miraculously healed his legs, and again, great. He's getting into trouble again. Mark is not learning anything, or he doesn't want to study. Then followed a story about the chase through the building, about wandering to a half-abandoned floor. Wolfric tensed slightly at this point, but did not interrupt the guard. Alex realized from his reaction that he would later complete this piece from himself, how Mark collapsed with a bullet through his shoulder. Well, here I am. Wulfric nodded and looked at the men. You can be free. As soon as the door closed behind the guards, he continued. Of course, they didn't dare to pump their rights in front of me. More precisely, they tried. But they were blown away as soon as their stupid commander realized who he was dealing with. Wulfric spoke calmly, evenly, as if he were talking not about a night skirmish with the Imperials, but about fishing on the weekend. As long as Alex could remember, he had always been like this, self-aware and looking down on others, making only the rarest exceptions. It took 3 to 4 minutes. They were still standing there, but they realized that their hands were tied now. Well, I was wondering what to do and where to leave your son. And Alex couldn't stand it. What's the result? In the end, he came up on his own, and we did. They started talking. After the pause, it was difficult to understand what exactly Wulfric and Mark had a conversation about. But Alex immediately realized that there was nothing that they remembered with pleasure. The conversation lasted a couple of minutes, and then Wulfric shook his head. Yubai agents showed up. God knows what they were going to do. So when Mark suggested that it would be nice for him to get out of there, I agreed. It's become too dangerous there. Get out. Then Alex nodded. And you, Friedrich. He wasn't alone. Beletsky frowned. And with my personal bodyguard, and Eliza. If I trusted Carl with my daughter's life, then believe me, your son was not in danger either. Yes, and he was. Convincing. Who, Carl? Who's Carl? Wulfric was taken aback. What and whom could he convince? Your son was convincing when he suggested this option. Alex raised an eyebrow. The words your son and convincing in the same sentence almost never came across to him. But, okay. The situation was critical, of course, and Wulfric didn't have time to think for long. All right, Alex nodded. Where was he going? Here? Yes, Wulfric said. But I didn't get there. An attack? Alex asked. Whatever it is. Wulfric grimaced and pressed the communicator button again. Carl, come in. Wulfric's bodyguard was not dressed in a kind of military uniform, or rather, the uniform of a CHOP employee, like Johnny and Johnny Jr., but in a suit. Alex was familiar with Beletsky's habit of dressing up everyone in costumes. Probably even the cleaners in this building wore tailcoats. The Rots preferred practicality, at least when it came to employees. The top of the clan needs to be representative. There is no getting away from this. Tell me what happened, Wulfric told his man. There's not much to tell. Carl was a little confused. We were on our way. They were silent. Both of them. I looked in the rearview mirror. Mr. Rot was injured, after all, and I made sure that he well. You never know. I didn't lose consciousness. And that handkerchief sticking out of his shoulder. Was he hurt? Again, Alex couldn't stand it. With a handkerchief or something. Either he starts going crazy, or everyone who comes into this room thinks Alex is an idiot. No. He was wounded by a bullet, and he plugged his wound with a handkerchief. Wulfric chuckled. Mine, by the way. Go on. Carl, a second of awareness. And what? What kind of nonsense is this? Mark, plugging his own wound with his own hands. Alex could believe in such behavior on the part of Friedrich, Wulfric, or some other seasoned warrior. But Mark, his son, who was afraid of injections. It seems that after what happened in the Dead City, he simply went crazy. And then he told me to stop the car. The bodyguard nodded. Of course, I said that it wasn't supposed to be, and we'll be there soon. But, you know, he's very persuasive. Does Mark know how to convince? Whatever the phrase, it's a shocking new discovery. Convinced, Alex tilted his head. Wait a minute. Where was it? In the park. There, we drove a third of the way. That is, you mean, Alex was getting more and more excited again, that you let my son go alone somewhere in the park, wounded, after they tried to kill him several times. Alex. Beletsky raised his hand. Calm down. What I absolutely agree on is that your son, he knows how to convince. Even if I felt it, what do you want from others? Alex was getting more and more lost. Are they really talking about the brand? It felt as if everyone around had conspired and was calling a completely different person by the name Mark Rot, who did not even look like his son. What kind of weird, stupid pranks are these? Well, to be honest, Massive Carl shrugged his shoulders so that the seams of his jacket creaked threateningly. I thought that, well, to be honest, he insisted so much, without giving a reason. Stop mumbling. Beletsky himself couldn't stand it anymore. What is so terrible that you want to tell us? Well, I've decided, the guard said anyway, what the young gentleman wants. To the toilet. And since Mrs. Eliza was nearby, she is embarrassed to say so directly. Yeah, it seems that the cognitive dissonance has receded, replaced by habitual recognition. To be impatient, to interrupt business for the sake of going to the toilet. How like Mark. Alex let out a sigh of relief. And why didn't you go with him? He asked dryly. I got out of the car to smoke, and at the same time to see where he would go. But he went behind the trees. And, it was kind of inconvenient to spy on someone like that. Are you a bodyguard or a graduate of the Institute of Noble Maidens? Alex barked. You should have followed him, no matter what he got into his head. Yes, but there was also Mrs. Eliza, the guard said. I couldn't leave her. Yes, and it didn't portend anything. Alex shook his head. Of course, the damn Imperials didn't calm down. They were watching you, and they stole him as soon as he was alone. You think? Wolfric looked skeptical. Then why do you think they put him on the wanted list 2 hours ago? What? You heard everything. And if it's not them, then it means they ordered the murder, which is even worse. Mr. Rott, Carl still shyly remarked. The pause dragged on. I decided to follow the tracks, and Mr. Mark was not there. Then I called for backup, and we searched everything as far as we could do it in those conditions. Get to the point. What have you discovered? Nothing. What do you mean? Nothing. Alex was tired of shouting, and now he was just trying to get as much information as possible. In the sense that there were no visible footprints. Carl shrugged again. Is that all? Alex looked at the bodyguard with dislike. Yes, then leave us. The door closed behind Carl, and Alex turned back to Wolfric and Friedrich. Disappeared. Can you explain to me what kind of circus is going on right now? Maybe my man is a little tongue-tied. Wolfric shook his head, but he knows how to present facts. He's right, Alex. The park was searched, and nothing was found that would even roughly indicate Mark's location. Wolfric, my son is dying at first. Then they try to kill him, interrogate him, want to kidnap him, put him on the wanted list, and, on top of everything, he disappears. And you feed me fairy tales. Yes, it's been such a week, Wolfric agreed. I don't know where this is going, but it doesn't fit into our plans. Alex glanced at him quickly and snorted. That's for sure. The head of the Beletsky clan crossed his arms over his chest. There is another one. Witness. Who? Eliza. She was in the car, too, and near the hospital, but I wouldn't bother her for nothing and get involved in all this shit. I'm sorry, Alex declared. Call her. Eliza arrived 2 minutes later. Alex didn't know if she was expecting this call or not, but despite such an early hour, the girl was in full dress, with perfect styling, and without a shadow of surprise on her face. Entering her father's office, she made an impeccable bow to Alex and stood at attention, waiting for her father's words with an almost bored face. If my Mark were at least half as disciplined, flashed through Alex's mind. Eliza. Wolfric nodded. What can you say about recent events? Nothing special, his daughter replied in a calm voice. Maybe his behavior surprised me a little, but I can't know where he might have gone. Surprised? Alex raised an eyebrow again. With what? I didn't think he was such, Eliza replied with restraint and conciseness, as if she did not want to reveal her true thoughts. I didn't expect him to be so collected. He was calm, as if he was being injured and captured every day. No excitement, no naivety. And here again is this strange feeling that we are not talking about the brand at all. Alex sat and waited for Eliza to say something else. He's not the same as on the net at all. Eliza broke off and quickly added, well, as far as I can tell, we didn't cross paths much. She looked at her father. I can't say anything more. Can I go now? Wolfric hesitated for a couple of seconds and then waved his hand. Yes, go ahead. Eliza bowed respectfully to Alex again, then to her father, and left. There was silence in the office. Word for word my thoughts on your son's behavior, Wolfric remarked after a long pause. Well, you can't find fault with his ability to hold on in a critical situation. You've raised a real man out of him. Alex was confused now, perhaps even more so than when he found out about his son's miraculously fused legs. I thought he'd grow up to be a slob with your upbringing, Wolfric continued. Forgive me for being frank, but I, like everyone else, was waiting for the most obvious option. Knowing about his homelessness, I thought he would be weak-willed and shy, aware of his place in the world, a small thin tree under the shadow of age-old giants. But he proved me wrong. Alex remained silent, not knowing what to say to that. As insulting as it sounded, even he himself sometimes thought that there were not enough stars from the sky for Mark, and it was unlikely that this would ever change. Moreover, he himself, in some way, tried to educate him in such a way as to save him from problems in the future. But what could the son have said that earned respect from Beletsky himself? Now I see, Wolfric was looking straight at him, that he and Elise will make a great couple. Perhaps my girl will even have something to learn from him. The gaze of the head of the Beletsky clan hardened. Except there won't be any wedding if we don't find him immediately. I opened my eyes on an empty train. We were driving so fast that it was impossible to see what was outside the window. Although in fact, I didn't really care. Rolling up the sleeves of a clean sweatshirt, I sat and stared at nothing. It was quiet around. The call distracted me from boredom. I confidently dived into the right pocket of my jeans and was surprised to find that there was no phone in it. The melody continued to play. I got up and walked into the next car, outraged that I had somehow lost sight of my own mobile phone. Opening the door without any problems, I went inside and briefly glanced at the 2 rows of chairs. For some reason, they were black on one side and blue on the other. I didn't think about such a small thing for a long time and walked forward. Apparently, the sound came from the conductor's cabin. I frowned. How could you leave your phone in such a place? Irritably opening the door, I found no one inside, just the phone. He was lying on the table by the window, which had been cleaned to a shine, in which my face was reflected, and he was ringing. The subscriber is Eliza. Well, no way. I don't want to talk to you. Didn't you have enough last time? My thumb pressed the red reset button, but nothing happened. One more time, and more silence. It was only after the 4th press that the phone went silent. I exhaled in relief and almost turned around to sit down and finally wait for the end of this tedious trip. But my gaze caught on the reflection. I didn't look the same at all. The eyes seemed to belong to a dead man. They were cold and expressionless, and a smile from ear to ear. I wanted to grab my head, but I realized that I couldn't move a finger. It was as if my body began to move independently of me, obeying something unknown. My hand brought the phone closer to my face and slowly selected the contact Eliza and pressed the green call button. I looked at myself in the reflection once more. The bloody face looked straight into my eyes and smiled. The first thing I felt was the taste of earth in my mouth, and the earth was very bitter. Sight, hearing, and even touch have not yet returned to me after recent oblivion. After seconds, or tens of seconds, I finally realized that I was lying face down in the grass. He gulped air greedily, over and over again, until he realized that he was no longer climbing and exhaled. Rubbing his eyes with his palms, he noticed that there were no shift patterns on his wrists. Okay, so death turns off all active auras. I could have guessed, of course, but now I know for sure. My heart was still fluttering like a leaf in the wind, but my soul was relatively calm, even despite the broken state and the fact that I had been awakened by a nightmare. It is a pity that this calmness did not last long. Sleep is oblivion. You fall asleep, discarding all problems, escaping into a saving, comfortable world of illusions. But then it's time to wake up. You open your eyes, at first not even fully understanding who you are and where you are. But then, like an avalanche of unread letters that have accumulated on your doorstep, after a long absence, awareness begins to pile on you. The flood of memories and worries that you fell asleep with has not gone away. It just stood patiently over your bed, waiting for morning. It was the same this time. I was lying with my bare back on the cool grass, which would soon be covered with dew, and I was breathing deeply. I was aware of it. The epiphany did not bring a drop of joy, only shame and guilt. This nasty, sticky mixture of feelings became more viscous with each new memory of recent events. One by one, the images abruptly appeared in front of my eyes, frozen in time frames from memory, interrupting my thoughts. The memory of me going to Elise and Wulfric half naked. I twisted my face in shame, and even twitched a little, as if I saw a sharp flash. I wonder what Eliza herself thought. She was probably terrified of what her future husband looked like. I'm not even talking about how I behaved. Of course, the injury was serious. But pulling a handkerchief out of Wulfric's pocket like that, anyone else in my place would have been bragging about his audacity to the fish at the bottom of the river in concrete shoes. I'm sure he's furious, thinks I'm an arrogant kid now. I calmed myself down perfectly with a shift. A couple more quiet moments like this, and you'll be in a mental hospital. Mark. Without a return ticket. How many times have I almost verbally insulted Wulfric? I don't even want to count. Does my father know that you want to break off the engagement? That's the only phrase that didn't make me feel ashamed. The whole behavior of my betrothed pointed exactly to this. Although, again, it probably shouldn't have been said in such an environment. But to hell with it. Enough is enough, was the only thing Wulfric replied to me. The phrase echoed in my head. He patted me on the shoulder like some little boy. There was so much hidden threat in that one gesture. With one word and a gesture, he indicated that I should finally shut up and not embarrass myself further. But I didn't shut up. I continued. I lied to Wulfric about getting lost with the guard, about going to the vending machine, about being thrown out of the window. After all, he understood that he would not tolerate this in his own hospital. that he would have to respond to this, if only in order to maintain his authority in front of his people. Not to mention that snake-like tangle of smaller clans that always curls under him. I personally misled the head of the Beletsky clan and set him against Saber and Yuba. Probably, in some other circumstances, one could even be proud of this. But soon the lie will be revealed, and I can't imagine how angry he will be. It's good that in the end, I had the brains to get out of there. It's scary to imagine what I would have done if I had been allowed to get to Reuben and Barker. It wasn't me, is a convenient, but alas, false phrase. After all, I clearly remember my thoughts at that moment. They were mine, but now I don't understand them. The shift is too dangerous. It is by no means a simple calmness. And now I have to sort out everything that I brewed myself. I can't even understand all the plans that were spinning in my head. Plans that, to be honest, scare me. They are impossible, meaningless. The antics that I did in front of Wolfric are just flowers compared to what I wanted to pull off in the future. But now I realize how crazy the ideas that came into my head were. What an idiot. Break my neck. I remember my thoughts when I was doing this. I was annoyed by the wounded body. It slowed me down, and therefore, judging that my hospital arguments regarding resurrection were quite logical, I went out without unnecessary nerves and cracked my cervical vertebrae. Yes, I feel like I dodged a train at the last second. Of course, it's good that now I'm convinced of their truth for sure. But just remembering how quickly I managed to finish myself makes my hair stand on end. And now what? Go back to the mansion to sort out what you've brewed. And I can't even imagine how to do it. How to behave upon arrival. They'll eat me and not choke on me. The stakes are too high, which means you need to give up. I have been ordered to the Beletsky mansion. I need to leave here so that they won't find me. At least not right away. I got up from the ground, looked at the hospital slipper, gray with dirt, whose neighbor got lost during the fall from the window, and then tightened the bloody hospital robe. He stuffed the bloody handkerchief and slipper into small side pockets. Yeah, I'd like to find clothes. Otherwise, the only crowd I can mix with will be a circus of freaks. There is no phone either, and I don't understand where I am. We didn't have time to leave the city, so I'm in some kind of city park on the outskirts right now. It's night now and you can't see much in the distance, but those small pieces that were illuminated by lanterns placed every 10 meters looked pretty decent. The lawn was neat and surprisingly soft, as I was able to personally see the narrow footpaths, which should be quite pleasant to run along in the morning. And the long benches gave the impression that at least someone was doing this place. Hell, if my eyes don't let me down, there's even a red bike path here, which is very rare in our area. I need to get a phone and call Friedrich, ask him to pick me up. Fortunately, I remember his number by heart. But first you need to go to the far side of the park, and then leave it altogether. I avoided lamp-lit alleys and open spaces, preferring dark clusters of trees, walking barefoot on the ground at night, when you don't see random branches and sharp stones, is still fun. But I was patient. After 10 minutes and hundreds of meters, I got far enough away from the car and slowed down a little. He rubbed his feet against his calves, knocking down small stones and debris that had sunk into his skin, and felt a drop of relief. I looked around. Somewhere on my left, I could hear young voices. Maybe it will be much easier. There was a couple sitting on one of the lighted benches. A guy and a girl, who looked even younger than me, were cuddling up to each other and talking about something. He apparently baited her with some funny stories and actively gesticulated, while she mostly giggled and inserted short phrases, without stopping the guy from showing wonders of wit. Well, you just need to come up and ask for a phone call, and then wait for Friedrich in some alley. I can definitely handle that. I walked straight towards them, putting on a friendly smile. The couple were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't hear me coming from behind. I stood behind them and stood for a moment, looking at the back of their heads. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other and finally spoke. "Excuse me, can I ask you for a phone number?" They jumped up abruptly from the bench and turned to look at me. They both have 5 kopeck eyes, and their faces look like they've seen a ghost. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and hid behind the guy, and he backed away and almost hit the girl, but noticed her in time. The next thing I saw were 2 teenagers running off down the path with wild screams. Did I say something wrong? And, well, yes, I looked at myself again. Probably a bloody hospital gown and a friendly smile on his face don't go well with a night park. What am I even thinking about? I think even if I had come out and just said, "Help," the effect would have been the same. Damn. Clothes are clearly a much more pressing issue than I first thought about them. If I am not killed, then the usual police officers on duty will tie me up and shove me into the station, which means I will have to move with extreme caution. I didn't really have any ideas where to get myself a fashionable outfit. I'm not going to break into any store in the middle of the night. Here's the cholera. I scratched the back of my head. Okay, at least I know which way those skittish kids ran. Therefore, it can be assumed that there is a way out somewhere. Passing by a row of benches and lanterns next to them, I turned a bend and came out into a long dark alley that looked quite ominous. The only illuminated element turned out to be a large monument at the very end of it. He moved closer. Well, the monument was a kind of monolithic slab of impressive size above the crowns of trees, the entire surface of which was painted with names, thousands of names. In the middle of the monument was a large plaque with the inscription, "Never, no way," which was a kind of expression that is used when they want to express grief for the fallen during the World War. The World War was perhaps the formative event that shaped our world as it is now. For example, dividing the territory of Europe between an empire in the west and a republic in the east. Despite the fact that more than 100 years have passed since its end, the war still played an important role in the cultural identity of the population of the empire, and certainly of the republic too. However, if we discard propaganda and websites with theories, almost no one knew thoroughly what was going on in the Republic. They were no less, if not more, than the Empire, but they remained ridiculously closed. It was impossible to get there just like that, even for the citizens of my country, which de jure retained its independence, but de facto existed under the protectorate of the Empire and was their colony. This happened because we are located right on the border between two superpowers, and since one of the conditions of the truce was the absence of common borders, the Empire could not take our territory under its direct control. Consequently, the information channels from the Republic were blocked. They say that this is a consequence of the brutal regime that they have established. But for some reason, it seems to me that the Emperor himself sleeps more soundly, knowing that people do not think once again about the Republic. I am sure that we are protecting ourselves from them in the information field no less actively than they are from us. When I finished examining the monument, I looked around. Now is not the time to think about politics. The couple from the bench were nowhere to be seen, but it was easy to find a way out now. At the very end of the long alley, the outlines of a large arch could be seen, which looked rather gloomy and somewhat out of the general background. I went to her. The alley itself was creepy. The night turned out to be warm and almost windless, but it was here, in the silence of the night, that the small breeze that still walked over the treetops was heard best. He howled viciously, as if some kind of living animal, and slightly tilted the thin birch trees that were planted on both sides of the alley. In the nightlight, they began to look like thin black fingers trying to reach the ground, which made them feel uncomfortable, probably because, in an attempt to calm the chill running down my back, my gaze was directed at the treetops. I did not notice what happened next. When my eyes went down, there was a small dark silhouette in front of them. At first I wanted to think that my imagination was playing strange games with me, but then the figure began to approach me. It was only when she came within a few meters of me that I realized that I had already seen these miniature outlines. Azure eyes flashed in the darkness. The girl from Yubai, Tina. The sight of her made my right cheek ache. I remembered that accidental slap in the face, which barely kept me on my feet. I froze. He took a step back, not taking his eyes off her. She made two. She was also looking directly at me. It's good that my legs are intact. I took another step, but she had already halved the distance between us. Wait, she said it in a low voice, as if she were saying, "Thank you," to the cashier at the store. I turned to run, but before I had run even a meter, I felt something thin and cold shackle my wrist. Glancing at my hand, I saw one end of the handcuffs on my hand and the other on hers. "Don't move," the girl said phlegmatically. "This is a fiasco." I looked at the hand, then at the girl, then back at the hand. I don't have much options left. Clenching the fist of my free hand, I lunged towards her face, but Tina intercepted my hand and slapped me again. Yes, why? So painfully. I could barely stand on my feet. I don't know who she is, but 40-pound girls don't hit like that. It seemed to me that out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a blue glow coming off her palm. That would explain a lot. "I asked you not to twitch." The girl tied me up and led me through the night park. We were both silent. Because the slap was still ringing in my head. Apparently, she just needed to get me out of here and not to make mistakes. From the outside, our couple probably looked pretty damn creepy. A fragile-looking girl and an unusual guy walking around the park in handcuffs at 4 in the morning. Some exhibitionist in the bushes would hiccup in fear at the sight of this painting. The girl led me through a large arch, which I so wanted to get to, and led me to a small blue beetle parked on the side of the road. Having buried my face in the roof of the car, she quickly switched the handcuff from her hand to mine, thus shackling both my limbs from behind. Tina turned off the alarm with one movement, and with a second opened the door to put me in the car, pushing me inside. She made sure I was seated and pushed my head into the front seat, then slammed the door shut and got behind the wheel. Damn, the trip was not the most comfortable. The front seats of the minivan were constantly pushing against my knees, and handcuffs prevented me from scratching my nose. Tina drove quite strangely, as if she really wanted to press the pedal to the floor, but she never did it to the end, only accelerating on certain sections of the road. Every such moment reverberated well on my forehead, which rested against the seat, and I counted the minutes until we finally arrived at the torture chamber, or wherever she was dragging me there. Fortunately, it didn't take long to count. After about 15 minutes of driving, she braked sharply and pulled the keys out of the ignition, pushed the door open. The windows were tinted, and it was night outside, so I didn't quite know where we were right now. When she finally opened the back door and motioned for me to get out, I realized that my worst guesses had been confirmed. We're in some godforsaken neighborhood. There was no living place on the walls from the graffiti of some local gangs. Cats were screaming behind fences, and drunken howling was heard at the far end of the street, followed by the sound of a broken bottle. Well, that's right. Wherever else the U-Buy could set up an apartment for interrogations. Yes, even if someone hears my screams and calls the police, no patrol in their right mind will come here. I got out of the car, and Tina frowned and looked at me. Follow me, quickly. Even if I run away now, it is unlikely that I will be able to live in this area for a long time in this form. So there is nothing left but to follow the miniature agent to a creepy-looking apartment building, some of the windows in which were boarded up. She led me to the door to the entrance, plastered with faded advertisements, quickly opened it, and pushed her hand inside. "We're on the second one," the girl said in the same low voice. Turning around, I looked at her, took a deep breath, and deliberately smiled stupidly. She was not impressed, and it quickly dawned on me that it was better to just go ahead if I value the integrity of my kidneys. It smelled of damp and fried fish inside. A woman's voice was shouting loudly at someone behind one of the doors on the ground floor, and the stair railings were mercilessly plastered with chewed gum. I swallowed the lump in my throat and started climbing the creaking stairs. Whatever they do to me here, I hope it won't hurt at least half as much as I imagine. When she reached the second floor, she stopped me at one of the doors, which had once apparently been white, but now was brownish yellow, and glancing at me every few seconds, she began to open it. At that time, I was trying to figure out how to behave, what to say, and so on. But I can't say that in these short moments I was able to form at least some sane line of defense. Well, at least I know that they are unlikely to succeed in killing me. The door, in desperate need of lubrication, opened, and I squeezed my eyes shut and went inside. When I dared to open them, Tina appeared in front of me, looking at me like an idiot, batting her eyelashes, and a small apartment, very smoky, but certainly not like a torture chamber. "Would you like some tea?" She raised an eyebrow. "Is there a cake?" I grinned nervously. After all, today is my fucking birthday. From the look of Tina's apartment, you could definitely tell several things at once. First of all, I don't think she comes here often. The coffee table, along with the TV remote control, were covered with dust. A whole mountain of empty pizza boxes, noodles, and other delivery food was piled up near the trash, and there was a pile of clothes on the dresser. Everything indicated that, by and large, she only spends the night here, then quickly gets ready for work in the morning and returns late enough or tired enough to cook for herself. Secondly, she smokes a lot. I've seen enough of the heavy smokers in our clan. The same Friedrich could smoke more than one cigar in one gulp. But for a person to need 4 ashtrays for a one-room apartment, placed in different corners and filled with steers almost to the brim, Tina's lungs should be no lighter than her clothes. And thirdly, apparently, the girl preferred practicality in clothes. There were 3 pairs of black sneakers, if not identical, then very similar to each other, standing near the entrance. The rest of the clothes also couldn't boast of bright colors, but judging by the fact that we met while she was leading a SWAT team on an assault, probably the blood and dirt are not so noticeable on the black. I don't know. She took off my handcuffs almost immediately after I went inside. I raised my eyebrow, puzzled. It's a strange move, to be honest, but even during the interrogation at the hospital, I realized that UBI agents do not do anything for nothing. After opening both locks, the girl put the iron shackling me into her back pocket and came almost close to examine the blood-smeared shoulder. I was a head taller than her, and I was breathing right into the top of her head. After looking closely and realizing that there was no wound there anymore, the girl grunted with interest and looked up, looking straight into my eyes. Have you seen your pupils? Of course, I saw it. I just have a mirror in my back pocket. Tina looked down and chuckled. It's kind of awkward. I turned away from her and took a step back, looking around the hallway for a mirror. I found it quickly, but I didn't like what I saw there. My pupils were so dilated that only a thin strip remained of the iris, and the bruises under his eyes looked very unfriendly, not to mention the shabby expression on his face. Are you feeling all right at all? Tina's voice came from behind. And how do I feel? It's shitty. It's fine. I muttered and turned away from the mirror. It's just an allergy. And it looks like you're having a breakdown. Tina chuckled and, tilting her head to the side, thought for a second. Then she rushed off to the chest of drawers and, after rummaging in it for a minute, returned to me with a towel and a bathrobe in her hands. While the girl was busy, I kept glancing at the door, but I still didn't have time to decide whether I should try to escape at all or not. The girl poked me in the chest with a gray bathrobe. The shower is in there. She waved her right hand to the side. You could use it. It was difficult to refuse such an offer. I, without saying a word, dragged my feet along the empty corridor to the bathroom, hidden behind a shabby door. To be honest, over the past week, I had forgotten how pleasant it is to stand under warm water that washes away dirt and, partially, fatigue. The blood from my body flowed to my feet and was carried down the drain. For once I felt fresh. The hot water was relaxing, and that would be all right. Except when I took the soap from the shower shelf. It became clear that I was having some difficulties keeping it. My hands were shaking on their own, and it's not about fear. Leaning forward a little, I clamped my hands under my armpits and tried to calm the tremor, but it didn't help. After spending a total of 15 minutes in the bathroom, I turned off the water and put on a bathrobe. When I came out, Tina had already made tea and was sitting in an armchair by the coffee table with her hands hanging between her legs. She was waiting for me. Slowly sitting down in front of her, I looked first at the hot cup of tea and then at the girl. How did you find me? She looked at me from under her brows and then pointed her finger at her eyes. Synesthesia. What? Magical synesthesia. It's like an illness. For some reason, she sounded like she was forcing herself to speak. It's hard to explain if it's not there. It's like explaining to a blind person what red looks like. I see magic, but I don't know how to explain it. Tina spread her hands a little childishly. Is that why you noticed me on the roof? She nodded. And so you found me in the park? She nodded again. Drink tea? Tina pointedly took a small sip. Don't worry, there's no poison there. Conversely, I fell silent for a while and tried to take a cup of tea with both hands. They were still shaking, but at least the water wasn't spilling over the edge. I was able to take a sip. It felt like there was so much sugar, as if she hadn't added sugar to the tea, but poured some tea into a full cup of sugar. The taste is not felt from the word at all. However, it warmed me pleasantly, and I didn't ask for more. And any magician leaves such a long trail behind him? I finally asked. A trace? There was no trace. And no, not any magician. Excuse me? I didn't quite understand her. You're, brighter than the others. How can I explain? Tina tapped her fingers on the table. I decided to follow you when I saw that you were on fire near. She frowned, remembering the name, Beletsky. Caught fire? It was beginning to dawn on me that Tina is a rather peculiar girl, and, it seems, is not going to answer all my questions. And when you left, in the park, it was like rays into the sky. I knew where to look for you, miles away. Wait, that is, you. I wanted to clarify a few details for myself, but she interrupted me, pointing her finger at her eyes once again. I've told you my secret. Your turn. It seems that saying that I've just been good-looking since childhood is not an option, especially considering that she works at UBA and probably knows a lot more than she says, including the incident with the sarcophagus. I have no idea what you want to hear from me. I clutched the cup of tea in trembling hands. I don't know where it comes from in me. You're lying. You were in a dead city. She pulled a square pack of cigarettes out of her pocket. Everyone knows that, but not everyone knows that the vessel of filth is missing. Tina paused and lit a cigarette. And you were found next to the sarcophagus. I froze and looked up from the cup of warm tea. I started to get a little carried away. For the first time in a few days, at least some sense of comfort came to me. Even security, if you like. Behind the veil of gray smoke, her azure eyes stood out especially strongly. Their color was somewhat unnatural. Perhaps that's why it began to seem to me that the girl was looking right into my soul, even judging by what she's already told me. It's easy to put 2 plus 2 together. If she hadn't had this fantasy, maybe I could have spun something, but right now it would just be stupid to keep denying it. I guessed that if Yubai hadn't been needed for some reason, this whole conversation wouldn't be happening right now. It seems that the time has come to tell about what happened. Sent was on the train with me. She raised her hand with a cigarette in the air, thereby interrupting me. I'm not really interested in the beginning. Better tell me what happened at the very end. Rodion, the old man I told your friends about, broke my legs and tried to reprint the energy from the vessel, which, was his son, into me. I think he didn't succeed. She tilted her head to the side. You think? It was like she had a sense for those moments when I was lying. Okay, it seems to me that it worked. The vessel now turns out to be me. The cards are on the table. You know what vessels usually look like, right? The girl looked me up and down. You must be in pain. Yes, but no, I don't know how much Yubai knows about me. But on my 10th birthday, I briefly explained to her the principle of the Ouroboros and my guesses related to why the foulness could not subdue me. The girl listened to my story with interest, and I noticed that towards the end of it, she was thinking about something very much. Why did I see such a bright flash in the park? No, we're not going there. There are some things that outsiders do not need to know about sexual preferences, illnesses, and the state of bank account. For example, it is always better to keep to yourself. The actual immortality without any doubt becomes one with them. Therefore, we need to come up with something that even remotely resembles the truth. I was testing my abilities. At night, in the park? You don't understand. Before the incident, I could do almost nothing. But just a few hours ago, I realized that along with the energy, I had new abilities, or the old ones changed. I don't know how to explain it better. And when, after a long period of impotence, you finally have the opportunity to change something, you can't stand for a second. Tina smiled mysteriously. For the first time since I saw her, I exhaled inwardly. Then he thought for a second and added, probably because of those tests of mine in the park. I now have such a bruised look. I sipped more tea, looking down. For some reason, I didn't like lying. Tina smiled softly. The conversation continued. The longer we talked, the more convinced I became that magical synesthesia left its mark on the personality of the owner. No matter how hard I tried, going over the epithets that could describe the appearance and behavior of a girl, nothing better than a little rude strange came to mind. It was as if she was thinking a lot more than she was saying. Sometimes it even seemed that Tina was in the clouds and not listening to you. But after a second, she proved every time that this was not the case by asking a clarifying question or digging into one of the randomly thrown words. At some point, we returned to what happened in and around the hospital. By the end of the story, she was already finishing her 3rd cigarette. I didn't learn anything new for myself. She was interested in the amount of energy that almost blinded her in the hospital corridor, and she decided to follow me, hoping that I would not be taken to the Beletskys right away. The only thing I didn't understand was why I was here now, in her apartment. This conversation couldn't have been held in Yubai's office, or where are they sitting there? I doubt. Did she follow me, breaking all the rules and laws of her service, purely out of interest? I'd be flattered, but otherwise it's just nonsense. What should I do now? Sleep. Tina got up and took a white phone out of her pocket. I followed her with my gaze to the window, where she apparently sent someone a message, and stared at the street waiting for an answer. I was tired not so much physically as emotionally. I watched Tina at the window for a while, and then I didn't notice how my eyes closed, and I fell asleep on an upholstered chair. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Our medicine is not as bad as everyone says. That's how they got back on their feet in 2 days. I woke up to a familiar hoarse voice and the stench of tobacco. The blurry outlines of Agent Rubin appeared in front of his eyes. To be honest, I didn't immediately realize where I was at all. But after a moment, the events of last night flashed through my head on fast forward, and I instantly cheered up. Reuben stood over the chair and looked at my legs, which did not show any signs of fractures. Remembering what a pleasure each of our meetings brought me to communicate with this person, I cringed and wanted to jerk sharply to the exit. but then decided not to give myself away and listen to what they were talking about. Seriously, that's some shit. I read the medical record. It was impossible to heal him normally all his life, he said, turning his head to the side. Maybe I didn't see who exactly was standing next to the chair, but it wasn't hard to guess. Tina, did you find out how it happened? Agent Barker sounded pretty tired. It looks like I wasn't the only one having a fun night. No. But he said that he had new abilities. Nothing concrete, at least this way. Barker clicked her tongue. Reuben got up and looked around. There was an empty cup on the table between the chairs, on which sunlight fell through the window. Ha, Tina, did you give the kid tea? Was she a member of the trust? Classic, Reuben concluded. Right from the textbook. I always thought it wasn't your style. Barker chuckled. Tina, who was still standing at the same window where I saw her before going to bed, raised her right eyebrow. No, I just liked him. Both agents simultaneously choked on air and awkwardly fell silent. But seriously, Tina continued, it was the most sensible thing to do in his case. You know, I've seen what a withdrawal from mind-altering abilities looks like. Mind-altering? Reuben squinted. Do you mean to say that he was under a magical substance there at the clinic? And you put two and two together? Barker unexpectedly supported this version. Remember how he behaved there? I bet when the effect passed, he began to sob like a little girl and reflect in all fields. Magic is magic, but you can't change biochemistry. That explains something. And indeed, after my rebirth at night, I behaved. It's not really normal. If before that I suddenly became self-confident and hard as flint, I even managed to talk to Wolfric on equal terms, then, on the contrary, he fell into irrational, even over the edge, emotions. So, is such an effect worth waiting for after each application of the shift? Or there is some way? Still cheat biochemistry? Reuben shook his head and turned to me. So, that's enough. Do you think you squinted in the house? Lift. I lazily opened my eyes and said, let me eat it, and then at least go to jail. Seriously. Barker handed Reuben a package. Here's some food for you. And here, he put the pizza box on the table and tossed a beige folder on top. Is food for thought. Agent Reuben was clearly pleased with such an exquisite pun. What is it? I frowned at the stack of papers. The case of the triple murder on the train. A wonderful story. You'll like it. The story was really entertaining. Based on what I read, there were no old people on the train. They did not buy tickets at the ticket office, and they are also not on any surveillance camera. Furthermore, the investigation led to the fact that I myself tore the seal off the stopcock, and then, in an argument with a conductor, I killed him with my bare hands. Well, the suspect is an awakened one. Who knows what he is capable of? As a result, we have a corpse and a train stop in a dead city. The investigation also believes that the place of the stop was planned in advance. Then, it means I went to another car and started a fight with an innocent guy there when he tried to keep me off the street. This was confirmed by all the witnesses. Then I disappeared, came back and said that there was no driver or conductor on the train. Now they are considered missing. After that, I took with me the very guy with whom I had a conflict. And when we returned, Nikita Sanchez behaved inappropriately, took the suspect's mobile phone, ran into another carriage. The suspect left after him and closed the doors behind him. Further, the testimony of witnesses is confused. The following decided to work out a version of events where I planned Shorty's death. Then, of course, I disappeared from the train. Next, I was already found in a dead city, all broken. The specificity of such a place allows us to assume absolutely any nature of these injuries. Previously, I fell off a cliff while trying to leave the crime scene, and probably crawled a few kilometers to the sarcophagus. Are they really idiots there? To be honest, I had to try very hard not to throw the folder with this nonsense in the agents' faces. I grunted indignantly. I will be happy to see how you will prove all this. Their word is against mine. Moreover, we are all discussing this now without a lawyer. I think it's better for me to sit in silence now. No, after I call my man, I'll sit in silence. Mark. Reuben exhaled. Do you want this case to become public? Your precious clans, contempt was clearly visible on his face, are very concerned about their status. Right? I rolled my eyes and clenched my teeth viciously. Reuben noticed this and grinned slyly. And if I say that there is an option in which this folder can simply disappear? I looked Reuben straight in the eye. I'm not interested. I tried to keep my face neutral. Reuben rolled his eyes. Okay, what if I told you that the purpose of the night raid was to prevent another attempt on your life? He paused for a moment. We know what you don't know. Now I have paused. Chinese. I grinned nervously. Reuben grimaced for a second. Tina chuckled over his shoulder. Barker really knows Chinese. Smartass. He said mockingly. So yes, that too. Well, yes. Who would doubt it? I involuntarily looked hungrily at the pizza box lying attractively on the table, and then at my body, barely covered by a small pink robe, and sighed. This is not the best time to have such conversations. Yes, eat already, by God. The agent took the case file from my hands and, pulling the phone out of the pocket of his worn coat, went into the kitchen. I looked at Tina and Barker, raising an eyebrow. The girls were staring at me intently, probably trying to catch a reaction to Agent Rubin's offer. In such an environment, it was somewhat difficult to behave naturally. However, to hell with it. I was really hungry. I was about to reach for a pizza, but Agent Barker beat me to it. The girl opened the box right in front of my face. It seemed to me that music was playing, and a column of light struck from the open box. There was suddenly too much saliva in my mouth. I think that's enough to convey how hungry I was. Barker nodded at the pizza. I tore off a piece of myself and greedily attacked it. The food seemed so delicious that I did not even immediately notice how the girls sat down in front of me and also took portions from the box. If someone had told me yesterday that in the morning, in a pink bathrobe, I would have breakfast with U-Buy agents in the middle of an apartment in a slum, I would have laughed in his face. Why does he always take it with pineapples? Tina made a displeased face. Reuben's all-consuming hatred extends not only to the clans, but also to the taste buds of others. Barker sighed sadly. I've already seen this in 5 years as a partner. Disgusting. Tina nodded. What are they talking about? Pineapple pizza is the best thing that mankind has come up with. At least, that's what it seemed to me now. I don't know how much I ate. Hunger got to me so much that a veil covered my eyes, which fell off only at the moment when, reaching for another piece of pizza, I found that the box was empty. There were only pieces of pineapples left on it, which Tina carefully removed from the pizza and folded into some kind of pattern on the box. And the girls didn't even have time to finish what they took initially. Oops, there's more lead in my body lately than food, sorry. Apart from Friedrich's soup, I haven't eaten properly since I left home. The girls grinned. They continued to discuss something completely abstract, as if we were not sitting in the rented apartment of a U-Buy agent, in which 5 minutes ago, I was accused of 3 murders, but on the summer terrace of some cafe by the sea. Another technique to ingratiate yourself with, to show, they say, we are people too. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. At some point, Tina noticed that I was just sitting around and staring at them, after which she suddenly became more serious. She looked me straight in the eye. Does anyone besides us know about what happened to the abomination? If you hadn't seen through me, I wouldn't have told you either. I looked away and stretched my neck. No, of course not. The girls looked at each other. They obviously liked this answer. Then let it stay that way. Agent Barker pondered. No one should know about this, for your own safety. It's very nice to know that people who are trying to shut me down for something I didn't do are worried about my safety. I'll keep that in mind, I said with a thin grin. Who do they think I am? Barker rolled her eyes. It seemed to me that you were smart enough to understand that U-Buy could not make such a case. Officially, we haven't even brought any charges against you. That whole folder is the fruit of the work of local investigators, and believe me, they are too lazy and too stupid to strain and pull facts by the ears without a command from above. But that didn't stop you from coming to me with their accusations, I snorted. Really? Has U-Buy ever made any accusations against you? But I just froze with my finger in the air. But really, why did I think they were accusing me of something? After all, if you remember their words in the hospital, they said they wanted to help me and figure out what happened. That I'm on the list of suspects. We want to help you and figure out what happened. But now you're on the list of suspects in the murder of 3 people. We understand that you're probably not to blame for anything. But if you don't cooperate, you're a young guy. Mark, I don't want your whole life went awry. Their words sounded something like this. Damn, I exhaled heavily. The agent smiled at my reaction. It turned out that we were initially misinformed. They were being led by the nose. A lot of things didn't add up. A lot of things. In principle, this explains why they attacked me so much on the day of the interrogation. However, as soon as I stood up to the bayonets, the agents quickly retreated. If you agree to cooperate with us, help us, then we will help you. We will protect you from those who want to harm you. I almost laughed. And which of those bullets that your people fired at me in the hospital was supposed to protect me first, flying into my shoulder or into my head? Reuben's exasperated sigh came from the kitchen, and he raised his voice so that it could be heard from the other room. So you decided that these local sheep are our killer special forces. Maybe we should have taken the Emperor and his daughter by storm right away. Huh. Agent Barker rolled her eyes with an expression of, he's at it again. Reuben, who seemed to read this reaction through the wall, added, sorry. Of course I meant Her Highness the Princess. I thought I saw a murderer on the roof. You should have been bedridden. Tina suddenly joined the conversation. So they started shooting. That's what we were told. Unconvincing. I still remembered how the shooting began. It seemed to me that the special forces should be sufficiently trained not to lose their composure, even when something out of the ordinary happens. It's like the same siren turned on. Clear, Dick. Unconvincing. Kid. Reuben cut in from the kitchen again. But think about who holds everything by the balls in this country, including the police, and put 2 and 2 together. Does one of the clans want my blood? That's all very well, of course. But what are you getting at? We need to get closer to the point. Barker straightened up and looked at me, folding her arms. If you want to continue this conversation, we need to sign non-disclosure documents. What you hear next must not leave this room. I immediately imagined a document with a huge red seal, top secret, and almost laughed. But in time I remembered who was sitting in front of me and pulled myself together. The girl continued. We will also add a non-disclosure clause to this document about what happened to the nasty. Either that, or clean up this pile yourself. Barker returned to the room with another folder. This one was thicker than the previous one. You know, I looked at the assassins waiting for an answer. I'll sort it out somehow. The case will fall apart in court. You know that yourself. Publicity doesn't scare me, and neither do your stories. However, I don't think my reputation, I chuckled, can suffer any more. Reuben crossed his arms over his chest and looked into my eyes. You don't need to think about your reputation, but about the bastards from the clans who want to kill you. I'm a clan bastard myself. Really? As far as I know, you don't have the best relationship with your own. Am I seeing a family therapist now, or what? Because if not, you shouldn't worry about my personal relationship. If they couldn't kill me twice, I don't think they could do it a third time. Besides, I'm getting married soon. After that, I will have enough resources in my power to sort out this whole mess without you. A wedding, you say? Reuben smiled. How well do you know Eliza Beletskaya? Good enough. Of course it's a lie. To be honest, I still didn't understand what kind of person she was. Her profile in the poster was, in fact, the only source of information about her. And as I said before, in the poster, everyone tries to appear to be what they are not. Why wouldn't this rule apply to Eliza? Barker noticed that Reuben and I didn't exactly get along well, and decided to take over the reins of negotiations. If you sign a non-disclosure document, you will learn something interesting about Miss Beletskaya, among others. Besides, it doesn't oblige you to do anything. You're just going to have to keep your mouth shut about some of the things that we're going to tell you and show you next. I'm not interested. That's what you think now. I bit my lip. From my side, it all looks like you want to take a punt. These devils have found my weak spot, the upcoming marriage. You have not yet said anything specific. You only promised to reveal some truth after signing the contract. And I'm not used to signing all sorts of papers without a lawyer present. Barker sighed. This is a standard form, she explained, and handed me a sheet, at the very top of which was written in bold, Agreement on Non-Disclosure of Confidential Information. The current city, empty date fields, and the standard header of the contract. Who signs the contract and with whom? A really standard form. I'm not particularly good at law, but I've seen similar contracts in my life. Clan members sign them all the time when they hire workers to perform the simplest tasks, such as construction work. Even my nanny signed a similar agreement as a child. Don't even ask me how I know this. The term is 25 years. There is a clause on force majeure. All the punishments of this treaty are effective only on the territory of the empire. So in the worst case, for spreading this information, I will be declared a criminal in the empire, and the Yubai will demand my extradition to the territory of their state. This moment, of course, made me a little tense. After all, this could become their loophole and an official reason to deport me under their full control. But I'm not sure where I'll be safer among my own or strangers, especially if it turns out that everything they've been scaring me with is true. It was as if Barker had read my mind. I can guess what you're thinking there, but we don't need a walking bomb of mass destruction on the territory of the empire, she chuckled. So we strongly ask that this information not be leaked to anyone. I took a deep breath. Okay? I'll get away from you at the first opportunity. The paperwork took no more than 10 to 15 minutes. Well, finally. And now take a look. Reuben threw a folder into my lap. I looked at the people present, shook my head, and opened it. There was really a lot of information inside. Almost all of it concerned dead cities. I didn't quite understand everything, but a pretty creepy picture emerged from what I read. There have been a lot more dead zones within our country over the past 2 decades. New ones appeared, old ones expanded. This is strange in itself. However, other documents raised the most questions. After running my eyes over the first 10 pages with a detailed description of the dynamics of the spread of contamination, I turned another page and came across a whole series of satellite images. In those cities that were dangerously close to the contaminated territories, residential areas were shifted in a completely illogical way. So illogical that someone paranoid could decide that the authorities were specifically building slums and relocating people to territories that would become desecrated in the foreseeable future. Then there were photos showing people unloading unidentified objects from trains. It was interesting to note that there was only one detail in common in 2 or 3 photographs of trains. Strange-looking tractors, just like on the train where I was traveling. Back then, it seemed strange to me to choose just such a head of composition. But now, a chill ran down my spine. The unidentified objects resembled coffins, cheap zinc coffins. These objects were dragged into the territory of desecrated cities and, apparently, left there under the influence of filth. I swallowed the lump in my throat. What am I getting into now? My mouth was getting dry with every page. This was followed by seemingly unrelated information about the composition of the clans of our country. Based on what I read about my clan, the numbers were plus or minus similar to the truth. To be honest, I did not understand what this was about in such a folder. However, when I reached the insert with a pile of graphs, goosebumps ran even more actively along the vertebra. In direct proportion to the increase in the territories of the dead cities, the number of awakened members of large clans also grew, and the vast majority of the new fighters came from the very slums that some pathetic 20 years ago were moved closer to the filth. I put down the folder and exhaled. What a f asterisk 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 ing p asterisk 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 x. I wouldn't have said it better myself. Kid, Ruben leaned over to me. Now do you understand why trains run through dead cities? I don't understand anything at all. While I was reading, Tina lit another cigarette. In between puffs, her eyes darted around the room, waiting for me to finish. After listening to my swearing, she put out the bowl and clasped her hands. Awakening does not happen just like that. The more filth, the more awaken. That's why the war ended. The Empire and the Republic realized that if they continued to use the awakened in battle, if they began to die, the whole of Europe, or even the whole world, would turn into one big dead city. They tried to hide this information as best they could. However, some time ago, the clans in your country got wind of this. But why do they need so many awakened soldiers? This time, it was Barker who spoke. You don't have a regular army. The entire border alliance is controlled by clans. Each of the 5 border countries are puppets. Ours, the Republican ones, spit. And when there is no self-sufficient government, and even backed by an army, everyone takes pieces of shit into their own hands in big mansions, hiding behind the loud word, clans. Long-standing traditions, aristocratic manners. Of course, no matter what you dress up a banal thug, he will always remain a thug and a bandit. And we have every reason to believe that everything that happens to the dead cities is part of their plan. We don't know all the details. However, whatever they're up to, it clearly undermines the security of the Empire. And if we can't deal with them on our own, your whole country could be in danger. The Emperor is not a patient man. Is my clan involved in this too? We can't say for sure. However, think about who exactly has been gaining weight in your clan lately. He means my mother's family, warlocks. Maybe I wasn't really privy to clan matters, but I'm not blind or deaf. My father always considered them a headache, and I can't disagree with him. Uncle Ronald was a disgusting character. Damn. I put my hands to my head. Too much has fallen in just half an hour. For some reason, I remembered the right ones from the train. Looking through Max's profile, I did not pay attention to the slogans that his page was full of. However, thinking about them now, I noticed that some things might make sense. Hatred of clans can be caused not only by poverty. Well, what's Elise doing here? Do you know the Locke Corporation? Barker was speaking now. I clenched my teeth. Yes, being the largest media magnate in your country, they control the lion's share of the media. Do you think? Just do what the clans do and keep it a secret, or just become a big tycoon without the support of the clans? I shook my head. That's what we think. We have every reason to believe that Eliza has some kind of relationship with the heir to the corporation, Augustus Locke. These bastards wash each other's hands, both their daddies and themselves. An apple from an apple tree. Mark, Reuben croaked. I remembered August's story from the hospital. Is it likely that this bastard wants to become an aristocrat? Yes, of course. He has money and influence, but he doesn't even have the status that I have. And if there's one thing I can say about him for sure, even without talking in person, it's that the guy has a huge ego. He decided that he could have fun with the bride of an aristocrat, and even mock him. And all for what? To poison your own country. The agents recoiled from me. Even without looking down, I realized that my hands had turned black. Damn, this is not the place. Only Tina remained calm. You dazzle me. I wanted to rage and rage, go to the Beletsky mansion, and rip out a couple of people's throats. However, if there was one thing I realized when I was under the shift, it was that composure can achieve much more than emotions. Therefore, after looking into Tina's azure eyes, I overcame myself and exhaled deeply. What do you want from me? Reuben realized that despite the activated curse, I still do not pose a threat to them personally, and grabbed a pack of cigarettes belonging to Tina from the table. We want to offer you cooperation. We need someone who will be able to help us figure out all those involved. In turn, we will help you with this. He pointed to the folder with my accusations. And together, we will figure out those who want to harm you. Yubai has a lot of resources. Do you want me to go against the clans? What do you think? If one of them finds out about your features, how long will it take before they figure out how to use you? Wolfric is very interested in filth. Yes, we believe that the entire 6th floor of his hospital is one big laboratory, which you have every chance of getting into as a test rat. And trust me, he noticed that you were standing on your feet, and very soon Beletsky will begin to wonder why this happened. It's in your best interest, Mark, Barker said in that velvety voice I remembered during the hospital interrogation. And so that you understand the difference between legalized bandits and people who are really trying to help. If you agree, we will first deal with your problems, and then we will move on to the clans. I cracked the knuckles of my palms, stained black and red from the curse. So what should I do? Reuben and Barker glared at me, waiting for an answer. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Calm down, Mark. What do we have? Apparently, the clans are increasing their power, ignoring morality and laws. However, for what purpose? There are two sides to the coin. Now they have shown me only one, and they are already forcing me to make a decision without the opportunity to sensibly weigh the pros and cons. Further, this clan activity affects the interests of the Empire, which is protected by the Yuba. That's why they're the Empire's security department. My country is clearly nothing more than a tool for them, just like me. Obviously, I'm being recruited. They definitely need me for something. It is logical that they want to have their own person at the top of the clan. Now they will make me their debtor, take me under protection, and then also help the heir to maintain his position in the clan. And as a result, they will have their own person at the top of the local clans and the future head of the clan. How useful can their help be? If you don't have emotions, tell me honestly, Mark, is this game worth the candle? Previously, my ambitions were limited to my unwillingness to marry Eliza, but now, along with the power, even if it is one that I do not understand myself, opportunities have come to me. Previously, I could only claim nominal leadership in the United Rot and Beletsky families, but now, there is every chance of becoming something more. But sincere cooperation with the Yuba will ruin this prospect. To work for the Empire and betray your clan. For what? So that I wouldn't get killed, or to find out about the dirty deeds of other clans. Something tells me that when I became the head of the clan or earlier, I would have found out about them anyway. It's also funny that, in fact, they didn't tell me anything about Eliza that I didn't know myself. She has some kind of relationship with Augustus Locke. This is a surprise. If there is information that can be obtained by simply going to the poster Eliza is their strongest trump card, then you need to try harder. Perhaps, of course, they do not want to immediately tell everything they know in order to have leverage in the future. But still, it would seem that the answer is obvious. Finally, opening my eyes, I said, yes, I agree. Of course not. This is a deal with the devil, in which I don't have much choice. However, even the devil can be fooled if you are brave enough. I've never felt like a full-fledged part of the clan. That's right. But what about the Empire? I couldn't have been more indifferent to her than I am now, even if I had tried. Do they think they've cornered me? Maybe so. But if it is possible to use the resources of the Yuba in order to maintain positions in the vertical of power, I see no reason not to do so. A double agent plays both ways, but I only play one my own. Neither the clans nor the Yubai take me seriously, and you need to use it. Besides, if they suddenly, Ask me for something that will harm my clan. Then I can at least know in advance where Yubai is going to strike and warn my own. Reuben and Barker looked at each other rather. The right decision, kid. Reuben's gaze suddenly changed when he heard the cherished yes. My heart felt rotten, even though the agreement was feigned. It feels like someone has scattered manure nearby, and you've just noticed that you've stepped on it. And what's next? I smiled tightly. Barker adjusted the hem of her skirt and shook her head. What we're doing next is you're going to stay under Tina's supervision for now. The locals have put you on the wanted list, and since we don't know for sure who wants you dead, any policeman can pose not so much a threat of detention as. Reuben ran his thumb down his throat. His partner looked at him accusingly and continued. In general, yes, while you're sitting in this apartment, the two of us will figure this out. Barker began tapping her fingernail on the folder with my fake case, and at the same time we'll find out what can be done with the search. I did not like her conditions. I would not like to stay here, but I didn't say anything. Barker looked at Reuben and gathered all the folders from the coffee table. At the exit, she called Tina to her and exchanged a few words with her in a whisper. They didn't stay any longer. The door slammed shut, leaving me alone with Tina again. I sighed heavily. Finally, needless to say, of the three, Tina impressed me more than the rest. At least I didn't feel like I was being made a fool of through every first word, and she was ready to give answers to some questions without unnecessary bureaucracy. Of course, the girl is on her own mind, but I don't judge anyone for being weird. I'd love to chat with her, but I'm so sick of walking around in anything. Tina? She looked at me in surprise. Do you have anything besides a pink robe? Yes. The girl stared at one point. I think there is. It can only be inconvenient. I looked at myself. It won't get any worse. Half an hour later, I stood in front of the mirror and looked at a gray business suit with a vest. The clothes looked very expensive. It's a pity I've never liked costumes. I always feel like a different person in them. However, it was nice to look decent for once, so I couldn't resist and even put on a tie. When I returned to the room, the girl was sitting with her feet on the coffee table, smoking. Who would doubt it? I thought about how I hadn't had a chance to get a good look at Tina until that moment. She had simple, but still good taste in clothes. A short leather jacket with a pair of rivets on the collar, and a black turtleneck underneath. Due to her short stature, the sleeves of the turtleneck were too large and reached the girl almost to her fingertips. There was a chain around his neck that went down somewhere, where there was probably a pendant or something like that. For some reason, she did not take off her shoes indoors. Dark gray frayed jeans were tucked into heavy black boots with high lacing. If she hadn't been so petite, the image would have been quite menacing. However, I couldn't help but notice that, coupled with her shoulder-length charcoal hair and azure eyes, it all combined quite well. I would even say that Tina looked cute. She followed me with her eyes to the armchair and, after examining my new suit, said with a smile, "It suits you." I don't remember being complimented by a girl. It's a strange but pleasant feeling. It's just a little confusing. Where did you get a man's suit from anyway? I changed the subject. Former. It didn't seem to me that she was the sentimental type of girl who kept things from ex-boyfriends. Although, who knows what she means by that. You had a rich ex. The suit really looked very expensive. Before, everyone around me was rich. Really? I looked at her one-room apartment. Richer than you. I raised an eyebrow questioningly. My last name is Shrout, and we closed the subject. Tina rolled her eyes. This phrase made me freeze for a few seconds. It is difficult to find a more influential family in the empire than the Shrouts. They went through the entire World War with the Emperor and made a huge contribution to achieving a truce. After the war, this clan was endowed with so much land and power that even 100 years after its end, the very fact of meeting one of the Shrout worked quite well as a lever of pressure, or as a bribe, if you like, because to anger them is to anger the Emperor himself. I bit my lip, tapped my thighs with my palms, and still couldn't resist asking further questions. Although it was clear from her reaction that the girl did not really want to continue this topic. No. Yes, I'm like standing with a superstar right now. Why? Why are you even working for you by then? She looked at me a little wearily, as if it was written on her face. Well, here we go again. Then she got up silently and went to the kettle. It looks like I said something wrong. Don't get me wrong. I didn't think I'd see any of the scars in person. I am delighted. Tina slammed her cup of instant coffee loudly on the table in front of me. Admired for what? The fact that I was born with the surname Shrout? No. I smiled broadly. Because you were born with the surname Shrout and you're sitting in this apartment. The girl blinked her eyes. Explain it. Well, look, I leaned slightly closer to her. I know what it's like to be born into a clan, okay? And I understand perfectly well that if you wanted to, you wouldn't be working for Yubai right now, trying to recruit me, but would be sitting on a private yacht with a cocktail in your hand. And since we're in the middle of a slum right now, and you're drinking instant coffee instead of champagne, it means you had the strength to make a choice. This can be respected. It was made for me. She tried not to show it, but it was obvious that she was flattered to hear my words. How's that? Do you think it's easy with synesthesia to be in an environment where everyone has magic? There wasn't a day until I was 16 when I didn't have a headache. I hadn't thought of that. No one cared what my problems were. I had to keep my face up no matter what, but I couldn't, and I didn't want to, for someone to get to. All these social events is a fairy tale in reality. Nothing but fear and pain awaited me on them. At some point, I got tired of it. I was supposed to be the heir, but I knew that if that happened, I couldn't stand it. Is it that bad? You don't understand. The pain from synesthesia is unlike anything else. It's like you feel all your vitality drained in the blink of an eye, but never to the end. Now I'm used to it, but then, I don't think I could stand being in a room with you for an hour. But wait, is it possible to give up an inheritance so easily, especially in a family like the Shrouds? No, but I have a younger brother. He's always less of a problem. He didn't run away from home, didn't have panic attacks with his father's partners, and I refused in his favor. It was easier for me. No one really objected. The girl's voice began to tremble slightly. Seriously, just like that? I looked at Tina's thoughtful face. I think that's all they've been waiting for. Then everything happened by itself. People from Yubai came to my family, said they could help control synesthesia, and that they needed people like me. Since I still have formal inheritance rights, my relatives, fearing that I would come up with the idea of returning, agreed with Yubai that I would be sent to work far away. As far as I can tell, this is logical. To expel someone from the clan is too much reputational damage, as well as to remove them from the line of succession for no particular reason, at least such as could be announced to the public. Therefore, such deals are often concluded within clans, when the heir voluntarily gives his place to someone from his relatives. Well, since Tina works for Yubai, I doubt that she can legitimately even remain an heiress. Here I am. She tapped off the cigarette ash. It's okay here. She gave out more words in one conversation than in all the time we've known each other. It looks like I've touched a sore point. Although, who has a family that is not a sore subject? Problems of this kind are perhaps one of the few things that no amount of money can solve. I didn't know what to say to her story, because I didn't want to measure who had a worse life in a rich clan. Fortunately, I still had one more question. I glanced at the gradually filling ashtray and reached for a cup of coffee. And the cigarettes? Do they help to cope with synesthesia? No, of course not. Tina smiled. I just like the smoke. For the next couple of hours, we talked about something abstract, trying to pass the time while waiting for the plane. I never would have thought that I would spend my 18th birthday in a rented apartment with one of the Shrouds, and even a part-time Yubai agent. At some point, the topics for conversation began to run out. Tina lit a cigarette once again and stared out the window as usual. Warm sunlight flooded the apartment through the dusty windows. It seemed that a little more, and I would have dozed off right in the armchair. Alas, this was prevented by a call to Tina's phone. She quickly took out her cell phone from her jacket pocket and accepted the call. What she was specifically told there was quite problematic to understand, since all her interaction with the caller was reduced to a short yes and shaking her head. Anyway, when she finished, she threw me the TV remote control that was lying on the windowsill. I frowned questioningly and pressed the turn-on button. Some kind of sports channel appeared on the screen. Alas, I could not get to the right program the first time. As in the movies, find lock TV. I didn't like what it was coming to right away. After clicking the remote control 5 or 6 times, I finally got to the right TV channel. There was a news release going on. What I saw made my eyes pop out. Under the red stripe at the top of the screen with the inscription "Exclusive," a video was shown, apparently from surveillance cameras, where I, half naked, wander through the night park in the light of lanterns. The next frame after gluing showed a couple of young people running away screaming, and I was following them. Everything was set up exactly as if I was stalking them. The camera image shrank and flew to the upper corner of the screen, revealing the announcer, a gray-haired man with a sly grin in a brown jacket. According to unofficial data, the person on the recording that you just watched is Mark Rott, the heir of the Rott clan. who is wanted and suspected of murdering 3 people. Last night, he escaped from the hospital, where he ended up after a so-called accident, which you may know from a series of videos that have spread on the internet, which we cannot show on the air for censorship reasons. The city police attempted to capture the suspect, but they failed to do so. The location of Mr. Rott is still unknown, but it is worth emphasizing that he is in an inadequate condition and very dangerous. After this phrase, the recording from the cameras was again stretched to the full screen, and the announcer began broadcasting over it. This time, a segment was shown where I went up to the monument and began to read the names. In this fragment, you can see how Mark Rott approaches the monument of the World War and, apparently, cynically spits at it. I almost choked on the air, after which he leaves in an unknown direction and disappears without a trace. The recording ends at exactly the moment when I was supposed to meet Tina. I doubt very much that this is just a coincidence. The police ask citizens to beware of any contact with this person. For any information that leads to the arrest of Mr. Rott, the police department promises €50,000 and complete anonymity. We can't let such psychopaths walk our streets. The picture disappeared from the screen. The presenter looked directly into the camera and straightened his tie. Take care of yourself and your loved ones, as always. The Morning Lock News and I, their permanent presenter, Dmitry Kruglov, were with you. Immediately after the report, some kind of cheerful advertising melody began to play, followed by an Asian-looking girl who began actively convincing the viewer to buy a miracle energy drink from the same Lock Corporation. Alas, I was not up to the amazing properties of taurine mixed with alpine water. Tina and I exchanged glances. She seemed as surprised as I was. A psychopath? Are they serious? Yes, the camera shows that I didn't spit anywhere. Tina shrugged her shoulders. Propaganda. People tend to believe that, what they are told. But this is just ridiculous. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Tina went to open it, and a minute later Ruben stood in front of us out of breath. So that's it, you little brats. With the one who issued the search order, nothing is clear. Every second sheep in uniform pushes this question to another. Exactly the same. But in the end, Barker managed to get them over. You will be removed from the wanted list in a day. This is good news. He clicked his tongue and looked at me. And now it's bad. According to our data, the clans have moved. Perhaps Beletsky realized that we were in the hospital, not only to detain you, and your disappearance has stirred everyone up a lot. Well, judging by your pale face, you've already watched the Lock News. This confuses our next steps. No, we won't get anywhere that way. I need to get back to the clan, of course. But can you trust them? I can definitely tell someone. I need to make a call. Ruben reached into his inner pocket and took out a black phone. Here, he grinned, for your birthday. There are 2 contacts, they're mine and Tina's. You can use this mobile phone to contact us in case of anything. For example, if you need help, call someone and find out where your father is now. We know he's in town. Tina will take you where you need to go. My gaze fell on Ruben, who was handing me a mobile phone, and for some reason I felt wary. I grabbed the phone and dialed Friedrich's number, which I had memorized long ago. The usual 2 rings, and he picked up the phone. Klinov, head of the security service of the Rott clan. Friedrich. I looked at the murderers. It's me. Mark. Damn you. Where are you? It doesn't matter. In the city. I'm all right. I'll be there soon. Tell me where to drive up. I heard that my father has arrived. Yes. He rushed over, but let me pick you up. Tell me where you are. There won't be any problems with that. I'll get there myself. Are you sure? What is it? He asked doubtfully. Yes. We're in the business center. Freedom Square 9. The last floor. Already on the way. I cut Friedrich off in mid-sentence and hung up the phone. I've already heard everything I needed to know. I put on slightly oversized shoes, which were apparently left over from the same former Tina, and put on a jacket. Fortunately, it fit. The door slammed behind me, and we went out into the hallway. The smell of fried fish, which I remembered from last night, has disappeared. Alas, the same could not be said about the musty stench of mold and screams on the ground floor, which, despite the relatively early hour, were no less intense than at night. We jumped the creaking stairs and found ourselves on the street. The light hit my eyes. I saw in front of me the broken asphalt on which I was dragged into the apartment yesterday in handcuffs. It seemed as if the slums were much more organic to exist in the darkness of the night than under the sunlight. The warm morning rays that fell on boarded-up windows and overflowing trash cans looked alien in such a place. Ruben walked to his car and called Tina over to give her some instructions. I thought again about the news release. Why would the Lock Corporation reputation bother me. Okay, August personally, but for an entire news channel to try to poison me. However, it belongs to his family. I took my phone out of my pocket and found the poster icon on it. At August_official, of course. You'll forget such a pretentious nickname. There were no updates to the profile photo, but the avatar made it clear that stories had been added. He posted quite a lot of them, almost every half hour, and even with the geotag, Achilles Lounge Bar. Apparently, just 5 minutes ago, August was smoking a hookah in this very rooftop bar, not forgetting to light up a couple of times with a gold watch. I rolled my eyes. What kind of dude is that? However, this was to be expected. What really surprised me was the following story. A photo of August, who, still in the same bar, holds a dog in his arms. My beloved dog, the Marquise, is missing, kind and defenseless. He doesn't rush at anyone, just whines and always runs away somewhere. For any information leading to her discovery, 150,000 euros. Even the doggy is part of the Locke's family. Are you serious? Okay, you hit me the first time. But now, what kind of cheap clowning is this? Are you coming? Tina opened the car door and looked at me with raised eyebrows, resting her hand on the roof. I nodded and quickly climbed into the passenger seat, my face still on the phone. There was another story, posted literally just now. The same bar, his mug and women's legs in the background. So, we're taking you to the clan? Did you get the address? I looked away from the phone screen and looked at myself in the rearview mirror. My father is at the Achilles Lounge Bar right now. The engine started and we drove off. After a couple of minutes, Tina turned to me. Has something happened? She must have noticed my stony face. Just like that, I hesitated, coming up with a credible lie. I can't get that news release out of my head. In fact, I had 1,000 thoughts in my head about what I was going to say to that bastard's face. Let's see how brave he will be face to face. The main thing is not to throw him off the roof in a rush. Stop, Mark. Don't do anything stupid. With this attitude, you will not achieve anything, but only give a couple more reasons to mock you. It took about 20 minutes to get to the right place. The blue Beetle Tina pulled up next to a pair of expensive business class cars. I can guess who they belong to. Then I'll do it myself. They'll meet me there. Tina looked at me suspiciously, and, thanks, I smiled sincerely. I think I'll see you again. The girl nodded. I got out of the car, slamming the door softly. I raised my head. Up in front of me was a glass 9-story high-rise shopping center. Locke is sitting on the roof somewhere. I head inside at a brisk pace. A large hall, few people. I glance around the area. Finally, I notice the transparent elevator shaft and go to it. He pressed the button. I waited. I went inside. I'm going alone. A minute or two of waiting, thank God, without dumb background music. I try not to think about anything. The doors are finally opening. I'll take a step forward. I see him. He's me. Well, then, it's time to get acquainted, bitch. The Shift. ******** approx. Author. Did you know that based on the rating of Time magazine, in the first place among centenarians are the bivalve mollusks Arctica islandica? The life expectancy of these mollusks exceeds 500 years. This allows them to wait for the sale of 2 oral books at once. The elevator door had not yet closed when Mark took a step towards Augustus Locke. He was sitting on a white sofa at the far end of the Achilles Bar, which is quite popular among the golden youth, located on the roof of the business center of the same name. This place was usually packed to capacity, even during the day. But things were different now. Thanks to the close ties of the Locke family with the owners of the business center, each visit of August to this place was accompanied by a preliminary cleaning of the institution from everyone whom the guy considers superfluous there. And given Mr. Locke's rather nasty temper, in most cases this meant that only himself, a couple of his bodyguards, and a narrow circle of friends, whom the heir to the corporation took with him, remained on the roof. Today, this circle was ridiculously modest in quantity, but quite impressive in quality, so to speak. August's companion was Eliza Belitskaya, who was sitting on the next couch with a light cocktail in her hand. Previously, her behavior seemed strange to him. The heiress of a famous clan suddenly wrote to him in a poster, looking for a meeting. Of course, the Lockes were very rich, and many of the girls Augustus talked to were pecking at it. But Eliza, she certainly didn't need expensive gifts, and she could afford all the same things, if not more than he could. Therefore, he was confused by such attention to his person on her part. However, when they did manage to see each other, all questions disappeared by themselves. Judging by what she told him, Eliza was under the harsh oppression of her father, and was looking for all possible ways to escape from her clan life, at least for a moment. Augustus didn't mind helping her with that. Over time, they became closer, but never to the extent that would bring clarity to their relationship. Sometimes it seemed to him that if he pressed a little more, and friendship would be replaced by something more. At other times Eliza was moving away from him as rapidly as she was getting closer. And then there were the strange services she had been asking him for lately. But since she needed it so much, he was not averse to helping, especially to earn points in her eyes. The girl remained a mystery to August, and who knows, maybe that's what attracts him to her. Needless to say, how confused he was when he saw Eliza's fiancé in the elevator door that opened, that he had just been reported missing last night, not without the help of the Locke family. But what confused him more than the fact of Mark Roth's appearance on the threshold of the bar, where he and the girl, except for 2 bodyguards, of course were having a nice time chatting, was his further behavior. August noticed out of the corner of his eye how Mark's hands lit up red, and he tensed up in earnest. He himself was not awake, but instead of doing something, after all the mockery that the guy had to endure from August, the heir of the Roth clan looked Locke straight in the eyes for a second, then raised the middle finger of his right hand, turned around and disappeared into the elevator. Confused, August adjusted the collar of his polo shirt and looked at Elise. She was surprised too, but it was as if only for a moment. The girl feigned a questioning look and nodded her head towards the elevator door. Well, of course, the broken CHMer plucked up the courage to come here and even insult August in front of Belitskaya. Of course, she's now showing off that she wants him to drag this sucker's ass here. When will he ever get such a chance to deal with Roth personally well, or with the help of security, and finally get it into Eliza's head that as the heir party to the corporation, Locke deserves her much more than this coward? Hey, you. Augustus addressed the guards in his usual manner. Drag him here, and make him apologize to me and the lady. Then hand it over to the police. Mr. Locke smiled smugly. It's not often that you get a chance to compete with an aristocrat. Eliza said nothing. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever. Asterisk, giving the middle finger to the man who, for no apparent reason, had insulted him for the umpteenth time. Mark returned to the elevator and pressed the yellow engraved button on the first floor. As soon as the doors closed, he immediately pressed the number 8 and 15 seconds later got out on the penultimate floor, sending the elevator down without him. Mark made sure that he was in the blind spot from all the surveillance cameras, after which he tore off the evacuation plan from the wall and quickly determined the location of the stairs leading up. I went up to her and waited. Very soon, rapid footsteps sounded somewhere above him. As he had expected, the guards did not wait for the elevator to return to the top, but rushed down the stairs, guessing the moment when one guard would pass below, and the second went down the flight of stairs. Mark abruptly came around the corner, armed with an evacuation plan shield. The edge of the shield hits the throat of Augustus's guard. His legs take another step out of inertia, but his head is already tipping back. Mark falls on top of the guard and elbows him in the face. He manages to throw his arms into the block and cover himself. But that's exactly what Mark needed. His elbow meets the block, but his other hand manages to grab the gun from the guard's holster. A moment later, 2 shots are fired. 2 scarlet flowers bloom on the guard's chest, but the man is still alive. He lowers the block, spits out blood, and grabs Mark's arm in his final tug. However, this does not prevent the guy from shooting 2 shots in the chest to the second guard, who managed to turn around at the sound of gunfire behind him. Mark examined the 2 corpses indifferently. There was some noise in the corridors. Someone heard the gunfire. That's right. Glancing up, Mark took out the phone that Agent Rubin had given him from his jacket and entered his contact list. As he had been told, there were only 2 of them. After thinking for a second, he clicked on the icon with the inscription T. Tina picked up the phone pretty quickly. I was shot at. Help me. WHWH. Mark did not hear the rest of the sentence, as he dropped the call and then threw the phone on the floor and hit it with all his might with his heel. It's not the best time to walk around with a killer bug in your pocket. After making sure that the phone was not working, Mark turned around and frowned. I'm getting used to it. He approached the body of the first guard, put a pistol with a hastily wiped sleeve handle into his hands, pressed almost his whole body against it, resting his right shoulder against the barrel of the pistol, exhaled, and pulled the trigger. Mark got up and looked at himself with a grimace. As he wanted, the bullet passed at a tangent. The tissue around the wound slowly began to turn red. It's a pity. The costume was not bad. There was not much time. Mark walked towards the stairs, went down a little little to the body of the second guard and raised the gun. Quickly running up the stairs, he went through the glass doors and found himself on the rooftop bar. The bar looked great. Meaningless, but rather pleasant music was playing, and it was surrounded by transparent glass walls around the edges, behind which there was a beautiful view of the city and a large river. The tables were mixed. Somewhere you could sit at the bar, somewhere at the sofa. There were even green areas with ottomans and low tables. Except for August, Eliza, and a couple of bartenders, there was no one on the floor. The stairs led up to the roof near the long bar, where Mark bumped into two frightened people in black t-shirts with the inscription Achilles. The bar staff froze in horror looking at Mark. The same one just waved a gun in the direction, which, I must say, almost caused the staff to have a micro-infarction. At some point, it dawned on them that they were being told to get the hell out of here. That's what they did, rushing past the guy with the gun. At the same time, he began to walk forward to go around the counter and get to August with Eliza. They didn't notice him right away. August was standing with his back to Mark and talking to someone on the phone. He was dressed exactly like in his profile. If there's one thing that can reach Mark even despite the shift, it's fancy polo shirts. Without further words or introductions, Mark walked up to the guy and snatched the phone out of his hand. He turned around and made square eyes in surprise, while Mark mockingly nodded his head. "Hi, Eliza." After a quick glance at the phone screen and seeing the caller's name, Dad, Mark chuckled, then hung up. "What are you doing?" August did not have time to finish, as he got a gun in his face. With a loud crunch, his head tipped back. The guy screamed, clutching his nose. Eliza did not answer, but simply watched what was happening, quickly shifting her gaze from August to Mark and back again. "An unfortunate accident has occurred. Your friend's men." Mark looked Eliza straight in the eye. "Tried to kill me. After all, you are also a clan. You must understand that such a thing cannot go unpunished." She continued to remain silent. But August, whose nose continued to bleed, could not boast of this. But aren't you?" August's face turned red and his eyes filled with tears. He looked shocked, like a man who suddenly realized he was wrong but too late. After a correct guess would not change anything. "Mark, calm down." Something finally got Eliza to join in the conversation. Alas, Augustus did not manage to earn points in Eliza's eyes that day. "I'm calm," Mark replied coldly, and a shot rang out. The bullet entered August's head with a rather unpleasant sound. A second before the shot was fired, August managed to raise his hand. But not to the end. The bullet turned out to be faster after all, and now the arm, frozen in motion, slowly went limp. The body fell like a limp doll on the wooden floor. Perhaps he was not hopeless. Perhaps if he had lived, he could have been dealt with. But it didn't make sense. It was easier and faster that way. Elise jerked violently, her hands flashing white. The air around him thickened, just like when Wulfric was fighting off Mark from the special forces. Her cold expression wavered, now showing fright, shock, and a subtle mix of more subtle emotions. She tried to hold on, but it was obvious how much effort it was worth. The girl looked mesmerizing, her long blonde hair falling over her shoulders, barely covered by a light white dress. The clothes emphasized her slender figure and thin legs, shod in thin shoes with small heels. Even in this state, Eliza's face looked very beautiful, right? Even if the aristocracy is really transmitted not only on paper, but also by blood, Eliza is the main confirmation of this. Mark, who was still holding the gun raised in the air, bowed his head and looked indifferently at his future bride. "Eliza, calm down." He allowed himself a sweet smile, but the guy's eyes were still empty. The girl swallowed a lump in her throat. "Please sit down." Mark picked up August's phone, which had already been blocked, closer to himself, and ran his gaze around the area. "Well, okay." He took a couple of steps and crouched down by Locke's head. Grabbing the corpse by the hair, he held the screen up to its face. The dead man's eyes, fortunately, were still open. There was a click, and the phone was unlocked. "Here you go." Mark looked at the hole in August's head and protection. Getting up, the guy went to the window and began to dig into the personal data of the former heir of the corporation. He looked through photos, some private messages, checked his email, but found nothing particularly worthy of attention, unless, for some reason, he kept passwords in saved messenger messages. In 2 minutes, Mark became richer by a couple of wallets with cryptocurrency, which could not but please him. After sending all the passwords he could get and Locke's contact list to his email, he deleted the sent folder. Finally, going to the poster, he changed one of August's stories by adding a caption to it. Everyone is assembled. Only the birthday boy is missing. Eliza missed you. #Markrot. After which he wiped the phone on his jacket and carefully placed it next to August. Now all that remained was to wait for the U-by agents. You asshole. There was a voice behind the guy. Mark turned around. So how do we sort this out now? The girl's voice sounded very annoyed. Excuse me, I spent so much time on this idiot. She pointed at the corpse. That you came and put a bullet between his eyes. Well, why waste time on him? Mark raised an eyebrow. Do you think you're the only one who doesn't like something in your life? For example, I was very surprised when you wrote to my main page for the first time. What was your independent action in life? The first one. The second one. Eliza was shaking. It was clear that the adrenaline was letting go, and the stress was going away. She was overcome by hysteria, and hysteria gave rise to verbosity. You just never seemed like a reliable match to me. How long have we been talking? 2 years? 3? I know you like crazy. You just whined and complained about fate. I didn't do anything to change it. Every time I thought about our future together, nothing worked out in any of the options. Unlike you. What kind of naive babble are you talking about? Are we going to live peacefully and happily? Will we grow old together? I know my father and I understand perfectly well what he does. As you should be. I had to do something. And you bought into this image? Strange. I didn't buy yours. Mark grinned. So it wasn't his father's people who had been talking to him all this time, but Eliza herself. And he deliberately behaved like a complete slobber in correspondence. It's just a pity that this fight against windmills has gone so far. Eliza looked at him with a strange look, but did not answer. Didn't you find it? Or does she just prefer to keep her emotions to herself? Finally realizing how poorly she knows her future husband. So what have you decided to do? Mark continued. And you chose Locke to replace me. Don't take me for an idiot. He's not even an aristocrat. Then what were you trying to achieve? I wanted to change my destiny. To do at least something. I'm going to have to carry everything on myself. And with Locke's help, I would have influence, not my father's, but my own. Which, what am I talking about? This ram did everything I could think of, and we never even held hands. But he had a great grip on your waist, Mark thought. But he didn't say it out loud. So everything Locke did was your doing? Mark said it calmly. Partially. I asked him for one thing, and he did something completely different. I took too much initiative. That's why I'm here today. I wanted to discuss it with him. It's not going to work anymore, it seems, she frowned. Mark thought for a moment. I wonder if she realizes that she was the reason Locke died. He probably understands, or he will understand soon. He took a deep breath. Locke's influence hasn't gone away. The main thing is to turn over in time. You do understand the situation you're in right now, don't you? I understand perfectly well, but I don't know how to solve this at all. Just cover for me. He lured me here, made an attempt. Will you catch me? She nodded. You're the only witness. She nodded again. That's enough to start with, Mark said. It's a pretty thick hint. Eliza frowned. It was noticeable that she did not fully understand what was in Mark's head, but the guy himself was more than satisfied with her answer. The girl turned off the skill and straightened her silver hair. A whole swarm of thoughts raced through her head, and only a small part of them concerned Augustus Locke, who was killed in front of her eyes. Mark looked at her. He had always imagined Eliza in a different way. It turns out that his future wife is cold-blooded and calculating. I wonder what he would think if he could give in to emotions. Would that have earned him respect? Rejection? Anyway, one thing couldn't be taken away from her. You're beautiful. Eliza blinked and wanted to say something. But at that moment Tina burst onto the roof, followed by a squad of policemen. *****approx. The author. Augustus Locke was a great guy. He loved his dog Marchesa, collected stamps, and was probably a Marxist. It is a pity that we did not have time to get to know him properly from this side. Don't be indifferent. Put your like as an everlasting symbol of eternal memory of the deceased. Arthur and Vadim have only recently become operational police officers. No matter how hard you try, this kind of work is quite difficult to call easy. Of course, on paper they had schedules, shifts, and clearly defined responsibilities. But this is on paper. But in fact their rest depends only on the favor of their superiors. Alas, the situation when the guys had to work for 3 days in a row, with breaks of 2 or 3 hours for sleep, could not be called out of the ordinary. Rather, it is sadly banal. That's how it usually happens. You come home, get into the shower with one foot, and think about sleeping, when suddenly the bell rings and you don't have an option not to answer the phone, as well as to refuse the authorities who decided to send you to a neighboring city, and at their own expense. No one cares about your fatigue. You are just a tool. an instrument of power. Every first day you hit people. Every second day you hit people who tried to take you down before. And the sad truth is that no matter how much you dream of another life, you won't quit either. After all, you don't really know how to do anything else. And one simple thought is constantly pounding in my head. In which case, at the snap of your fingers, all the dogs will hang on you. You've seen it done yourself, more than once. The only chance to make a difference is to break up the hierarchy of power and give orders to others. Arthur and Vadim, of course, were still far from that. They weren't exactly green, but there were still a decent number of sleepless nights left before the promotion. After one of them, they drank coffee in a chain eatery, throwing cheap sandwiches into their stomachs, hoping that a couple more hours of shift would finally be able to fall into bed and fall asleep, forgetting about the dirt they had encountered that night. Alas, the hopes were in vain. There was a call on the radio from their older friend who stayed in the car all the time. He told me to fly to him like a bullet. Challenge. What could they do? Just throw the half-finished coffee and barely started sandwiches on the table and rush to the car. The older one was already behind the wheel. The boys had not had time to sit down properly when the car took off. The final address was very close, literally a block away, in the Achilles Business Center. Their senior explained the situation. There's someone on the roof in the Sky Lounge bar, started a shootout. There are blindfolds. The local guard called the task force because she refused to get involved in that conflict with those people. All the nearest security forces were pulled off. What is going on there anyway? It was spinning in their heads. They stopped right in front of the building. They came out and were about to head inside, but the elder stopped them. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit up. Are we not going? Arthur, a thin blonde man with an oblong face, asked. The older one grinned with a cigarette in his mouth. No, we're waiting. Vadim and Arthur exchanged glances. The elder sighed. Not the level, guys, for us to climb there ourselves. However, they did not have to wait long. A minute later, a blue beetle stopped at the curb, brakes squeaking. The opera looked at the small car in surprise. A girl flew out of there like a fury. She looked up at the roof and exhaled as if she had calmed down. And then she stared straight at them, with a look that seems to see right through you. After that, she quickly approached the trio of rather sluggish-looking operas and looked at the eldest of them. The elder frowned. What do I owe? He did not have time to finish, as the crust of a UBI agent appeared in front of his face. Agent of the Empire's Security Directorate, Tina Shrout, join my escort. The elder's face twisted, as if he had eaten a lemon. Follow me, Tina Shrout said, and headed into the building. The young men exchanged glances. Unlike the elder, their eyes lit up. Something big is brewing, and if they solve something big, then it will be a big plus in their track record, a bonus and a springboard to a future promotion. The elder did not share their optimism. He felt with his tailbone that the matter was unclean. They went out to the main elevator. We went up to the 9th floor. The doors opened quietly, and they stepped out onto the roof, right in the middle of an expensive Sky Lounge bar. They could only afford to visit such places on big holidays. They lied to themselves. Even on big holidays, this place is not their level. Right in the middle of the bar, under the open sky, lay the body of a guy with a bullet in his head. A puddle of blood was spreading on the floor around him. That made it weirder to watch a young couple sitting at a table a meter away from him and discussing something. To be honest, even in such circumstances, it was difficult for Arthur and Vadim to take their eyes off the girl. She looked just fine. Her long gray hair was disheveled. Her thin hands were clenched into fists, and her makeup was not at all affected by what she had to go through. Regular facial features, thin lips and large eyes, somehow managed to draw all the attention to themselves, even when there was a corpse lying on the floor in the same room. Yes, Arthur, like Vadim, would give a lot just to appear in public next to such a girl, let alone date her. In this, the thoughts of the two young operatives converged, and her companion looked unusual. His face was completely calm, his expensive gray suit, and his posture did not betray any anxiety either. Even more, he radiated self-confidence. He looked like a successful man in the mind of a Philistine. Cold, calculating. One glance was enough to understand that people like him do not act at random. It was like the guy had it all figured out, except he had a gun in his hands, and the whole suit was covered in blood. He was looking at the girl and smiling strangely. The same one opened her mouth in a funny way, as if she couldn't find the words. The two seemed to be talking about something important until they were interrupted. She never said what she wanted to say. The guy's eyes abruptly shifted to the operas that appeared. The smile left his lips. The girl followed the guy's gaze and also changed her face. Their older comrade cursed, realizing that these two were clan. But Arthur and Vadim did not. and therefore they almost synchronously reached for weapons. "Stand down," Tina said. "Guard the entrance." And the opera froze. The killer went straight to the table. The guy smiled at the sight of her and stood up. "Is she beautiful?" Eliza expected to hear anything from Mark Rott, but not this. Certainly not under these circumstances. When the police broke into the roof, the girl managed to come up with a more or less reliable excuse for what happened here in a matter of seconds. With the death of Augustus Locke, the thread that the heiress of the Beletsky clan wanted to cling to in order to strengthen her position broke, and now she urgently needed to rebuild her future plans. Fortunately, Eliza's lack of intelligence was hard to blame. When Mark got up at the sight of the security forces, she also got up to go with him and solve their problem. However, noticing this, the guy put out his hand in front of her. It sounded more like an urgent recommendation than an order. Eliza followed the advice and sat back down, watching her fiancé walk towards a small-looking girl in plain clothes. No meeting with Mark has ever brought Eliza anything good. First, a scolding from her father for revealing to him the fact of her informal communication with August. Now, this, Locke really got carried away. He was too self-confident, too narcissistic. He thought he could get away with anything. He is one of those people who allows himself more and more if he goes unpunished. The conversation with August, which she had arranged immediately after a serious scolding from Dad, was supposed to be private. She doesn't need extra ears, especially the ones Dad pays, so she ordered her bodyguards to wait downstairs. However, there was nothing left but to agree. Of course, they would report this to her father, but she would just lie again, as she had done many times before. Locke, in turn, promised to surprise her upon arrival. And oh yes, he did it. Before she could get to the topic she was interested in, August asked for the remote control from one of the bartenders and turned on the morning news on the channel that belongs to his father's corporation. She hadn't asked him to do that, and it wasn't something that was superfluous, but even dangerous. Eliza told Locke that it would be a good thing for him, to which he just laughed and posted another poignant story in the poster. And he added that this naked ass is zero, a dummy, and he can wipe his feet on it any way he wants, and he will do it. He will prove to Eliza that it is not enough to get something by birthright. You still need to be worth something yourself in life. Elise shook her head. She didn't think much of Mark herself. It was only the events of last night that made her begin to doubt her own beliefs about the identity of her fiancé a little. But she had no idea how wrong she was in her judgments about him. Mark and the girl in black went out to meet each other. The policemen, who were already ready to draw their weapons, remained standing behind on the stranger's orders. Having met at about the same distance between Eliza and the security forces, Mark looked at the small girl, waved his hand aside, and together they walked to the edge of the roof, stopping right next to the glass walls. There was something about her that confused Eliza. She was certainly not an ordinary policeman. Something in her eyes suggested that she didn't look at all like the guys who were standing closer to the elevator door. On the contrary, the girl exuded strength. Is she awake too? But it doesn't look like a clan one. What's happening? Eliza looked once more at her fiancé, and this, it is unclear who. They continued to discuss something. At one point, the girl brought her hand to Mark's face, as if touching his cheek. For some reason, such an act angered the heiress of the clan. Mark pulled back and shook his head. What are they even talking about? Who is she? It's obviously not the first time they've seen each other, but he's never been to the capital, and apparently this lady has something to do with the security forces, since she's so busy with the police that they came with her. Who is she to Mark? Where did he get such connections? Eliza disliked uncertainty more than anything in the world. Even when she fell asleep as a child, she was not afraid of monsters and ghosts that lurked in the dark. Like other children, the darkness itself scared her. The feeling that some part of life is beyond her control. As she got older, such situations stopped causing her fear, only anger. And now, looking at how her future husband was being patted on the cheeks, it was unclear who. Eliza was damn angry. Mark was explaining something to the stranger, methodically gesturing with a pistol in his hand, pointing first at Locke's corpse, then at the elevator, then towards the stairs. He pointed at Eliza a couple of times, which made the latter even more curious. At some point, Mark took the phone from the girl who came, clicked on the screen a couple of times, and then turned the phone and showed her something. And then he leaned towards that girl, too close. What are they even talking about? The reaction of the interlocutor was at least strange. At first she thought about it. Then she kind of got angry. But after Mark said something, looking directly at Eliza, she started laughing out loud. Well, Do you remember Reuben promised to deal with my triple murder case? Mark smiled coldly. It looks like his time has come. Only now you will have to close the case. Not a broken one, but a real one. 3 people. Tina glanced at August's corpse. There are 2 more guards on the floor below, Mark replied indifferently. Tina frowned at the guy. He confronted her with the fact. Are you sick again? She remembered the sad state he was in when she brought him to her house. Mark was trembling slightly. His face looked pale, and his pupils were dilated again. Tina tried to touch his forehead, but he wouldn't let her do it and took a step back. It doesn't matter now. He pulled away. Tina sighed wearily. It was still a bad night, but the next day surpassed her many times. I thought I took you to the business center to my father. Give me the phone. Mark interrupted her. Tina pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and handed it to the guy. He showed her the edited story of August from the poster and the caption. Everything is assembled. Only the birthday boy is missing. Eliza missed you. Markrot. August invited me here. Mark smiled coldly. When I got out of the elevator, I saw that Eliza was without her guards. If Augustus hadn't made his move, he gestured toward the stairs, he wouldn't be dead right now. As it was, I answered him as a clan heir should. Mark showed Tina the gun, and with their own weapons. Tina blinked rapidly, trying to process everything she had just learned. From this side, everything can be played out so that it looks like a planned ambush with Eliza as bait. Was that your plan originally? Mark shrugged. Then he slowly leaned towards her and, lowering his tone, almost in her ear said, This morning you gave me interesting documents to read, where Locke Corp was mentioned several times. Well, why not take advantage of the situation? What could be more convenient than an attempt on the heir of the clan, and in front of his own fiancée? Tina opened her eyes wide and looked back at Eliza, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch and glaring at them. Don't worry. She understands what's what. I'm sure she'll support my version. She has no choice. I'm afraid he'll even add something from himself. She doesn't know about us. Tina looked at him somewhat incredulously. He continued, How many fighters do you have in the capital now? What? Tina shook her head. Why would you do that? I think the Locks should apologize for their words towards me on Lock TV. And if I visit the Locks with my men, or Beletsky's fighters, Mark glanced at Eliza, it's unlikely that you will be able to dig into the Locks documents, where there is enough dirty laundry for the clans for more than one basket. You can be sure of that. Do you have any costumes like the clan ones to keep me company? Tina listened in silence and looked at Mark. First, he tricked him into taking him to the heir of the Locke Corporation, then personally kills 2 guards and the heir himself, and now in a calm voice offers to seize the documents of the Locke Corporation. Although they recruited him in order to dig deeper under the Beletskys, and he wants to do all this with the help of the forces of the Yubai, taking advantage of the situation in which the Yubai themselves put him. For some reason, such clumsy arrogance amused the agent terribly. She couldn't help but burst out laughing right on the roof, under the dumbfounded glances of the officers and Eliza. Tina Shrout has always been a strange girl. It's in the Reuben part, but I don't think it's faster than tomorrow morning. Mark nodded gratefully. I think my fiancé and I stayed here too long. You don't mind? Go and wait for the call. You have to understand what you're up to. Mark. The phone did not survive the meeting with the guards. I'll call you in the morning. After that, he smiled, hid the gun in his belt, under the surprised looks of the cops, and went to Elise, who was sitting on the couch frowning. Can you give me a ride? Arthur and Vadim didn't know what to think. Maybe they served not as long ago as their eldest, but they managed to see everyone. But certainly not like this. Is the Yubai agent laughing at the crime scene with the main suspect almost in an embrace? But no matter how many questions they have, no one will give them answers. Literally 10 minutes after they burst onto the roof, a guy in a suit and a girl with ashen hair walked past them to the elevator without even giving the operatives a cursory glance. The same agent girl gave the order to let them through, after which she went back to the edge of the roof and called someone. The operatives were left alone with the corpse. They still have to wait for the criminologists and do a huge amount of paperwork. The next shift lasted for several more hours. When the elevator door closed, Vadim looked reproachfully at the elder. And what? Are we going to let them go? The elder spread his hands. As you can see, his tone remained calm. We'll have to. Who are they anyway? Arthur hissed angrily. The girl is the daughter of the head of the Beletsky clan, and that guy, apparently, her fiancé is the heir of the Rot clan. He was put on the wanted list this morning, the elder said in a half sigh. He's not hiding much from the search, Vadim snorted. The elder shrugged his shoulders. Clan awakened. It's not for nothing that I told you this morning not to even think about getting into this case. They have their own fights, and they have never been of any use to a simple person like you and me. Do you remember all the leaders of the clans by sight? He chuckled. You can get a lot of problems, sometimes incompatible with life, if you cross the clan road. There, apparently, this guy has crossed over. He waved his hand in the direction of the corpse. Service is service, and you need to have a head on your shoulders. These parasites have been accumulating power for decades. People like us eat and do not choke. I've seen enough broken destinies and grieving wives in my lifetime not to get involved in their affairs. The ironclad evidence disappears, as do the witnesses. However, if you start digging, they warn you. If you don't listen, you follow. And you can't pay off with any money. They passed by. The elder sighed sadly. So yes, I remember all the faces, and I advise you. Therefore, it's better to listen to this murderous girl and forget about everything you've seen here. You'll be safer. 3 people from each of the ruling clans, no more and no less. This was the order of the council, established a century ago by their fathers. Clan wars inside the newly created country raged in earnest then. The lands torn apart by the war were torn apart by a new war internal for influence and lands. Part of the old aristocracy was trying to keep what belonged to them. The other was trying to get back what they had lost. The new aristocracy, which owned nothing at that time, bit off everything it could bite off. Everyone was at war with everyone, and no one trusted anyone. It was necessary to create conditions for adequate negotiations and prevent one of the parties from gaining the upper hand. What if someone comes to the council with a small army and just kills the top of their rivals? That's how the rule of 3 appeared. Now, a century later, everything has changed somewhat. The forces have already been established. There were various departments, a parliament deciding on the lives and laws of ordinary people, and, of course, there was a chairman elected by the clans. And the new council, due to its age, has already become just a council, convened only on special occasions. But the rule remains. Exactly 3 people per council, the strongest, the most influential, those who deserve to represent their clan. Wulfric knew that the 2 men who accompanied him, his younger brother and nephew, would remain silent throughout the meeting. Traditions and rules could say anything, but everyone understood that one person actually came from the Beletsky clan, the one who decides the fate of the clan, and with it many others. In some other clans, the same pattern was observed. Rots, Ostrich's 2 people were silent and voted as needed, and one spoke, proclaimed and approved. The others, the Flames, Mans and Platovs, were indeed represented by 3 members, each of whom had his own opinion and could express it at any moment. From the point of view of Wulfric Beletsky, this was an indicator, if not of weakness, then at least of serious vulnerability. Every kingdom divided in itself will become empty, and every city or house divided in itself will not stand. Beletsky muttered, looking at the red-haired guy who was standing behind the head of the Flames clan. Such speeches contrasted strongly with his gangster face. The nephew, Sven Beletsky, looked at his uncle with obliging respect. Sven was, of course, a promising guy, but he didn't have enough. The rod, that last drop of determination, after which you can already do anything. Of course, everything is brought up over time, but Sven wasn't going to be the head of the clan, and he knew it. Nothing, said Wulfric. That's just me. He quoted the well-known lines. Power is in a clear hierarchy. Serve and obey some, command others. Beletsky did not become the head of the clan from scratch. He himself served, obeyed, and bowed. Yes, he was born an aristocrat, but at one time he was far from the first candidate for the position of head. He's here now. There are no more people he should serve, only rule. But he still had to stick to those damn traditions, where one of each trinity, the main and most influential, sits, and the other 2 are standing behind him, with their hands on the back of the chair, thus showing that the decision is supported by all members of the clan as a whole. Previously, 2 clansmen behind the head performed more of a guard role. They had to stand ready, wait for the moment when they would have to cover their head with a magic shield or draw a weapon. Now this custom has become a relic of the past, as is typical of most traditions, a very uncomfortable and humiliating relic, in the opinion of many. Yes, Wulfric was one of those who was annoyed by having to carry a couple of pawns with him. The head of the Beletsky clan looked at the chairman, the only one who broke this rule time and time again. He represented the strongest clan in the country, the Gyre, and therefore could afford a lot. Everything is here. The voice of the chairman and the head of the Gyre clan rang out, rolled low and reverberating through the room. He did not ask, he claimed. Then let's start. The floor belongs to Wulfric Boletsky, who gathered us. You all know the reason why I gathered you, he said in utter silence. The acoustics of the room allowed at least opera arias to be sung here, and Wulfric's voice was perfectly staged. Above the council hung the feeling that the speaker was pressing down on them with his unyielding will. Yubai employees have not left the capital for several months, and their presence is becoming more and more annoying, taking advantage of a convenient opportunity. They even dared to try to storm my private clinic. I am more than sure that their real purpose was documentation concerning all of us and our common affairs. The name of the convenient occasion was not mentioned aloud. However, everyone knew perfectly well who it was about. Several people glanced at Alex Rott, who was sitting rather listlessly at the table, but said nothing. Strictly speaking, almost no one in the other clans cared about Mark Rott and his strange story, as well as the internal intrigues in his clan. And here are the common cases. That strange incident in the Dead City had indeed attracted the attention of the Empire, and now their agents were pulling all the strings they could just to find out what was what. What do they know? Gus Ostrich clarified, sitting impressively in his seat. This pot-bellied guy gave the impression of a stuffed money bag, but those who knew him well understood the fallacy of such an opinion, if not too much. He paused significantly, toying with a coin between his knuckles. Too much, I'm afraid, Pavel Platov replied. This one stood with his left hand resting on the back of his father's chair, but he was not shy about expressing his opinion. If they became aware of the clinic and what is there, it means that they have long crossed the threshold to which they did not pose a threat. I'm not saying they're not dangerous, Ostrich objected, wincing. He didn't really like it when people who were standing were talking. But still, there was no formal reason to interfere with this. Those who couldn't speak simply didn't get here. I'm saying that they can be led away on a false trail, planted with misinformation and thoroughly confused in order to distract from the real problems. Even what they have already found out is enough to confuse all our plans and make our life an order of magnitude more difficult. Gleb Platov, Pavel's father, supported his son. And if it goes on like this, then the plans may even work. Get lost. Yes, agreed Philip Mann, who was sitting with his arms crossed over his chest. It's you, Bob. Or do you think they write down everything they find out in a notebook? What they know is known to the Emperor. The data that got to them is already being studied by their analysts, and I'm sure they have enough work to do. That's what I think, Boletsky said again. Do not underestimate the Emperor and the danger of interference on his part. The Empire has proven more than once that, no matter how we treat it, its aristocracy cannot be called either idiots or weaklings, and the same applies to those who serve them. He made an expressive pause. No one spoke, feeling that Boletsky had not yet finished his thought. But don't underestimate us either, Wulfric continued. I have heard that recently there has been a popular opinion, especially among the clan youth, that the Empire is too strong and there is no point in holding on to imaginary freedom. They say it is worth joining their ranks instead, joining the winners, and if you need to pay with your power for this, then this is a trifling price. He looked around at those who were standing, but their expressions were even. Which one of them really thinks that? Who is lucky not to be mistaken about this? The truth is that, elite here, any of us will be nobody there. Wulfric nodded to his thoughts. But this is also true in the opposite direction. Here in our country, we are a force that they still have to reckon with. He shook his head. We are still alive and at large. A timid attempt to storm my property was crushed at the root. As far as I know, there are no large-scale operations against us, either covert or explicit, which means one thing. The Yubai agents have no evidence, only suspicions and scattered pieces of data. He stood up a little and leaned on the table with his hands. Here's my suggestion. We don't know exactly when the dogs will break loose from their chains, but I suspect very soon. It's only a matter of time before there's a second war. And if we let Yubai interfere with our plans now, he paused and looked around at those present, we won't be ready for it. Even if we join forces, we will be swept away. We need to move on to the active phase. The entire right bank of the capital must be desecrated. This will give us the necessary resources, each of us. And then, all the other cities should start preparing to provide us with an army of awakened ones. Only, and I repeat, only in this way will we be able to maintain our power. Everyone was silent, considering Boletsky's proposal. It could both solve current problems, at least for a while, and generate new ones. Wulfric himself also looked at his fellow council members appraisingly. His power here was great, perhaps more than anyone else's, except for the chairman, and yet it was not enough to resolve this issue without a vote. Desecration is a risky and expensive process, and while the war is only looming on the horizon, the prospect of investing resources in it could make few people happy. However, what is the use of resources when cities can turn into ruins, and clans, powerful and all-powerful, into small paragraphs of the history textbooks of the victorious side, as parasites exterminated by a hard hand? Chairman, does someone want to add something? Everyone has already decided on their sides. Then I'll put the proposal to the vote, he said coldly. It was never possible to tell from the chairman's face what he really thought. I, represented by the Gyre clan, vote for. No comments. Philip Mann raised his right hand. Only a fool closes his eyes to a threat in the hope that it will disappear. The first head of the Mann clan was a veteran of the last World War. Ironically, the clan also earned money mainly from wars. They were gunsmiths, mercenaries, and owned the largest private security company in the country. More like a small army, like no one else. They knew it was important to hit first, pay for. What can I say? Wulfric does not scratch his tongue from scratch. Gleb Pladoff scratched his bushy beard. Their clan, in turn, was mostly engaged in industrial business. Factories, steel mills, and convoys. They were artisans. And the war, or the preparation for it, has always increased the number of orders. Against, if I wanted to go broke, I would have chosen an easier way. Albert Flines recently opened a new chain of casinos and hotels, right in the red light district, which belonged to him. This business could bring in billions, and it would be foolish to slow down right now. After all, feasting during the plague cannot be regular. Against, no comment. The pot-bellied guy who was twirling a coin in his hands was Gus Ostrich, the owner of the National Bank. The foreign exchange market does not like shocks. Against, it's too early. The situation in society is too unstable and on the verge of collapse. Of course, so far these slum groups are not worth a penny. But give them proof of our activities, and in a week a handful of ragamuffins will turn into a crowd. Velislav Grodsky exclaimed. Their clan had almost the entire entertainment and media sphere under its thumb, including the Locke Corporation, equally. 3, 4, and 3 against. 6 votes have already been cast. Wulfric tensed. He, like everyone else, was looking at the last non-voter, Alex Rott. Yes, he is a little out of time for common affairs now. But still Beletsky hoped that his old colleague would distract himself from gloomy thoughts and approach the matter responsibly. So it's just me left. Alex looked up at Wulfric. You, Beletsky confirmed. He shrugged and raised his left hand. Against, Alex's brother Howard, standing behind him, as well as his wife's brother Ronald, took their hands off the back of the chair. Wulfric remained calm. He believed that politics is a thing where there is no place for surprise and generally strong emotions. Against it, he clarified. I thought you supported this decision before. Earlier, Alex didn't argue, and the plan was different. Tons of cannon fodder are worthless, even if they are awakened. And in order to train everyone, you will need much more resources than the Rott clan has, even with the support of other clans. I'm not talking about the moral side of the issue. Now I see no reason for such drastic actions. The Rott clan had only recently joined the council 8 years ago, when Wulfric and Alex had agreed on an engagement between their children. It was the support of the Beletskys that allowed the Rott clan to join, in place of another, destroyed clan, the Dolgov clan. The city where the Rott clan was based actually belonged to them alone. They absorbed many small clans and took root in the entire eastern part of the country. But a large territory also has big problems regarding how to manage it effectively. Having grown up, the Rott were mostly engaged in trying to control all their possessions. Extensive, but not as rich as the rest of the clans. They were also famous for the quality of their fighters. Almost all clans of the country, and even some imperial ones, sent people to the Rotts for training, where they made real soldiers from inexperienced mattresses that could only use regeneration, and even then every other time. Masters of their craft in skillfully mastered abilities. It's ironic that Alex's son, Mark, flew by like plywood over Paris, making professional warriors out of other people's sons. Alex couldn't do anything about his own. Everyone voted. The chairman put an end to it. The offer is declined. ****** Wulfric, stepped into the Concordia Hotel elevator with the rest of the Beletskis. His thoughts were far from the most rosy, having lost a clear plan of action, or rather, having marked it. The clans were mired in stupid proposals, idiotic ideas, and a complete misunderstanding of the essence of the problems. Even those who were smart enough to assess the threat still put their interests above, and as a result, the council slipped into a simple pie splitting, the result of which was nothing. A complete zilch. The elevator doors had already started to close. At that moment, when another person quickly stepped inside. Wolfric looked up. I'm sorry. The newcomer nodded. Mr. Beletsky, gentlemen. Yes. The division of honors in his clan was clear. Mr. Rott. Wolfric nodded dryly, looking at Ronald Rott, Alex's brother-in-law. Did you want something? No. I just wanted to go downstairs, he replied, looking at the closing door and smiling politely. Of course, it wasn't easy, and Wolfric knew it perfectly well. The doors closed. The elevator started moving. The result of the vote clearly did not suit you. Ronald Rott broke the silence. Alex's opinion has a right to life, Wolfric replied coldly. I want you to know that many members of the Rott clan do not share the policy that Alex has been pursuing for the past few years. Really, the head of the Beletsky clan raised an eyebrow. Even the majority, I would say. The affairs of the clan are the affairs of the clan, Wolfric replied. Ronald turned around and looked directly at Wolfric, who had been standing in profile to him all this time. Of course, but if these cases concern others, Beletsky, for example, it may be interesting for you to listen to one short sentence. You don't have to answer right now. Here in the elevator, the main thing is not the place, but the time. Ronald's eyes twinkled slyly. Maybe it's time for Alex to retire. Perhaps his son is also completely unfit to rule the clan. And in this series of opportunities, we are interested in preserving all previous relations and agreements between our clans, including marriage. We have a better candidate for your daughter, provided that the Rott clan reconvenes the council and this time supports all your initiatives. Do you see such a possibility as likely? The elevator has stopped. The doors opened. Wolfric glanced at Ronald and left without answering. Freedom Square 9, Mark said and returned Eliza's phone. The head of the Security Council will meet me there. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? The girl cautiously suggested. After the council, our fathers may well be together. Let's have lunch together. Mark shook his head. There was no time for that, and Friedrich said Alex would be there any minute. Eliza did not insist, even though she was internally sorry that Mark did not agree, and not at all because she wanted to spend time with him. If they had come together, she would have been able to earn a couple of points in the eyes of her father, who is probably still angry about that situation with August. He's on the council right now, so he doesn't know about Locke's death yet, and together with the groom, they could at the same time tell the news to two fathers at once. Sorry, Eliza did not insist and told the driver to go to the address indicated by Mark, and the car started moving. It's noon. The whole center is in traffic jams. They stood more than they drove. Eliza, frowning, kept casting short glances at Mark. Now she noticed something that she had simply not paid attention to before. In the whirlwind of events, how unnaturally tense her fiancé is, how his hands tremble, even when clenched into fists. His back is too straight. His face is pale. Elise thought she finally understood. Mark is stressed after all. He killed 3 people. Few people managed to pull this off and not flinch. For some reason, the girl felt a little better when she saw Mark's similar condition. After all, he was a human being, not a robot or a psycho, as she had already begun to think of him. He's just a man, albeit with incredible self-control. Still, I wonder why he went to the capital then. This question has been tormenting her for a long time. And how long will you stay in the capital? She asked something else, as if casually. Mark opened his mouth, and he closed it. He really didn't know how long it would take to pull it off. A day, 2? A lot depends on the U-Bahn, including. However, the timing is not as important as a good reason not to return to your hometown. Now he has the most difficult task to explain to his father that he is not going to go home, but will stay in the capital. However, it would be foolish to disclose plans for a raid on the Locke Corporation. It is unlikely that the father will approve of such an initiative, and it will be quite difficult to convince him of the need for such measures without revealing the truth about cooperation with the U-Bahn. However, he won't have to. There is a much simpler way. What better reason to stay in the capital longer than Eliza, his future wife? Mark hoped to put pressure on parental pride by putting Alex Rott's guard down a little. He will say that, for example, they will have a date, or just a business meeting. Yes, of course, doubts may begin to gnaw at him. A week ago, My son was always at home and did not show miracles in communicating with girls. However, a lot has happened this week that my father would not have believed, and therefore convincing him of something so banal, like a date, is a matter of technique. Of course, there remains the question of a possible assassination attempt, but Mark knew what to say to him. Only for this both Friedrich and his father were needed. Mark looked from the window to Eliza and calmly replied, "I have no idea." The girl pursed her lips. "I'm free for the next couple of days." Mark raised an eyebrow, and Eliza immediately added haltingly, "I need to discuss how we're going to get out of the mess you've made." Mark clearly didn't take the hint, which, I must say, hurt her pride. Eliza really thought that they needed to think very carefully about their next steps. However, she was motivated not only by this. For some obscure reason, the girl really wanted to solve the mystery of Mark's strange personality, especially considering that all their old correspondence turned out to be a lie. "I've got it all covered, but if you want to see me, I don't mind. Wait for the call." Mark smiled. "Great. So the reason he needs to stay in town won't just be plausible, it'll be true." "Mark?" Eliza exclaimed excitedly. The guy did not immediately understand what had so excited her. "You're bleeding." She reached for his face, but he pulled away just like he had on the roof when Tina tried to touch him. It seems that the reaction was reflex. Mark unconsciously does not let anyone into his comfort zone. The girl was interested in this feature. She even thought about using it. Mark brought his hand to his nose and ran his finger over the skin. "It's really blood." A thin trickle runs from the nostril. Eliza rummaged in her purse for a second and handed him a handkerchief. Mark accepted it gratefully. Of course, the shift is more than just the suppression of emotions. Under the influence of the shift, everything became so clear, open and understandable. Thoughts were freed from the debris that inhibited them, and the heart was freed from doubts. Mark might not have seen the future, but he understood the present, clearly matured the ways and consequences that he had never even thought about before, that he was even afraid to think about, and he is ready to do anything to avoid becoming just Mark again. A guy who is afraid of everything and who does not understand what he wants. A guy who always lacked something in order to take his own. The guy who hit the limit without trying to move it. He looked at the blood on the handkerchief. The price for this ability should be dealt with as quickly as possible. But how do you stay the same? How to get back to your normal, is it normal state and not lose this saving clarity? Alas, he could not give an answer to this question in any way. There was no solution. The shift needed to be deactivated before it suffered even more damage from its prolonged use. Cold-blooded, sober thinking can be cruel, even too much. But what is ironic about clarity of mind is that you are no less cruel to yourself than to others. Self-deception is not rational, and therefore, no matter how much Mark wanted to, he could not deny the likelihood that long-term use of the skill adversely affects the body. The body goes into overdrive. The brain gets overloaded, and this can never go away without a trace, and the blood gushing out of his nose was just proof of that. But there is no way to deactivate the skill here, with Elise, and meeting my father is too important to let things take their course. Therefore, only the last jerk remains, after which he will lock himself in a room, drink sleeping pills, turn off the skill, forget himself and wait out the rollback in a dream. The car stopped. Mark was thinking of going out and thanking Elise when she suddenly raised her right hand up. Eliza's bodyguard exploded from the front passenger seat and hurried to open the door to the heiress. Mark shot her a questioning look. "I'll hand you over personally." She glanced at the rolled-up, blood-stained handkerchief that the guy was clutching in his hands. "You can't pass out on the side of the road. It will be on my conscience." There was nothing to cover it with. They got out of the car together and stood on the sidewalk right in front of the high-rise Mark needed. This glass box, unlike others in the city, was distinguished by the presence of a huge inscription made of three-dimensional red letters with an Asian-style slant, which was installed almost at the roof and read, "Julong." Taking the phone from Eliza, Mark dialed the number he had memorized long ago. "I'll be right there," Friedrich muttered when Mark informed him that he was already there. All that remained was to wait. A young man who stands in the city center with a bullet through his shoulder during lunch should attract the gazes of passers-by, perhaps even the attention of the police. However, paradoxically, everyone looked at Eliza, and only then, last of all, noticed Mark. After that, they staggered aside, wondering what brought the couple together. You'd think it was because of her high birth. But no, something about the girl overshadowed even the fact that she was the daughter of the head of one of the most influential clans. Her appearance, alluring and hypnotically beautiful, left almost no chance of remaining in the shadows. Not a single photo, not a single video could convey this. It had to be seen only in person. And Eliza was used to living under pressure from the constant attention of others. And in such an environment, the girl felt like a fish in water. Mark, in his original incarnation, is the opposite. He was comfortable being ignored. He had learned to live in a way that he enjoyed, and he didn't really have any special reasons to show himself in public, except for the past week. Now, if there had been no shift, Mark would certainly have wanted to quickly disappear into the depths of the building. But there was a shift, and he didn't care about people's views. It was precisely because of this calmness that he, covered in blood, now looked very organic next to Eliza, as someone who has one back his right is with her. However, in such an environment, they didn't have much to talk about. The awkward silence embarrassed Eliza, just like Mark's lack of the usual behavior for the guys around Eliza. He did not show any initiative to start a conversation at all, and the girl herself, no matter how hard she tried, still could not come up with a topic to cling to. There was no place to talk about serious matters right now. There was also a problem with empty chatter. She didn't know Mark from the word at all. The hitch would have lasted even longer if the glass doors of the business center had not opened. Friedrich's powerful silhouette appeared. This time, the head of the security service was not alone. A tall blonde guy was walking next to him. His snow-white shirt was covered with a gray vest buttoned up, and his black leather shoes hit the ground loudly. Damn Ramington rot. Mark has never been able to find a common language with Ram, despite the very small age difference. He was always deliberately friendly and very careful in what he said. It would seem that there is nothing wrong with this, but behind the cloying politeness, Mark could never see what was really on the guy's mind. His father hated warlocks, and at least his son, Mark, inherited this from him. Every time he was next to Ram, his cheekbones literally cramped from how much he disliked the artificial image of a relative. Usually, the oddities of warlocks are attributed to training, but in the case of Ram, even before training began, his pets died suspiciously often. Moreover, sadistic tendencies were only encouraged by his parents, judging by the fact that time after time they bought him a new animal. Mark didn't like the look Ram gave Eliza. This is how children look at a toy that their parents are unable to buy for them. Greedily and with hunger. What is he even doing here? Taking a step towards the clansman, Mark turned to Eliza. You'd better get back in the car. Stop, the girl said softly. Eliza, casting a sidelong glance at Friedrich and Ram, made up her mind. She doesn't know how to talk to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. She can't figure out what's in his head, but she can at least predict one of his reactions, and that would be enough to cling on, seize the initiative in at least a small way, and regain at least a little bit of control that Mark had so unceremoniously taken away from her. She takes a few quick steps towards Mark. It turns out to be too close, face to face, even closer. But Mark didn't pull away, as Eliza had hoped. The girl thought that he would pull away now in the same way as before, but lips touched. Eliza's shocked gaze. She looked straight into Mark's open eyes. Come on, push me away. Seconds passed whole minutes, according to Eliza's feelings. But this did not happen. A short kiss turned into a lingering kiss, and, even worse, at some point, Mark's cold lips moved, and he rudely returned the kiss. This is a failure. Regular. She lost. Eliza's mind was all mixed up. Annoyance, irritation, anger, shame, and, finally, acceptance. Embarrassment. She takes a step back. Her head is already turned to the side. Her body is just turning around on its axis, barely keeping up. The dress whirled behind her, and she sped away, taking one last look at Mark, who was staring at her blankly before getting into the car. Eliza's guard barely made it to the front seat when the car started moving. When the couple who left the hotel approached Mark, Eliza had already left. Ram's face changed, watching in annoyance as she moved away from them, and sighed irritably. Friedrich glanced at him and wanted to address Alex's son, but did not have time. Did the blood hit your head so hard from Beletskaya that it went right through your nose? The hissing voice was another reason Mark disliked his cousin. Not all the blood is mine. Something belonged to an upstart who didn't know his place. Ramington, that's enough, Friedrich said firmly. We've lost you, Mark. I'm all right. You don't look it. Ram licked his lips. Brother. Well, Don't say that, brother. Mark emphasized the last word and looked him straight in the eye. Ram pretended to smile and fell silent. He had never seen the son of the head so collected. It even interested him. But there was no point in continuing to exchange barbs. The head of the guard looked at Mark and turned away. Come on, your father. I just got back from the council, Friedrich said dully, gesturing with his head at the entrance to the building. Mark looked up. Come on, I have great news for him. It's just a pity it won't be possible to talk to Friedrich face to face. They entered through the wide glass doors and walked through the empty foyer to the elevators. They did not meet a single living soul on the way, despite the fact that the working day was not over yet. There was silence in the air, and only the footsteps of the 3 members of the Rot clan could be heard in the corridor. When they reached the elevator in silence, Friedrich abruptly pressed the call button and stared at the floor counter above the doors. Somewhere above, there was the sound of an elevator descending. Mark looked at Ram, who seemed unable to stand still and clenched and unclenched his fists. He noticed his cousin's gaze, looked back at him and smiled again, taking a step forward, closer to the elevator door. Mark frowned. Friedrich didn't even ask where he was. He understood how his thoughts sounded, but was there something more important on the agenda than the disappearance of the clan's only heir? The council is called only in exceptional cases, and it certainly has nothing to do with what happened to Mark in the Dead City. Ram is also here. The elevator door swung open. Ram and Friedrich took their places near the wall. Mark came in last and stared at the reflection in the highly polished door. They all remained silent. Some kind of classical melody sounded above their heads, and the elevator, with a characteristic sound, started moving. If it weren't for Ram's loud breathing, then closing his eyes, one would think that Mark was driving all alone. The guy turned his gaze to Friedrich in the reflection. It was as if he was burning his back, lost in thought. An ordinary Mark wouldn't have noticed. An ordinary Mark wouldn't understand all those oddities, starting with the fact that he managed to slip out of the house so easily a week ago, and the excessively slow response to the call asking for rescue, and ending with the storming of the hospital, which Friedrich never showed up for. Perhaps an ordinary Mark would have been prompted by intuition, but he would not have wanted to believe it. The 6th floor, Mark waited. The 7th floor, the doors opened. Taking a step forward, Mark stepped out of the elevator. One more step, and he spun around. 2 more steps back to break the distance. His hand found the hard grip of the pistol in his belt. Friedrich was ready for Mark to understand and do something, but he did not suspect that he had a weapon. He covered Ram with himself in an instant. Mark had Friedrich at gunpoint. 2 shots to the chest. The hot metal bites into the flesh, but there is no visible result. His hands are already sparkling. The head of the Security Council stands like a mountain. A 3rd shot rings out. The bullet is already flying at the head. It does not reach, having met an obstacle on its way. Friedrich covers his face with his hand at a speed beyond human capabilities, and the bullet does not even penetrate the palm, but only gets stuck in the skin. Another shot, the same result. Mark lowers the gun. He throws down his weapon. He raises his hands. A thin stream of blood runs from his nose. He doesn't see the paths anymore. It is pointless to continue the fight. Jump out the window. No. Friedrich would catch up with him before he could get anywhere. Now it is more profitable to give up and figure out the situation. Mark was sure that under the shift, he would be able to seize the moment and get out. Friedrich did not move from his place, only looking sadly at Mark. Ram's white, frightened face peeked out from behind him. When he sees Mark with his hands up, the fright disappears from his face. Instead of it, a smile.